The win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. We've reached day 5 of the main event, the penultimate day of this 5K buy-in tournament, where 13 players return, playing down to the final 6. It's James Hanscom joined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
I have been saying for the last 48 hours, it will slow down at some point. Surely today has to be the day where we don't lose 15 players inside of 30 minutes.
I agree. It's got to be today.
Of course, if we were to hit 6 players super early, we probably would play on. Average stack right now, super deep. But for however long we're here today, we want to hear from you guys. Use the live chat on Twitch and YouTube. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV. And while you're checking out the socials, look at all the lovely stuff on Facebook and Instagram as well. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. We've had a couple of final tables. We've had a few days of main event coverage. If you missed yesterday's action, here's what happened. "38 players returned for day 4, including 3 former EPT champs, Telcher, Martirosyan, and Watson. Also in the field, the 2 PSPC champs, Alexander Shilko and Ramon Kalias. Ramon's time at the feature table, short-lived. And his elimination kick-started a mini bust-out bonanza. '19 Monte Carlo finalist Nicola Greco is having a great time, while Kenan Taylor had a horrid run up on the main stage. Cruel exit for Andrew Stato Hume. Kings cracked by an ace on the river. And the end of day chip boss was Joachim Haroldstadt, bagging a stack of over 5.5 million. So these are the chip leaders coming in to day 5. If you combine Haroldstadt and Sapatovich's stacks, that's roughly a third of the chips in play. Lees, Mauer, Wheeler, also among the big stacks right now. And the bottom end of the leaderboard has the last remaining former champion, Mike Watson, the guy who took down the PCA in 2016. We only have one shortish stack, Oleg Vasilchenko, who's got 18 big blinds, but nobody is super short. Nobody is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And this is the lineup on the main stage. We are going to go with table 1. It has the 2 chip leaders. It has Mike Watson. It has Kenan Taylor. And obviously, we will keep tabs on what's going on the outer table. One of the reasons why I think play will slow down is we're getting to the stage, Nick, where there is soon going to be a pay jump with every elimination.
Correct, but that average stack super duper high, so I do expect a little bit of a slower pace of play today. Fewer bust outs, I imagine. That's what we tend to see as the average increases.
So here we go, cards in the air. This is level 25 of the main event. Blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante.
Now, just before we kick off, guys, Arunas came up to me earlier today as we were about to commence proceedings. He said, "Hey, are you the commentator guy?" I said, "Yes, I am." He goes, "My last name is pronounced Zapatavikas." Zapatavikas. So that's the official pronunciation, guys.
So not Sabatavichas.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a kus. Zapatavikas. And
Cool.
gave me a smile. He was being nice about it. He was being,
Of course. No. Look, it's all we have in this world is our
name.
Is our name.
Is
our
name,
identity.
our legacy. And it looks like he's going for a little bit of legacy himself here. Arunas, obviously coming in our second feature table chip leader, and obviously one of our overall chip leaders as well. Have to say it, guys. I'm Team Lease, representing hometown.
So, great start for Maduka Marigold, picking up queens in the small blind. 3 bets Kanan Taylor, who calls with the king-6 in position.
Yeah, you guys will recall yesterday, Taylor had a bit of a swing. Went down to about 10 big blinds, has managed to find a double with those jacks, and a couple pots since. In pretty bad shape here, though. Queens can just bet about 1/3 here, no problem at all. Yep, gonna take it down just fine.
So Taylor hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Obviously came into yesterday as chip leader. Got off to a great start. The second half of the day, not so good for Taylor.
What do we got there, Hardy? What's there? What's strapped on? You recognize that watch?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm
sure we'll see it again.
I'm sure we will. I was actually thinking about how long it might take to get to a single table, how long it might take to get to 9, because I could see that happening relatively quickly. I think where it really slows down is getting from 9 to 6.
There are places that when log jams are going to occur, they tend to happen in the same places. And sometimes around 10, 9, things can really drag. Regardless of whether or not that watch meets the Hardigan seal of approval, I like that color contrast.
Just to be clear, it's each to their own. I'm not. No,
Yeah.
I don't judge other people's apparel.
It looks like it might be a Hublot from here.
Oh, he's not a Hublot guy.
So let's just check on some of the players as they arrive for the start of play this morning. Ori Hassan and Nicola Greco entering the room. Mike Watson and Jason Wheeler.
Okay, we're down here. Nice, I get.
Chip leader Joachim Haraldstadt making his way up to the main stage today. And that was the moment that Arunas Saptavichus unbagged his chips. And look, I think they're friends deep down. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Greco and Wheeler, it's the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Wheeler was like, now I'm going to spank you like a puppy.
Uh-oh. King Queen suited on the button here.
Yeah, it is. Sami Boujmala has opened here to 80,000. And it's Saptavichus in the big blind with 8-6 offsuit.
So just for some context, any stack you see that's still in the 7-figure range is doing just fine. This 2.1 million stack is still 50 big blinds. 1 million is about 25 bigs. So even if you got 1 million chips right now, you're not really in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
You're going to hear a lot about us talking a lot about how deep everyone is.
Yeah, at the moment, shortest stack on our feature table Oleg Vashelchenko with 18 big blinds, so obviously plenty of chips. I think this is a situation where you definitely could find some check raises. You can definitely find some flats. In many cases, your opponent opening from that dealer button will have a wider range, of course, so you're not as concerned about check raising directly into an ace, but I think also an opportunity for you to find a bluff on later streets if you don't improve as well, potentially. If I'm Bujmala, I mean, King Queen is actually quite strong on this texture. I think it is completely reasonable for him to barrel turn here, try and get a 9 to fold, try and get a 7 to fold, try and get 8, 6 to fold, that kind of thing. Obviously, 8, 10 just got there on the turn, though. That would be the nuts here. Yeah, his hand is quite strong on this texture. Makes the check and will absolutely improve. In fact, both players improve.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the absolute nuts now for King Queen, and the Ocho is going to feel pretty good about their straight here as well. This is a real cooler for Sapatovikas.
Oh, no.
Those glasses, though, brah.
Leads the river for 280,000.
Is going to lose at least 280K on this street.
I think you want to go unbelievably big here. Bujmala getting led into in this situation, you're going to get paid by the Ocho so frequently. Just make it like, how much has he got behind here? Make it like 900K.
From Sapatovics' perspective, though, Nick, when you get raised in this spot,
yep,
you surely a bare 8 can never be good, right?
Well, okay, you're thinking, am I getting bluffed or am I chopping? Because a chop is obviously something that will happen here quite often. Oh, he went so big here. I love it. 1.1. That was about half of his stack, and I love the huge size here. Puts his head down, trying to give nothing away in this circumstance. Oh, this is so gross. And Sapatovikas knows that's true as well.
Best case scenario, you're chopping. Worst case scenario,
I mean,
crushed.
I don't know. Sometimes people just have a bluff here.
Yeah,
sometimes
I
people
think
are
best
just...
case scenario is you're getting bluffed, but I don't know how often that is.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not sure if that many people have a bluff in this scenario. Oh, this is horrible.
I would be the guy value raising a set of 7s here.
Exactly. Yeah, okay. If you want to get really, really deep here, guys, you could also argue that an 8 would barrel the turn quite often from position here. So he might be going, what kind of a hand bets flop, checks turn? And he might actually be able to put him on specifically King Queen, but this is so hard. This is so tough. Then again, I suppose King 8 might bet flop, check turn. Nah, they like to bet 2. Super, super weird spot. Makes the call.
And that is going to be a huge momentum shift in favor of Sami Bujmala.
I don't envy that spot, even a little bit. Really awful.
A huge chip swing in favor of Sami Bujmala, who moves into second place now with 3.5 million. Sapatovics dropping down to third place with 3.2 million. Obviously, Harold Stadt still the big chip leader right now. 5.5 million, close to 140 big blinds at the 2040 blind level.
Guys, put yourself in Sammy's shoes. You wake up, you're really deep in the EPT, you have breakfast, you're psyching yourself up, you're like, this is going to be a good day. You sit down and you get a cooler of momentous cooler there. And that's a great start to your day. I mean, really, really nice bet sizing from Sammy. Did very well to get a lot of value from that spot.
On only the third hand of the day.
Cooler of momentous proportion. On to the next one. Okay, next hand, Marigal, hijack, pocket jacks.
Well, he's doing okay. Queens, jacks, 50% of the hands he's been got today, premium pocket pairs, and someone's clearly a bit poorly today.
I'm not responsible for that one.
I didn't see who it was who is coughing loudly into their microphone.
I thought it might have been Marigal. Heraldstad, big blind, definitely a hand he might consider defending here. I certainly would. Is in pretty rough shape pre-flop, but let's take the first 3 cards and see how we get on from there.
Well, here's what we know about Maduka Marigal. Has 100K in total live earnings. This is his first ever cash in Europe. Originally from Sri Lanka, now runs a property business in Toronto. It's his own business. And he is a big studier. Spends a lot of time studying poker, and Jonathan Little is his coach.
Oh, wow.
What a great advertisement for Jonathan Little.
Yeah, going deep here in Monte Carlo. Heraldstad, 2 overcards to second pair and a gut shot. I think you probably call here a bunch.
I'd like to meet Heraldstad's dad. Hopefully he flies out here for the FT.
Now, I appreciate, Joe, that you've got the whole kind of Kieran Culkin thing going on with Heraldstad.
Yeah.
But Graphical Hue had an alternative bad lookalike for
Okay.
Heraldstad.
Sure.
Which I personally think is a little bit too obscure. And that's coming from me. John Hughes.
It is very obscure, but it's solid. Hugh suggested John Hughes, though? I don't know. Seems a little self-promoty.
Marigal does find the second bow. Can't do it like you, James. Sorry.
And I can't do it like Benny, so it's basically the law of diminishing returns, right?
It really is. It really is. I'll leave it to you guys. But second barrel does get it done.
Okay, it's Marigal who's got the cough. Any chance we can, like, you know, cut him off? I guess not. Bushmala, 5-4 off. Oleg Vasilchenko starts the hand with 18 big blinds.
Raise 80,000.
Vasilchenko opening to 80K. Round to Mike Watson, who folds the big blind. Raise and take it for the player who is the shortest stack. Actually is tied with Kanan Taylor. Both now have 20 big blinds.
Really going to need Taylor gang to bring that fire from 270 bigs to 20.
So those of you, including Maystop on YouTube, asking to see Nicola Greco's table, what we will do is we will flip feature tables at every single break. So for as long as we are at 2 tables, we'll alternate. And obviously we have the crew on the floor who'll bring us significant action from the other table. But as far as the main stage is concerned, we will alternate. And the great thing is, once we're down to 9, all the players will be at a single table, and that will have the final redraw of the tournament.
One pass.
And for aces. I was thinking a bad lookalike for Haraldstad is Matthew Perry.
That, I mean, that fulfills one half of that statement. Could that comparison be any worse?
Haraldstad is open with 7-5 of clubs. Mike Watson, 7s in the small.
Call.
Just calls. Taylor calls as well out of the big blind. Only caught one of his cards, which is the 6 of diamonds. Flop is Jack 10-8.
Check. Check.
Sandro says, when we say a person has 18 big blinds, we are ignoring the big blind ante, right? Why so? Because the minimum bet is still a single big blind. So in terms of how many bets a player has, in terms of how deep they are, you'd still measure it in big blinds.
Check.
Just so there's no confusion there, guys. When we say big blind ante, it means the big blind pays the ante for everyone. It's not that you always pay a big blind for your ante every hand, as per the previous system. That might be where the confusion lies.
Pass. Pass.
Maybe we should go back to M's. Couple M's. M's anyone? Get your M's out in the chat.
The power of the big stack. Haraldstad taking that one down on the turn. Still playing more than 5.6 million right now.
45. 40.
Taylor has dropped below the 20 big blind mark.
Yep, Keen and Taylor now 19 bigs. Repping that GB flag.
Pass.
Pocket tens for Oleg Vasilchenko. Still relatively short with around 20 big blinds.
Yeah, this is one of those stacks I was talking about. Under 7 figures, kind of susceptible. But you know what I say, Nick? 10s are the aces of number cards.
You're absolutely right. Glasses are off this time.
It's still a top 6 hand as far as I'm concerned. Pocket 10s.
Sapatavikas. Sapatavikas.
Vichas.
No,
he told me this morning.
I guess no H, no cha.
Oh,
I guess
great.
it's
So
just
what you're
hard.
telling is the guidance we were given by our audience was wrong.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, someone probably listed that version of it.
True.
So he has called, and now we have Taylor with ace-king in the small blind. Obviously, we don't know what Sapatavikas has, but we do know that we are at the very least going to be racing ace-king against 10s. This could be a 3-way all-in, potentially.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't know what Sapatavikas has either.
Sapatavikas has queen, jack of hearts.
But nice spot for a squeeze.
Yeah, great spot for a squeeze. Vasilchenko probably has to call in this spot, guys. Especially once there's been a flat, the shove from Taylor can be significantly wider, can contain 9s, can contain 8s, can contain 7s, possibly even 6s or 5s. I don't think there's too much ICM in this spot. Yep, he's all in. It's going to be the 2 shortest stacks at the table getting it in here for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Sapatavikas has folded. So we are off to the races, flipping ace-king against 10s, and it's the ace-king at risk here.
Like sus versus shade balls. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
8-5-4 on the flop. 10's holding.
That's what the tens likes to see. No letters.
7 on the turn.
It's always coming 7. Oh, look, they both have a gut shot.
That's true. A 6 would chop it. An ace or a king for survival as well. It is a 6.
And Stapes is ecstatic.
Why does everyone think it's his thing?
I would have won if we ever.
I am ecstatic. I am humping for Hoy.
Because it is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Especially Mike Watson.
Stapes is ecstatic. Oh, savage. Trademark Joe Stapleton Inc.
Button is on position number 2 for the EPT high rollers. Please put the button on C2.
Everyone loves it, guys. Everyone loves it. All right, on to the next one.
Who do you think's more disappointed there? I mean, I know everyone loves a chop pot, but
I bet on that turn, Keenan Taylor would take anything. He's like, yeah, that's all right.
do you think that if you get it in on a flip that you should be able to agree just to chop it without running the board?
No.
That was a fast answer.
Under no circumstances should that ever be allowed. I already hate it that in America it's acceptable for the blinds to chop in a cash game. That is just the stupidest thing. I hate that.
I kind of just announce to the table that like I don't do it.
Yeah.
I came here to play poker. Like
I do the same thing, and I've never received dirtier looks at a poker table than when I say stuff like that.
I play in a home game where it's one of the games is 7-card stud with a high-low declaration at the end, and oh my goodness, here we go again.
We could have another chop pot on our hands.
Now Stapes is ecstatic.
So Harold Stat has opened to 80,000. This is a 3-bet from Marigold in the small blind. He's re-raised to 210,000. Action back on the chip leader.
Mike, look, Mike, are you watching? Mike, I'm ecstatic. You know, I was thinking about this, and being that Mike's partner is a PR guru, if he wins, his interview better be amazing.
Ace 7-3, 2 diamonds, which means Harold Stat is effectively free rolling. But question is, on an ace high board, how far do we go?
You check it down like two best friends playing in a home game.
Looks like a hoobla from here, James. That shape.
Hoobla Stank?
Hoobla Stank. Great band name. That would be a great cover band name.
It's an 85,000 C-bet from Marigold. I guess Harold Stat feels he kind of has to call one street here.
Indeed, minimum. I think probably this is going to go to showdown a bunch, you guys. On the ace-high texture, both players quite happy not to elevate in this scenario, not to inflate that pot too much when they've got such a nice hand.
So 8 of spades on the turn. This will be a chop if it gets to showdown. But, as so often in these situations, you have to ask yourself the question, who wants it more?
Who wants it more? I think both really want to get to showdown is what they want. They both want to get to showdown. That's a nice clean card for both players here. Paired board is really nice usually, although obviously small blind could have a 7. I guess probably there's more 7x in the opener's range here than in the small blind. If you're looking at the pre-floppers.
Mike.
Bet 100
Blocker bet. Yeah,
Mike.
Queen's calling 100%, guys. Welcome back to Chop Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on a second. Harold Studd doesn't look overly happy about this situation.
Yeah, I don't have to be overly happy to be not good enough to fold queens.
Yeah, I think for 100K, you're literally just going to cry and call every time. Just go, please have jacks, please have jacks, please have jacks. Yeah, there it is.
So this second hand in a row.
Wait.
Same hand?
Mike?
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
Mike? Okay, he's going to sit this one out, I guess.
Yeah, 2 in a row, guys. Another chop pot. You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. Over at the other table, every hand's been a chop pot so far. Nicola Greco talking to Dario Sammartino. Some words of encouragement, perhaps.
Teaching him new dance moves.
And those are the parents of Arnaud Ensemble. They flew in overnight to watch their son in action.
Nice.
Looks like it might have been on a private plane. Couple of well-dressed parents right there. Not like my mom falling asleep on the rail in her faded glory jeans.
For the river?
Bet turn and river. Probably fold river.
Maybe.
Maybe. You never know, you know. You bet turn.
No.
Bet turn, check the river. Check
If you guys could,
Check.
you know,
Bet check.
have a winner of this next hand, that would be good.
3 pass. 4 pass.
Nice clear dealing. Taylor. That guy's been up and down like a yo-yo. Chips have been in.
I didn't see.
Still surviving thus far.
I didn't see it.
I believe he acted out of turn here, guys. Marigal acting a little bit
Talking to you.
ahead.
He said on your turn. I didn't look at him.
Yep, Taylor just getting confirmation of what he can do. I think if Taylor takes action, is that right? Then it changes the action, and then Marigal can take his bet back and do something else?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Standard rule for a bet out of turn. The moment there is any aggressive action beforehand, the bet can be removed.
I was talking to you.
But if Taylor were to just call or fold here, the action would stand. So raise to 90,000 from Taylor, meaning that the bet from Marigal will go as a call. He's decided he's going to keep the chips out there.
You could tell Marigal felt really bad about that.
Yeah, I think you're right, Nick, and Jacques backs us up. It does look like it's a Hublot Big Bang that Marigal is wearing.
Yes.
Ah, the Big Bang Theory.
That's right.
Ace, Queen, 10. So it is top 2 for Marigal. Gut shot for Taylor. Backdoor club's also working for him.
Yeah, not great right now for Taylor, but if he gets there, it's going to be good.
These are always weird, though, aren't they, guys? When there's like a little bit of weirdness pre,
Of course.
and then you get here, you start to level yourself super hard because you're like, maybe he was weak, but he's trying to look strong now. Didn't want to look weak by like taking his bet back, and this kind of reminds me of that spot that you
Nice fold.
you did a stack, James. You remember when in the Dublin when you made your trips, but there was some weirdness pre-flop, and
Yeah.
yeah. I think you might have nailed it. Oh.
That's the other option, right?
Yeah, potentially. I think probably it's a Hublot.
I would think it is. So basically, and this is, look, again, I don't like criticizing other people's things. I've always...
But anyone who wears it is an idiot.
No, it's not that. It's I'm a big fan of original design, and I do feel that that particular Big Bang design is a bit of a rip-off of the Royal Oak Offshore.
Raise 80,000. 4 pass. 5 pass.
I'm glad somebody said it. I was about to say it. Royal Oak Offshore, 100%.
I recently, this is a true story, by the way. I recently found a watch that I thought was kind of cool, and I sent it to James for his approval, and he went, "Ah, it's kind of nice, but it's kind of a rip-off of this other one." He was absolutely right, and now I don't want that watch anymore.
Wow.
He killed it for me.
This is so funny to me. People still wear watches.
Harold Stat has opened under the gun. Boujmala with ace-8 of clubs on the button.
Don't they know that they got like a clock on their phone?
Yeah, exactly.
It's so weird.
Look at your wrist to see what time it is. It's so antiquated. Did you park your horse outside?
All right, guys, so we're going to a flop. 2 clubs, ace-8. Does, in fact, have the flush draw.
King high as well, so Harold Stat with the slight advantage with top pair, but we like to call this a post-flop flip.
So one interesting note here, though, guys, given the fact this is UTG versus button, obviously that button flat will contain some dominating King X. I think betting your top pair is never going to be a problem. It's never going to be something you don't want to do, but you will find some players slowing down a little bit with the King 5 here, concerned for King Queen, concerned for a King Jack defend on the button. Boujmala, obviously, very nice combination. I don't think there's much reason for him to turn his hand into a bluff here. A lot of players will see nut flush draw and raise. But I think when you got ace-8 here, you're going to have the best hand a bunch. You don't necessarily need to turn your hand into a bluff and potentially run into a set of 6s, a set of 10s, a set of kings. Don't need to inflate the pot here. Probably a lot more natural to find a raise here with a hand like, you know, maybe like 7, 8 of clubs where you have the combo draw. Even then, that's probably still find a flat. I'm not sure how often 4 or 5 of clubs is on the button here. That seems a little bit wide, but some players might have that in there as a raise once in a while too, where you just don't have as much showdown.
People in the audience are sick. They're all calling for the 5 of clubs. What's wrong with you?
Harold Stat opts for the small bet flop and then check turn instead. I think there might be a blocker bet here now, guys. I think it'd be reasonable to put out 100K there if you're Harold Stat. You get called by some 10X. You kind of control the size of the pot if they do have showdown that they're trying to get there with. If you get raised on the river, you probably don't feel too bad about it. If you want to just sort of bet fold here. Oh, look at that. Absolutely lovely stuff from Harold Stat. Little blocker bet there, feels great. Does Boujmala sense weakness, though? Does he decide that he might try and represent a hand like ace-jack? Definitely a hand might flat the button here, so it's totally within his range. Might sense weakness with the smaller bet. Could make it something like 600K here.
I guess sometimes we're critical of people who bluff for this sizing, but I guess if you're going to do a blocker bet for this size, sometimes a bluff this size would make sense.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And as we can see, if this had been a bluff, it would have worked for a relatively cheap price.
Yeah, quite right. Quite right. Nice hand, buddy. Did well to fade those clubs and the ace, but does take that one down.
Taylor remains the shortest stack at the table. 19 big blinds. Harold Stat has increased his chip lead and has nearly crossed the 6 million mark. With still an hour to play on the first level of day 5.
Sir Watts.
Opening under the gun with the Ving Rhames, King Jack offsuit. Marigold with Jack 10 of hearts.
This is like a handwritten invitation for someone to squeeze. I'm looking at you, big blind.
Oh, man. I would love to see Vasilchenko put in a squeeze there. He just doesn't have the chips for it, though, guys. 20 big blinds, you're not going to mess around there.
You know who does have the chips for that?
The guy in the big blind.
Guy in the big blind.
Yep, Harold Stat, current feature table chip leader. 5.8 million. What are you guys thinking, blinds?
Looks like Harrelstadt has folded, so we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is Queen Jack 8. Oof. So it's top pair, strong kicker for Sir Watts. Sorry, second pair, strong kicker for Sir Watts. Marigold also with a pair of jacks and the straight draw. And there is the straight on the turn. Action went check, check on the flop. Marigold betting his straight, betting into a pot of 280,000. It's a bet of 110,000. How many tens in Marigold's range from Mike Watson's perspective? Well, Mike Watson decides to call this turn bet.
And a 10 on the board will not be a chop this time.
No, it won't. Instead, it's the 4 of hearts.
Keeping it cheap. Mike Watson's got to be hating this spot now. It just feels like such a value town. Honestly, this size feels like it might even just be like a weakish queen, you know? Although from...
oh, right. So it does feel like value town, but he's beating some of the value. Oh, no, not the queen. Sorry, he's not beating that one.
Right.
Got it.
Nice fold there from Mike. But I was going to say, Marigold's not going to have too many weak queens in that scenario, but certainly could have some sort of trappy checkbacks with top pair if he has an improver.
Heading over to the other table. We pick up the action on the river. It is Leonard Mauer against Jason Wheeler. The board is ace 10, 7, 7, deuce. No flush possible.
Super nitty, but I'm not getting set up.
Action goes check, check. And Mauer shows ace 7 for a full house. Wheeler gets away from it. Ace 10, almost value bet the river. Said, I don't want to get trapped here, and he would have been trapped now.
Wow. Yeah. There's one thing we've seen from Wheeler is some unconventional folds, but just always getting it right. Like, just being like, nah, cool. Middle pair king kicker, not interested in playing this one. He's up against top pair.
Not only getting it right in some unconventional spots, but in spots where he's clearly frustrated, too. Like, how many of us make frustration calls?
Yeah.
And is able to still make the right decisions despite knowing he's been run down in a few spots.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I get it's frustrating to lose the hand, right? Your opponent catches running sevens to make a full house when you flop top 2. But the fact that you managed to find that check back on the river and save yourself some chips, celebrate good times, come on.
Celebrate good times, come on, indeed. It's just madness, man. Wheeler's just really been flexing, and it's really, really cool to just see a guy go, nah, this doesn't feel right. You know, he's really feeling those spots out. As we return to the action on the main feature table.
And we can say that Bujmala is ahead here, even though you can only see one of his cards, but an ace is enough.
Bujmala, no. He will not let this go. Let it go.
All right. Look, I'm all for it. If we had unlimited budget for licensing these things, I'd be...
Bujmala. I don't know what you're talking about. I just wrote that song just now.
Yeah, when the lawyers come calling, Nick, you can defend yourself in court.
I think, yeah, you get a little bit of birth in the States, not the rest of the world, unfortunately. Believe me, that would open up a whole new way for me to annoy the audience if I could just sing whenever I wanted.
Sorry, guys. On to the next one.
10-8 for Vasilchenko. Ace-3 for Sapodovicius. It's opened to 80,000. Mike Watson has folded the small blind, so it's Kanan Taylor in the big blind. 9-6 offsuit.
Well, it's happened. The slowdown. The brakes have been pumped.
It's true. This might be the longest period we've played in the last 3 days where we haven't seen a single elimination. Halfway through level 25. 45 minutes of poker with no bust outs.
Although, guys, it's not as though the deck isn't trying. We have had the all-in that became a chop. We did see Wheeler just check back boat versus boat. Sorry, boat versus top two, excuse me. And so, you know, it's not as though the opportunities haven't been there. We're just finding some really excellent folds, some really good play, and a couple really silly chopperinos.
I'll have what they're having.
I know.
A little grin there from Vasilchenko.
Gianmarco Guglielmin on YouTube asks, where is Greco? Greco is in Monte Carlo. Thank you for your question.
Somewhere in the poker room. Thank you for your question.
So Urban Bourbon, these folds, these guys are making discourages my hope for myself, Lamau. It is tough. It is tough to watch players this good consistently every single time on the EPT. I'm floored by how good these players are, regardless if we've heard of them or not most of the time.
Sir Urban Bourbon, fear not, buddy. I still have hope for you. Good chance that Marigal just still has the best of it here. From the hijack, we're going to see hands like ace-4 of diamonds here. Maybe a king-4 of diamonds. I think probably pocket fours might have even just attempted to fire flop, given the fact they just don't have too many other ways to win the pot. But I expect to probably see hands like king-4 diamonds, ace-4 diamonds here a little bit more frequently. And there's one of the improvers potentially. Puts it straight out there as well. Any 10 is now a check. Quick check from Marigal. I think it was a quick check from Sapodovicius as well. Jack 7. What was the hand?
Show me.
Ah, king-4 diamonds.
Wow, buddy.
Nailed it.
Nick Walsh on point today.
Gets there on the river.
Pre-flop ranges. Let's go.
Does it just me or Sapodovicius sound like something Pootie Tang would say? Sapate? Sapodovicius? Probably before everyone's time. Oh, Dana's in chat to tell us we're saying Sapodovicius wrong.
I met him earlier today, and he told me how to pronounce his name, and it was Zapatavikas. Apparently there's a hard C.
Would you ever
5 pass. 7 pass.
jump on a stream and start correcting the way they pronounce someone's name that you yourself didn't know? What is wrong with the world?
I mean, you can do it if you want to get banned, absolutely.
All right, back to the poker. Ace-10 out of the gun for Vasilchenko. Anybody got an opinion on how that's pronounced?
Check.
Check.
Domination rotation here. Vasilchenko now with a very strong top pair. UTG will continue. 220K in the middle. Started the hand kind of shallow. What? Was that a check? Sorry, I thought I saw a little flick of the hand there. I was going to say, I don't think you ever missed this flop bet. Technically speaking, probably in the region of 1/4, 1/3 seems about right. Looks like he went closer to 1/2 here. And we'll get the fold. Was in pretty good shape there, but just didn't want to mess around. Went for a larger sizing. Seems good.
Well, 2 more days of live coverage from Monte Carlo means 2 more days of the mini EPT online series. 3 events today. 3:15, 6:15, 8:15 Central European Summertime. A $2.20 deep stack, a 55-cent shallow stack. So that's the lowest buy-in event, by the way, of the entire series. 55 cents at 6:15. And then there's a $1.10 8 max hyper at 8:15. Tomorrow's mini main event has an EPT Barcelona package awarded to the winner. Every single tournament has scoop tickets added to the prize pool. But you can register now for the mini main. There is a dedicated mini EPT Monte Carlo tab in the Stars lobby.
Great, 90,000. 8 pass.
I hate to tell you what I have a dedicated tab for on my computer.
Thank you to everybody in chat who's still correcting me for the pronunciation. I'll be sure to go find him and tell him that he was wrong when he told me how to pronounce his name this morning.
Can you also respond to all the people who are experts in performance rights as well?
Yeah. Absolutely. Tom says they might be pronouncing EPT wrong. You banned.
It's the EPT. We are inept.
Inept.
We certainly are inept.
Fifth Aid suggests maybe he should just win it so we can ask him during the winner's interview. Great idea. I'm rooting for my boy, Zapatavikas. However, I would also like to see my friend Leo go deep as well, but we'll see how we crack on, guys. Back to the poker. Cards are in the air once more.
Nick, do you want to make a €1,000 bet about the pronunciation of the dude's name with Alligator 666?
Can you act as escrow?
Sure.
All right.
Harold Stat under the gun. Raising with the jacks. There you go, Nick. See if you can go 2 for 2 with this one. Suni says, in what year was the first EPT, and in what year was PokerStars born?
10.
Oh, wow. PokerStars was born in 2000. Okay. Never mind.
It's actually really easy to remember when PokerStars was born because it is a really, 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 really terrible day.
I thought you were going to say it's really easy to remember because it was the day that it was created. Thank you for your question.
I try not to use it.
I'll give you a clue.
My friends and coworkers.
I'll give you a clue, Nick. We celebrated the Big 20, the 20th anniversary of PokerStars in 2021.
2001.
Okay. First EPT?
2007.
4. Not even close.
Okay, well.
I mean, Nick was in elementary school back
I wasn't
then.
even born then, so.
Guys, we've got an all-in at the other table. Nicola Grieco all in on the flop, called by Ori Hassan. Grieco showing 6-7 for a pair of sixes on a 6-3-3 board.
Oh boy. Just gotta fade the ace and the king and the 2 diamonds. Oh boy.
Diamond draw now for the ace-king. And a diamond on the river. Hassan goes runner to eliminate Nicola Grieco in 13th place. Oh no, did he think he doubled up? Did he miss the flush?
Yikes.
Seems okay.
No, I think he celebrated. I think initially he missed it. Now he sees. And
See,
now
this is a 5 diamonds as a flush. Yeah, sorry.
he cashes out for 52,750 euros.
Man, that was the only reason I was here.
To be fair, I can't tell if the scream that I heard from him was an exasperation of horror that a diamond hit the river or a celebration because he didn't realize it was a diamond.
Look, Nick will tell you that in poker you need to be balanced. So you got to celebrate when you win and you celebrate when you lose.
Okay, I'm also hearing that it may not have been Grieco who shouted. It may have been Hassan's friends, happy that he
Yeah,
I think that's what I heard as well.
He seemed pretty aware of what was going on as he came back to the table just to inspect the final corpse of his hand.
As we return now, guys, Taylor actually making a pretty nice hand here on the river. King 9 making 9s and 8s for the king kicker. Haroldstad in a great spot to pick up some chips. 260K in the middle. Fires a bet up. 1 million. The overbet river.
Wow.
Taylor's tournament life.
Supremely well timed.
I was about to say, we're going to have to move someone off the feature table because we need to keep the 2 tables balanced. But if Taylor makes this call and is KO'd, scratch that. Rivers top pair, but top pair no good. At least he's got some time bank chips today.
He might not need them.
He's moved them forward. He's like, this is going to take some time here, guys. Give me a minute.
43,550, and the winner will take 1,070,260 euros. Good luck, all of you.
Nick, what do you think of calling this under the gun raise to begin with out of like a...
He's made the call. Taylor calls and is KO'd. So back-to-back hands at the 2 tables. Nicola Grieco eliminated from the outer table. Kenan Taylor eliminated from the feature table. He also cashes for 52,750 euros. There's now a pay jump. Everyone's now locked up more than 63K. And we now have a 6-handed table on the main stage and a 5-handed table out on the floor with 11 players remaining in the Monte Carlo main event.
Yeah, GG to our friend Keenan Taylor. Sick run, 12th place, 52,000 euros. Joey, were you asking about the defend there from the King 9 of Hearts and the hijack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it was on the wider side for my taste, especially when you got all this danger pay, right? Like you're in a situation where the ladders are so significant, you're almost at the final table. I feel like especially at a table where there's lots of really capable players behind, you're going to get squeezed out of that pot way too often with that many players behind, both with good hands and with bluffs. And I just think you're one of those stacks where you're probably just meant to be patient and just try and find another double like he did yesterday.
And I can understand, first of all, not a ton of tournament experience, self-admitted there.
Sure.
Secondly, I think when you run up a stack of 270 big blinds, like on day 3 like he had, you maybe get a little used to running above expectation. Like, I don't see how you can get to that big of a stack without running above expectation. And then when that fizzles out, when things start to even out, sometimes I think it's hard to adjust. Like, oh yeah, I'm just not going to make the nuts with King 9 suited every time.
Potentially, you definitely go on runs like that where you just feel a little bit invincible. I certainly don't think defending King 9 of Hearts is atrocious. no disrespect to our guy.
Sure.
Just a little bit on the wider side when we're final 12. You know what I mean? I've certainly made that mistake many times, and certainly don't have as much tournament experience. I'm kind of in the same boat as well, so definitely learning my lesson from similar spots. Anyway, on to the next one, guys. We still are at 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante.
And 11 players, as you can see on that field ticker there, which means we are dangerously close to being down to one table.
It's been a fast one here in Monte Carlo. Lots of action, though. I've really enjoyed the coverage, Joey. I feel like all the sessions thus far have been really fun and memorable for me. I think we've seen a lot of really cool spots, and there's certainly been no shortage of cold decks for us. What do you think, chat?
I remember day 4 like it was yesterday.
Yes. Hand number 19 underway at our main feature table here. Bujmula, King Jack suiting. Vashelchenko, real tough spot here. 21 big blinds in the cutoff with 7s. Man, this is rough.
By the way, I would like to highlight that we had just made a big deal about how it had slowed down, how we'd got through half a level without losing an entire player, and then we go bang, bang, and we get down to 11.
Yeah, absolutely. Vashelchenko does decide to call here. I feel like this is totally fine. I think 7's definitely a playable hand from position against the initial opener, but does kind of start to sneak into that territory, Joe, where you're going to get squeezes from behind. You got no response. You're not going to back raise like a 3-bet RU. But 7's obviously significantly better than, for example, pocket 2s. I think Vashelchenko probably puts deuces, 3s, 4s here straight in the bin, being so far out of position against the players behind.
Empire strikes back raise. Sorry, that was yesterday.
Bujmula checks. And Vashelchenko probably wants to put some chips in right here, right now. I don't think he always has to bet here necessarily, but definitely needs some protection. I don't think you have to bet much here, Joe. I think you can probably go for like 1/3, and that's fine. I think checking is also completely reasonable too. Does allow the king to get there. That's not to say Bujmula just always gives up King Jack suited versus one small bet though, so might be saving himself a few chips here by not barreling flop. And I really think, honestly, it's not a spot I know particularly well. Good chance that 7's might just be a check more frequently than a bet, but you can kind of see both sides of the argument there.
Checkity check.
Check, check, turn, huh? Does Bujmula find the bet now? He's definitely under-repped his hand considerably here.
You gotta find a bet.
Yeah, I think you gotta find it now, and I feel like this is a great spot to actually get paid by a hand exactly like 7's.
Bets at 95,000.
Might want to be saving these time banks. Looks like he listened. Good fold, good fold, good fold, good fold.
Yeah, Vashelchenko sees a flop with the 7's, gets away from the worst of it. Nice work.
Harold Stapp, the chip leader, by the way, 6.5 million, more than 160 big blinds, and still 30 minutes until the blinds go up. I guess the next level will be 25.50. 25,000, 50,000 blind levels, so with an average stack of 3 million.
I can see Nick hard at work still on the...
We're looking at 60 big blind average coming back from break. Deeper right now.
The Sepetovikas thing, you're still working on that. And I get it, because it is frustrating to constantly be told that we're wrong, and we want to get things right. I'll just say this. There's a much simpler name for us in the United States, right? It's the name L-E-V-Y, right? Some people say Levy, some people say Levy, some people say Goldstein, some people say Goldstein. People say different things different ways.
I tell you what, I know, obviously, Nick, you spoke to him this morning. I will promise the audience this. During the break, we will triple check. How about that?
We'll go again.
We will triple check for you guys, and until then, he will be known as
Arunas.
Oh, chat. Well, either way, I'm rooting for my boy.
Actually, it's Arunas.
Arunas. Arunas.
How about this guy has raised to 80,000 with Queen 7?
That would be pretty funny if I got it wrong again after he made the point of telling me. But I'm pretty sure I checked it a lot, guys. I stood there right in front of him and said it about 8 times.
Also, I just wish that I had the sort of pride in my name and my culture, that if I was tuned in and my brother was on a Russian stream, right, and they kept calling him Stapleton, I wouldn't be like, it's Stapleton. Stapleton, it's Stapleton. I'd be like, oh, yeah, they're saying his name. They're saying it the way they say it.
My family.
Joe. No, it's not Joe. It's Joe. Joe. No, Joe.
My family didn't conquer the Old West and build their name from nothing for you to disparage it here on stream.
Bingo wants to know, where is the man with the van? He is at the other table right now. That is Leo Lease. A reminder that if we get to the end of this level and are still at 2 tables, we are going to flip them. And we'll make the other table the feature table for the second session of the day.
Secret raise, 80,000 total.
Veselchenko. Bad look like no one's going to get, but Kevin Dorff.
You're right. Don't know who that is.
The Secret Service agent from Delocated.
Still don't know what you're talking about.
And it's shoving over the top of this open, a fairly early open.
And the shove gets through.
Did have 8-9 dominated. Delocated is a show, James. It's a comedy, but it's about a fella in the witness protection program who also has a reality show.
I like the concept.
That's cool.
So he wears a ski mask in every single scene, and so does his family. So the only person's face you can see is his Secret Service agent, who looks a little bit...
Amazing.
A little bit like Veselchenko.
Could it be because of batteries? I think it will eventually just drain out. Secret raise, 80,000 total.
Bujmala. Ace-8 suited. Do we know the aces and 8s hands? I guess it's a draw poker thing, so it wouldn't be 2 hold cards to start off with, would it?
No.
But we've all sort of just collectively decided that ace-8 is the...
I have a problem with it.
You don't like that?
No, I don't. Two pair, aces and eights is the dead man's hand. Ace-8 as a starting hand is not the dead man's hand.
It's not...
Oh.
It's not the dying man's hand?
It's not like the midlife?
the bad diagnosis. The heart disease runs in my family hand.
Tom, I think you can guess the answer to the question. Did the widget think we'd be at 11 at this point? No. The widget had us getting to 11 at the end of the next level. So we're a level ahead, quite frankly. That's 90 minutes ahead of schedule. So we've got Jason Wheeler in action here against Ori Hassan. We join the hand on the turn with a Queen 7-6-9 board. Action is on Wheeler, and that is a bet of 385,000.
That's a lot. That's almost 10 big blinds.
That is a call. So this hand going to the river. And that river card is a 7, pairing the board. So it is a straighty paired board. Wheeler bet big on the turn. And Wheeler shoves the river. And I'm guessing he has Hassan covered here, right?
Looks like it.
So it's all into call.
Yeah. By the way, the screaming we heard before was one of Hassan's friends yelling, "Let's go," in Hebrew.
Big blind ante of 10,000, 5, 10, 10.
Yeah, Hassan has about 800K behind. Around 20 big blinds. Gonna owe a few of those time bank chips at the end of this hand, that's for sure. Baja Cowboy asking who went first, Greco or Taylor. Greco, but to be honest with you, it didn't really make any difference because 13th and 12th got paid the same.
Just pride.
Next money jump, by the way, is when we're down to 9. Well, if he calls and he's wrong, we are down to 10.
10.
He's down to 10. I mean, man, he is really, really going through it right now. managed to spike the running diamonds to knock out Grieco once again. In a very stressful situation.
How much?
Oh, now we want to know how much it is.
I mean, everything.
Maybe if I distract the dealer, he won't take any more chips off me.
Well, yeah, I mean, we did get a pause of the clock.
Does Hassan really not think that he's covered here? Does he not realize that?
Yeah, it's a clock stop, and also, you know, it's a huge spot. I get it. Like, you can kind of get into like a feedback loop in your head, right, where you're like not really thinking about anything anymore, and maybe just asking for a count. Maybe you get a read. You buy yourself a little bit more time. Obviously, it looks a little ridiculous to us 4 minutes into this tank to ask for a count, but it's just such a huge spot.
I mean, asking for a count does stop the clock, but even so, Hassan folds the river. Jason Wheeler wins a huge pot, and a reminder that we will be seeing these guys in action after the break, because we will change the feature table at the end of this level.
So there's this Poker News update about Jason Wheeler, where it says, Jason Wheeler had just finished telling a joke. Monaco is so expensive, even the dogs have nannies, which he opined was at least as good as one of Stapes when he opened to 90,000 from early position. Do we think it was at least as good as one of Stapes? I mean, who am I to say?
Not even ballpark. Not even ballpark. I don't.
Look, it's on the way. It's on. I would work. Look, he said it live and in the moment. I get to write mine out, right? Edit them.
It wasn't terrible.
It wasn't terrible.
Joe Stapleton supports up-and-coming talent on the comedy scene.
Is it as good as my worst one? Not quite. But, you know, it's in the same ballpark.
He's trying.
Which in Monaco, by the way, a baseball diamond is an actual diamond.
Nice work.
Ace-5 suited does connect with this board, but Miracle is still ahead with the snowmans. Num-num.
I think BJ in Windsor makes a good point here in Twitch chat. The dogs actually do just have nannies, so it's not it's not a zinger if it's true.
As do they in New York and Los Angeles and London.
That's the thing. Your lines are jokes. His was a hashtag fun fact. Gang Gang says, sad how poker is dead. Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame that we don't have thousands of people coming to Monte Carlo to play a 10-day series and have 1,098 entries in a 5K main event, generating a prize pool of more than 5 million euros, with the winner getting 890K in a prestigious EPT trophy in a series that's been running since the year 2004. Such a shame that poker is dead.
Rip poker. Dead. D-E-E-D. Dead.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance.
Nice hand, Arunas.
And that will see Maduka Miracle drop down to 3 million. Still has 75 big blinds.
Getting lucky against you. Getting lucky against you. I know.
Better to be lucky than good, I believe, is the time-honored expression.
Shwetha on YouTube asks, are other events going to be covered? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Hold on. By event, do you mean other stops on the EPT?
I mean, the World Series of Poker is going to be covered. The WPT will be covered.
Right.
EPT Barcelona will be covered. Other events will be covered.
I think the question may have been related to other tournaments, other events on the schedule here at EPT Monte Carlo, in which case the answer would be no. Thank you for your question.
You're lucky James is generous today.
So there was a suggestion earlier on. Trying to remember who it came from. It was Mortz, who suggested that ChatGPT should be used to refine the Monaco is so expensive joke. Now, what were the jokes you were trying to... It was chess puns, wasn't it? Nick was using artificial intelligence to come up with some chess jokes. They were universally horrific.
Yeah, I agree.
And terribly unfunny. So
They were like the joke version of that pizza commercial.
So how did ChatGPT fare with a Monaco is so expensive joke, Nick?
Here's one of my favorites so far, guys. Monaco is so expensive. The pigeons fly around with little bags of gold. Nice one. Another zinger.
I'm going to rank that one right in between mine and Jason Wheeler's.
Shivam says, why don't have them playing Omiha instead of Texas Hold'em? Can we get Toby Stone on the line, please? I want to know if we can switch to Omiha.
I think there's something to that about playing in a tournament where like anything could happen at any moment. They just change the game suddenly without warning.
Someone suddenly brings out Monopoly.
Yeah, instead of a mystery bounty tournament, just a mystery tournament.
One round of Twister.
What was that thing we did that time where... Was it I decided, it was one of the things we were shooting, I don't know if it ever aired. It was the worst hand wins. But I said it was for the next hour. And it, like, Fatima was in the tank when the hour was up. And so, and she didn't realize, so the best hand was supposed to win, and she got it in with, like, the nut low.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Joe. Pretty sure that never happened.
Is that one of those never happens?
I'm pretty sure that if there were such a game, it never happened.
Why have I been involved in so many things that never happened? I'm pretty sure when that never happened, it never happened here.
If such a thing were to never happen, it probably would have been in the Bahamas.
No, that one definitely never happened. But I'm talking about a different one. I was like hosting. I wasn't playing in it. I was like coming back and forth and announcing weird rules. Randy Lou had oven mitts on his hands.
Oh, that did happen.
That did happen.
Vashelchenko here, 19 big blinds in the small blind. Might be tempted just to ship. Decides to call instead, playing it safe.
Always play it safe with the Lashif.
And our big blind here, Arunas.
Oh, so close to the bond. Halfway there.
I think.
I dream of a moment when we have 7-5 of spades against a6 off. That would be. And hey, if there just happened to be two other guys in the hand with like pocket eights and king queen of spades, I'd be delighted.
So on the flop, guys, 4 of hearts, 10 of spades, 9 of hearts, and our friend Arunas here in the big blind giving me Area 51 vibes with those glasses. Does actually have the best of it. Check, check on the flop. 10 of clubs on the turn. Got to be giving our friend Arunas a little bit more confidence. He has the best of it. Vashelchenko probably just happy to get to showdown with top pair. Sorry, excuse me, ace high.
Vashelchenko betting 55,000.
Love to see a call here. I think 5-4 is a little bit too strong to be letting go just yet. does make the call. Go into the river. Vashelchenko, excuse me, 2 overcards and the opportunity for a counterfeit. Tray of diamonds actually very, very clean for 5-4. And at this stage, Vashelchenko probably quite happy to just try and get to showdown with his ace high on that paired board. We'll have the best hand here, plenty. Arunas in the big blind here probably feeling kind of the same. Assuming this goes check on river a lot of the time.
No, they drive. And my house in Monaco, Monte Carlo, 3 hours. 3 hours.
Yeah, check, and 5-4 will take it. I appreciate that he gave it a little bit of thought there, though. You know, it's nice to take your time in these spots and just try and figure out if you do want to turn your hand into a bluff here. I think it's just a bit too strong. You're not getting a ton of value from other combinations I can think of. And it's going to go to our friend Arunas here.
My memory's not real great, Nick, but has Arunas had a bad day yet?
So he did have that straight versus straight really early on. It was the 3rd hand of the day. He had a straight with an 8, and the other guy rivered the straight with a king-queen.
Right, but he never dropped below I think 60 bigs at any point,
I think the lowest he went was about 80 big blinds. So he took a hit, but it was really no sweat.
From the second he showed up on our broadcast, it has been good times for Arunas.
Sami Bujmala, ace queen offsuit in the cutoff. That's a raise to 80,000. Vashelchenko picks up kings on the button.
Nice.
7-4 off, small blind folds, big blind out. And with Vashelchenko just flatting on the button, we will go heads up to the flop. Vashelchenko looking for a queen high flop, not an ace high flop. Instead, flops top set with Bujmala picking up a gut shot.
Oleg Vashelchenko, top set, feels pretty good. 15 big blinds behind. This is definitely the kind of texture where he actually might get some action from the ace-queen with the ace of clubs. Vashelchenko really playing his hand slow here. Very trappy indeed. Got to be loving this action here. Potentially some ugly cards on the turn, though. Any 10, any queen. Obviously making him a little bit concerned. He's going to be up against some 1-card straights.
Vashelchenko raises, gets a quick fold from Bujmala.
Snap fold. Kind of blocking top pair pretty hard there.
Super blocked.
Marigal, ace-king under the gun, raises to 90k. 10-5 off for Vasilchenko. He folds. Ace-3 of clubs on the button.
A couple options here. I think probably most frequently we just see a call. Marigal starts the hand with about 73 big blinds. Arunas does have him covered here.
Here we go, domination situation. Ooh, not quite a rotation yet, but a couple of fun ways to get there. Fun as long as you are not Maduka Marigal. Marigal continues. 60K. And Sapatovikas sticks around with a fair amount of equity and picks up more outs on the turn.
Yep.
Chop outs too.
To go with the straight draw.
$110,000 on the turn. And Sapatovikas going nowhere.
Oh, double paired board.
Seat 7, check. And seat 1, check.
Rob is a chub. Everyone loves the chop pot?
Everybody loves...
Fuck.
Juppy, I love you, buddy. You're a stalwart of the EPT. You're one of my favorite dealers of all time, but it's everyone. It's everyone loves a chop pot.
I know.
Everybody is loving this chop.
This is how it's done, guys. That was another chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Great.
They're gonna bring the whole
All right, guys, public service announcement. We're putting this to bed once and for all. Just like I always said from the very start, it's Sapatovikas.
Sapatovikas.
Sapatovikas. Jesus Christ. Okay, so here's the thing.
Nick, you're going to pronounce it Arunas.
Various people have spoken to this guy in the last 24 hours, and everyone's come back with their own interpretation. We got him to say his name into a bloody microphone. We've listened back to the recording, and he says Sapatovikas. So that's what we're going with. That's how he says it.
Yep, just like I said all along, guys. Sapatovikas. I do apologize to my friend Arunas. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm really trying. I'm pulling for you, bud. On to the next hand. Folded round to the button. Herolstad. Queen Tray. Not the best combo, even though you do have position. One of the best in the world directly to your left. Sitting with about 40 big blinds. Probably don't want to mess around here.
So we have seen 2 eliminations this level. Started the day with 13 players. We lost Nicola Greco and Kenan Taylor, taking us down to 11. And Mike Watson is going to call with ace deuce. Sorry, I think it's a raise from Mike. And he's getting that verified. Did Mike call or raise here? I think he called, and then it's Maduka Marigal who's raised from the big. And Mike is now deciding whether to re-raise, I guess, or play the flop. He has re-raised.
Snap call.
Quick call from Marigal. So call, raise, re-raise, call. Already 840,000 in the pot as we go to the flop on what is likely to be the last hand of this level. It is ace, queen, six. Question, does Mike Watson have the best hand?
I mean, that was such a fast call. This pot is bloated.
Watson continuing. 175,000. And again, a quick call from Marigal. No time over his decisions. 5 of hearts. I kind of feel ace-10 is the obvious candidate, but would he really act that quickly pre-flop with ace-10?
Do you consider ace-10 to be a drawing hand?
Yes.
Because I feel like people act very, very quickly when they have, like, suited Broadway hands. And I kind of like him for a queen 10 suited here.
Yeah, that's a Hublot.
Ace-10 obviously possible. Then Marigal now taking over the betting lead.
Yeah, Watson slowing down on the turn.
Teeny, tiny bet.
To bet 215 into nearly 1.2 mil.
10.
And Mike Watson calls.
Well, this is getting real big.
Intriguing. 6 on the river.
Oh, no.
You thinking another chance for Juppy to butcher it?
I think there's another chance. Wow.
Not slowing down.
Not slowing down.
Still small, like really wants to get called.
Mike Watson calls the 355,000. And Marigal shows king 10.
Wow.
Offsuit. I mean, okay, had the straight draw on the flop, but that quick call pre-flop made me think he was stronger than king 10 off.
Nah, I felt like 2 Broadway cards. Someone that just really, yeah.
I think Joe had it right.
So that brings the first session of play to a close. Players going on break. These are the stacks of the players we were watching for the first session of the day. When we come back, we'll flip the tables and we'll have the other 5 players on the main stage at the 25-50 blind level, continuing to play down to 6 here on the penultimate day of the PokerStars EPT, presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Main event coverage continues inside of 20. Saizu with aces.
97,000.
97,000. Hey, Joe, what do you think of Saizu's sizing?
I like Saizu's sizing.
What do you think of this guy? Emmanuel Ruggini.
I think we're going to have not much time to get to know him.
Ah, yeah, all in from the small with queens.
Calls.
That's why we're at the table.
Showdown, gentlemen. Showdown.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ruining Ruggini, more than likely. Oh, no.
Queen high flop.
Gross.
No reaction from either player. Oh, Saizu now shaking his head. Mild discomfort at the situation. Needing an ace on the river. At least he won't be eliminated here. Ruggini bears his chest and doubles up. Zip it up, put it away, pal.
Yeah, do something. I come here for the poker, not for the unbelievably sexy players.
Okay, we're going to sweat with Sami Kelapuro.
Great. This dude probably has a pretty wild reputation. Ace-King is kind of like starting with aces.
Sami reduces to 95,000.
Oh. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Were we under the gun, or are we just the first person we saw act?
We're definitely the first person we saw. That doesn't mean we're under the gun. But yeah, this is a relatively early position re-raise from Nicolas Schwiti.
And like a pretty good price, too.
Well, let's see what happens here. We can see that Gilassi is the small blind.
240?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if he 4-bets, then we can just fold. As crazy as it is.
Yes, he is under the gun, Joe.
Yeah, I don't love this. I mean, this was the age of people like just going bananas with random cards and random positions, but... Okay, so when Gilassi thinks about it, too, I think there's some things we can read into there, right?
Yeah.
Like,
2.1, 2.2.
maybe he's going to have an ace a certain amount of the time. We're getting a really good price here is the problem, which makes me even more suspicious. God, are we really the kind of person that folds ace-king? Probably not. But that's really what my gut's telling me right now.
Well, Sammy's calling, and this hand's going to the flop.
Yeah, I'm calling, I'm sure, fine, right? Like, how are you going to fold ace-king? Fine.
10-4-4. Classic ace-king flop, Joe.
Yeah. So now what? Now we're going to face a C-bet.
How big? 568,000 in the middle. 325,000.
So that's more than half pot.
325,000.
Like, you just talk yourself into having a call a second time now. I really, I'm just not good enough to, like, call to station here with ace-king and be right. One thing we don't know about here is dynamic, right? We don't know what either of these players' reps really are, or if the other player is likely to be aware of what that rep is.
Yeah.
So Sammy, like I said, probably does have a rep for being pretty aggressive. I don't know if Schweedy knows that or not. Let's assume he does. He can be 3-betting wide. He can be 3-betting ace, queen, ace, jack. That check back there actually is pretty hopeful for me.
Yeah, so we have this double paired board. There is a really good chance that we are at least chopping, if not ahead here.
Sammy checks.
Showdown.
Actually gets checked to showdown. And Schweety shows sixes, not a chop.
Yes. And Nicola takes the pot.
I mean, that's that's not very good to re-raise sixes in that spot. So.
I was going to say, the hand a little bit overplayed, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a break coming up?
Yes.
To the card in.
Hello, aces. The bullets, the boots, the rockets.
90,000.
A and an A.
And as would be named in 2019 by James Hardigan, American Airlines.
Ace 10 for Nicola Schweety.
All right, button clicker. We saw what you did with sixes.
Well, just flats on the button.
Seems fine.
Gaffey folds the small blind. Rugini gives up the big blind.
How much do you have before the hand? I know 8. Okay. I know you had me covered, but
JF a 92% favorite.
3. Have to double check though.
You think ask?
Oh! Oh! That is grotesque. A 10-10-9 flop, and now Schweety is a 96% favorite.
This should be illegal. I am not a fan.
Whether you allow it or not, Joe, is irrelevant.
125.
It happened 10 years ago. And JFT is continuing for 125K. Schweety raises the flop. 270K.
Molly. Call.
JF shoves, gets called.
That's so sick. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Look at that. Why would you raise there?
What do you mean? No, you don't get to criticize him for raising.
Dave shows pocket ace, ace of clubs, ace
How do you
of
lose
diamonds.
aces versus ace 10? How is that possible?
By your opponent flopping 2 10s. I mean, I don't want to really give obvious answers to your question, sir, but
There's a king of
he is drawing to 1 out.
That's crazy.
The flop shove seems a little questionable also.
there's a king of
No case ace on the river, and JFT is out in 17th place.
Good game, man. Good game. Nice play. Good game, man.
And on this hand, we are going to sweat with Sammy and play it from Calapuro's perspective. We'll only see his hole cards.
I only sweat with one guy at this table, and that's Laurent Olive.
Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Cool, ace queen suited, sounds good. Nicholas. 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 Nick. Nick. Nick, the button click. Here we go. Okay, now I know I said this last time, James. But when he thinks this long about it, now that I've seen what he does with sixes. He's adding more chips now. God.
Could be
I'm all
seven
over the
this time.
shop with my read here.
Do you know what? I'm not just going to go 1 pip higher. I'm going to go 2 higher. I'm going to say that Nicolas Schwiti is re-raising here with pocket eights. He's got the snowmens. Num num.
Okay. So, our hand is too strong to fold. I am, again, worried, even though he was button clicking last time with sixes. The amount of thought he put into his raise, like at first I was like, oh, this is super strong. But then when he keeps adding chips, that to me says a weaker hand that he's trying to get folds with.
So, is this a call or a re-raise spot?
I just call. Because even though it might not be a super strong hand, it could be a hand that we're losing to at the moment.
It is a call from Calipuro, and we are going heads up to the flop.
Well, 2 mil.
Yeah, I think Schwiti really likes his hand. And I'm fine with like a check fold now.
Well, if Schwiti had sevens, which is the hand I initially put him on, he's got a set. If he's got eights, which I revised my read to, then he's got an overpair. Either way, ace queen's losing.
I think it's jacks plus.
Schwiti continues for 355,000. Couple of backdoors for Calipuro, but no, just fold.
You peel with ace queen suited. You're beating some hands, but all those pocket pairs, even sixes again, you're in big trouble.
Sammy, Booby.
Look, he could be winning. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Calls.
355,000.
The turn card does not improve Calipuro's hand, takes away both of his backdoor draws.
Oh, does Schwiti have nines? The hand to the face?
Check.
This think check? Nah, this is so strong.
Okay, Calipuro has rivered top pair.
Oh my goodness, what a bad river for us. I'd have rather hit nothing.
Well, this is good news if Schwiti does have eights. It's horrible news
or tens
if he has sevens or nines.
I guess if you're Calipuro, you can bet this and hope to be called by a 7, hope to be called by jacks and 10s, and then just fold to a raise. I don't think you have to bet even very big. 400,000 or 500,000. Yeah, 575.
You call?
Yeah. Schwiti snap called.
What does Schwiti have? Aces.
And call.
Yeah, jacks plus.
And showdown.
Told you love this hand.
That's what I put him on from the very start. I said he had aces.
Queen, ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds.
It's the only pocket pair he could possibly have had there. I said it all along.
The weird thing is, He values aces there almost the same as most people would value jacks or 10.
Just checked.
Johnny Lodden is all in. He shoved over the top of Vasily Fursau's virtual all in.
Lodden in for just under 25 bigs.
Steve O'Dwyer's got 9s.
All in.
Wow.
He reshoves.
Wow. You got queens?
Fursau is committed. He has to call.
Only getting about 73 to 1.
Cool.
O'Dwyer's got them both covered. 2 players at risk here.
Oh, don't show ace something.
Sizable side pot.
I'm sorry, but I'm rooting for Steve.
Steve is also rooting for Steve. He's got excellent equity 3 ways. And this could be a double elimination to get us down to the final 8.
How can you have 9s going?
Johnny Lodden somehow eked past the teens, but again, he's got a real shot at missing this final table.
Johnny needs to hit an ace or a queen. Fursau needs to hit an ace and a 5.
Wow.
But there's a 9 on the flop, and that pretty much seals the fate of Johnny Lodden and Vasily Fursau.
Cool.
It's over, Johnny. It's over. Mercier off to share the good news.
We're done, guys.
Really?
Final table.
Done.
You did not.
No, not me. O'Dwyer.
There's 2 people gone, though, really?
I mean, unless they catch runners. Every time.
Lodden's so sick of bubbling final tables.
Oh.
Dude, that is a runner. The aces can make a straight now.
A 3 on the river, and it is a chop!
No way.
Jinx.
What happened? All right, never mind.
Do we have 9 or 10?
It was 9s against ace queen, ace 5. It came 9-5 deuce, and then 3-4.
So the ace, both aces split?
Chop, yeah.
Oh,
so
cool.
Still 10 left.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Sorry, I spoke too soon.
You certainly did.
Oh my God, bro.
Yo, is that real? What the hell?
207.
Take control of the...
I get 204 and he get 203.
You guys are witnessing the sickest hand in EPT history, probably.
Fast forward to 2023, and here we are in Monaco with the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 5 of the main event, penultimate day of this 5K buy-in tournament. 11 players remain. We started with 1,098 total entries, tied for the record with 2016, the biggest main event Monte Carlo has ever seen. Now 11 remain, a table of 6, a table of 5, and we are going to flip them. That's right, what was the feature table is now the outer table. What was the outer table is now the feature table. And that means my friend and colleague Nick Walks will be very delighted to see Leo Lease on the main stage.
Let's go, Leo. Hashtag Team Lease.
Leo is a monster stack, 4.4 million, as is Leonard Maurer. Jason Wheeler has got himself up to 2.7 million. Arnaud Ensemble is hovering around 1.5 million. Ori Hassan is the short stack at the table with 15 big blinds because we are now at the 25,000, 50,000 blind level with a 50K big blind ante. Our objective today is to get down to 6. So 2 more eliminations. We'll have the final redraw. 9 players all sat round a single table. We'll keep going though until we get to 6, with the caveat that if we were to hit 6 players very early, we might play on, because this tournament is ahead of pace right now. The average stack is still pretty deep. And what we don't want is to come back with 6 players tomorrow and still be playing at 5 AM. See 2019. So, prize money. Next player out, 63K. It's because 11th and 10th pay the same. And then there is a jump with every single elimination. 6-figure scores for everyone who makes the top 8. Tomorrow, Nick, we're going to be paying out most of the prize pool with 890K. That's close to €1 million going to the eventual winner. We'll also get the trophy and the title, and will enter the EPT history books.
Absolutely massive prize pool here. Love to see it. We are here duking it out, guys. Very pleased to see my friend Leo joining our feature table once again.
And of course, we do keep the cameras across the other tables, so significant action will be monitored. We'll let you know if anything major happens down there, if we see any huge hands, if we have any eliminations, if we have any double ups. We'll stay across both tables, and then of course we get to that magical moment when every single player can have a seat on the main stage. So the players returning from break, just getting mic'd up, and then we'll get cards in the air once again. Another 90 minutes of poker to play until we hit the next break. This is the second level of the day to be played.
Espresso.
That's right, guys. 11 remain. Very, very near to a final table. We've been seeing a couple big pots being played here. A couple opportunities for individuals to be eliminated. Already lost 2 today.
But we are still tracking ahead. Generally speaking, an EPT will play with a 50 big blind average. Right now, Nick, we have a 60 big blind average. So if we were, for example, to get through this entire level without losing a single player, we would be back on pace. And the widget would be very happy with that.
Yeah, the widget is not results-oriented. It's a long game. The widget's playing the long game. I'll catch up with you eventually, the widget says.
And that's what generally happens is we do catch up. It's how poker tournaments work. It's all based around mathematics. But as I always say, Nick, the average stack does only tell half the story. If you were to get a situation, for example, where a player like Leonard or Leo or Arunas at the other table were to suddenly get like 15, 20% of the chips in play, you could still have a deep average stack with a lot of players in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Absolutely, 100%. That is the name of the game. Tournament poker, obviously so dynamic. The average can be very misleading, and that's why it's important that you do a little bit of chip tracking your table. Keep an eye on where the shorties exist, how shallow they are. One of the benefits of playing online poker, of course, James, is that you can kind of at a glance see the other tables, see how it's going on other tables, see if there's a couple short stacks that are at risk. It's a bit different when we play live cards, but they are back in the air. Hand number 33 commencing. Blinds now 25K, 50K with a 50K ante. Let's continue the poker.
So first hand of the new level, first hand back from break. It's folded to Jason Wheeler, who is on the button with Queen 8 of clubs. And Jason is going to raise here.
785.
Makes it 110,000. Queen 6 in the small for Leo Lease, the man with the van. And then we have Arnaud Ensemble in the big blind, playing around 30 bigs right now. King 4 offsuit, and being supported by his mum and dad. They came to Monte Carlo today to watch their son in action.
That's really nice. I would absolutely fly my parents out if I got this deep in an event like this. And here we go. King 4, definitely a hand you might want to defend here. Might even 3-bet this kind of a combination, James. King 4 seems like one of those we see a lot of 3-betting with that king blocker. Looks like that's what he's opted for here. So 110K in the middle, 380K is the 3-bet. A little bit over a 3X. Wheeler here sitting on about 52 bigs. And Arnaud has 22 after putting in that 3-bet. So not particularly deep. I'm not sure if Wheeler has the kind of combination you defend with, though, unless he gets a feel. And if there's a guy that we've seen really feeling out these spots, it's Wheeler. Super impressed with this guy thus far. Just seems to really have a great feeling for the game, and definitely has made some stellar folds so far, and some stellar checks where a lot of players just would never find a slowdown.
Ali watching on YouTube says, can't you have all the remaining players at the same table? If there's one thing poker players love, it's playing 11-handed. Let's make it happen.
Big Poker TV says, I'm boycotting this boring feature table until they put in Sapatovicius, which of course is the correct pronunciation and everybody knows it. Don't be crazy, chat. Anyway, next hand, 34.
Pretty sure Big Poker TV isn't going anywhere.
He will, of course, be covered in this scenario, guys. Still plenty more to come from our friend Sapatovicius.
Yeah, whilst we're at 2 tables, for as long as we're at 2 tables, we'll just rotate them every single level. I have to understand that some players aren't huge on being at the feature table. Some feel it puts them at a disadvantage, so we have to share the burden, as it were.
Share the load, and a second opportunity here for Ensemble to find a 3-bet. So he's starting the hand with about 33 big blinds. Might be tempted just to rip, although we're getting a little bit on the deeper side, James. I don't know, 33 is a bit of an awkward one. With ICM implications, I honestly don't know what the line is here. but you definitely want to be putting some more chips in the middle versus that super wide chip leader open. Yeah, that's it. Just going to go for the easy route. No messing around. I think this is the line I find as well. Pocket 10's going to be all in here and least quick fold.
Scott Anderson, I can believe it. Scott says, I've played a few tournaments where they jammed us in 11-handed. I know it happens, and that's why I made the comment. I know how much poker players love it. People complain about 9-handed. They often refuse to enter tournaments if they're 10-handed.
Yeah.
And there have been situations where I've seen games play 11-handed, and it's like,
no.
Yeah, that's my response as well.
Yeah, no, 100%. You know how I feel, chat. 3-handed or I'm not interested. That's it. Let's get it done with. 3-handed, 1-minute blinds. Let's go.
That's for him.
Couple espressos.
These are his drinks. Yeah, I have both of them.
How many drinks did Jason Wheeler order?
Yeah, guys, guys, you're on the TV table, huh? Play the cards.
Thank you. And then we'll have an espresso, which is also not mine.
Leo's like, why am I delivering these drinks right now? I intentionally didn't order
I can understand how, like, you know, the server arrives and has, like, there's 6 drinks on this tray. It must be one for every player. No, they're all Jason Wheelers.
They're all for Jason.
2 espressos, 1 cup of tea, 1 bottle of water, 1 orange juice, 1 Coca-Cola.
Oh, man.
You get money for it?
It's like being back at the old Vic. All the regs show up. I'll have my regular, thanks. 1 tea, 1 coffee, 3 biscuits. Put it in my mug. Thanks very much. You got to love it. Ensemble with another combo here. I think King Tray probably on the button. You just fold it, though. It's a very different setup. Those sort of offsuit kings, 3-bet against the wider ranges, not against under the gun open, of course. Hassan, 13 big blinds will be all in here. I'd be very surprised not to see the chips go in.
What does he start the hand with? 13 bigs?
Yep. You're in the small blind. I don't think there's any way out. This is just going to go in. Wheeler, of course, one of our bigger stacks. Still significantly behind Leo and Leonard Mao.
All-in?
Yep, there it is. 11 remain all in. Wheeler probably not going to spin this one with Jack 9 of spades, though.
And I guess a brief make this look good moment from Jason Wheeler before he folds the Jack 9.
Make it look good. It's nice to see some American flags out there, though, James. We don't see a ton of American flags on the EPT.
We see enough.
We see plenty. But, you know, a little bit of representation feels good.
Hassan chipping up to 17 big blinds. Still the shortest stack, not just at the feature table, but I believe in the tournament right now. We have got Oleg Vasilchenko over at the other table who is hovering around the 19 big blind mark. With 8-5 of diamonds under the gun. Folds. Pocket 10s for Arnaud Ensemble. Starts the hand with just shy of 40 bigs. Raises to 110,000. Leonard Maurer in the small blind.
How much did you start the hand with?
I started
Jack
with
10.
1.7 million.
Thank you.
So definitely a spot Mao might consider 3-betting. Just decides to call instead.
Wheeler with 4 deuce in the big. Folds. That means we're going heads up to the flop.
Maybe I'm
Jack 10 probably around 30% equity here pre-flop. First 3 cards coming out, though.
So you have less or
It
more?
is 6, 8, queen, 2 spades. So the gutter ball, 2 over cards to second pair for Mao. Ensemble does still have position. I'm assuming he's going to c-bet here quite often. A little bit deeper than before now, 35 big blinds behind.
Now, Leonard has an online handle that I recognize. We've covered a fair amount of online poker in the last 3 years. Be that Sunday Millions, Scoops, W-Coops. Grozorg is Leonard's online handle. And he was a qualifier for this event, qualified for 530 euros with a rebuy. However, he busted on day 1B and then bought in directly, fired a second bullet on day 2.
Interesting spot here. The 10s don't c-bet. Definitely fine just to check the flop as well. I don't think that's an issue. Mao does pick up a double belly buster on the turn, though. On Psalm, no spade in his hand. Interesting situation here for sure. Does he want to bet the turn? Check, check. Going to a river. 9 of spades, neither player with the flush, but a straight now for Mao.
Hard to feel comfortable with that straight on that board.
Yeah, absolutely.
$65.
That's 65,000.
Kind of a blocker bet scenario here.
$285.
285.
Love it.
285, yes. Turning those 10s into a bluff.
Strong read of the 65K blocker bet. Block this, Mao.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if he can find a hero call with a straight, salute. But he has folded it.
Yep. In this scenario, I feel like the blocker bet does cap him a bit, James. You can kind of see what he was trying to accomplish, and I think that usually just works a bunch, so I don't hate it, but I think our friend Ensemble finding that bluff feels really good to turn those 10s into a bluff and get the fold from the straight there. Good poker. Nice work.
Yeah, no worries.
So 5-handed on the main stage, 6-handed at the outer table. Least and Mao are still playing more than 4 million each. Wheeler and Ensemble are pretty much tied around the 2.5 million mark, and then on.
Come on, this is a joke of 2014. What is this?
You are better than that. I'm sorry, guys. You're better than that. Maybe should have called it 600.
Maybe.
No, it's the only spot there. Only hand, maybe small mistake.
So action waiting to be folded to the button. Mao at 4 deuce off fold, so a blind v blind. Jason Wheeler in the small. Ace king. Trafalgar watching on Twitch, wanting an overview of the tournament as a whole. And just a reminder, guys, we will head across to the other table for significant hands, but we have got the live updates team at Poker News staying across that table, and of course they are observing the 30-minute stream delay, so no danger of spoilers if you head over to Poker News. Meanwhile, Lease with 7s. So this is 44 bigs effective, Nick. Does it all go in pre here?
I'd say there's a good chance of it.
But Lee selects just a call with the 7s. We go to the flop. Queen 10-4. 7s are still ahead. Wheeler has the gut shot straight draw, still has those 2 live cards. It is pretty much a post-flop flip.
Yeah, sorry, I take it back, guys. We are actually quite deep here, especially given the nature of our near final table run. So I think probably these are never going to go in pre-ace king. Quite happy to get it in. 7's going to play it safe, though.
Three on the turn. Saw someone asking about the time bank chips. So the first day where the time bank was brought, or rather the shot clock was brought into play, was day 3. So at the start of day 3, everyone got 6 time bank chips. If you don't use those chips, they go in your bag with your chips overnight, and you get to bring them back for the next day. And at the start of every day, you get an additional 6 chips. So 6 at the start of day 3, 6 at the start of day 4, 6 at the start of day 5, and another 6 at the start of the final table.
Okay, Wheeler decides to continue here. So small bet flop, continue turns, going to get it done. 2 overcards in the gut shot, enough to get the 7s to fold. Seems pretty standard there.
And Wheeler playing around an average stack, just shy of 3 million chips right now. Good Rullet says, why are they unnecessarily tanking? I think they're just giving careful consideration to every move right now, because we have reached the point in the tournament where you're looking at real money decisions with every bet.
Yeah, I think we need to seriously redefine what we're calling tanking in the chat, by the way, guys. Seriously, that was a perfectly reasonable amount of time for every decision there. I don't think that there wasn't even a moment's thought, really, in the grand scheme of things. Hassan, or Hassan, it's probably Hassan, isn't it? Hassan, oh, let's not get that. You got me all on fire about the pronunciation, chat. Hassan here, kings. Gonna go ahead and open it up.
Queen Jack suited for Leonard Mauer. That must be coming from the mystery bouncer.
Must be.
Yeah, someone's just pulled out a 50K envelope.
7 pass, 8 pass.
So just a flat from the table chip leader. And Ensemble getting a good price here. Good odds to call with 9-6 of diamonds. Of course, he could get a little bit squeezy. We can see that wouldn't work for him.
Yeah, I think you probably just peel here, especially versus the UTG open. Yeah, makes the call going multi-way. I think probably almost any suited hand is a defend here once you have the call from Maua.
8-7 deuce, all clubs. So the straight draw for Ensemble. Hassan still ahead with the kings. Nothing really for Maua. No one has a club.
It's a part of me that misses being young, even though I'm embracing being old.
Yeah, I think Hassan here probably just needs to start blasting. It's such a weird one. In a multi-way pot, this can get so messy. He's only got 15 big blinds behind, though. Pot is already, SPR is already around 2 for Hassan. He's got about 2 times pot.
Bet 145,000.
145,000. Nice and chunky. Kind of as expected. Ensemble does have a straight draw here, but he's obviously got to be concerned that the clubs might not be any good for him. And of course, Hassan could just have a hand like kings with the king of clubs, no problem. Ace king with the ace of clubs, in which case you're drawn pretty thin. But wait, there's more. Makes the call. Wow, that is such an interesting turn now. Neither player has the club. Kings still ahead, but both players have got to hate this spot now.
Feels pretty prime.
Okay, so James, here's the big question.
I'm enjoying.
We both know they're not going to like the clubs, but does Ensemble find the bluff if we see a slowdown from the Kings?
We've seen that he's capable of reading the situation and exploiting someone who he thinks is weak.
Yeah, absolutely. If Hassan checks here, Ensemble has the opportunity to rep clubs and potentially get the Kings to fold. 2 checks going to the river. It is another club.
Oh,
However, Ensemble actually finds a pair now, James. So he kind of has a weird sort of showdown. Of course, he would be chopping in the case that Hassan doesn't, in fact, have a club as well.
How many chops have we had today?
I know.
We're running above expectation, I'd say.
Yes, this is a very, very interesting situation now. Ensemble could just bet like 200K here and potentially get him off a chop.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go, the size. I love you, mate. Nice work, Arnaud. Oh, calling for a chop might just be the saddest moment in poker, honestly. What a silly run out here for Hassan. Really was excited to see those kings, but yeah, nice work. Very well played from Ensemble. Again, finding le bluff. That is such a troll, and I'm here for it. Nice work, Arnaud. OG Nova in the chat says, when isn't this a chop? I'm new, sorry. It's not a chop if he bets the river and the other guy folds. Hashtag non-showdown. OG, in response to your question properly, if the other player has a club that is higher than any of the other clubs on board, that would, of course, give them the best flush because they have the better 5-card flush. Or actually any 5-card flush in this scenario, but on to the next one. Wheeler in the cutoff is sitting with about 56 big blinds. Ace-7. Looks like an opening hand to me from this angle. Does decide to go ahead and open to 110K.
Tread carefully with the spragging. That's all I'm going to say. Ensemble's parents.
Yeah, they got to be loving the show. He's just been stacking up, James.
And they don't know, because they don't see the hold cards, the moves he's been making. They may just think, oh, he's got good hands. Nope. A couple of good bluffs there.
They don't know that Arnaud knows what he's doing.
All in.
All in from Hassan for 11 big blinds. We said it yesterday, going to say it again today. You can't call an all in with the spraggy. Oh, he does. Jason Wheeler calls here.
So it's ace-10 min, might be pocket tens. Yep. Wow, big spot here. Great opportunity to get the double. He's going to be about 70-30 here pre-flop. There it is, 71-29. Hassan at risk.
But way ahead right now. Fades the ace on the flop. Just has to fade it on the turn and river. Turn card is a queen. And unless Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, or he's going to double up through Jason. Deuce. And that is Ori's rail celebrating his double up. High fives all around.
Nice work, boys. Really nice hold there from the 10s. And Ori back up to 25 big blinds, still very much alive in this EPT Monte Carlo main event.
And time for everyone watching to play results and say bad call with ace-7. I was slightly surprised, but I guess Wheeler had already raised. It wasn't a lot more to call. You figure you got an ace there, 35%, 30%.
Yeah, honestly, I think I might have found the raise fold there with the ace-7, but Wheeler just so much more experienced than I.
Yeah.
Did decide that it was a risk worth taking.
You got like 2.5? Yeah.
I think there's definitely some combinations you can still be beating from that position as well. Certainly some
3.9.
shoves that you're still going to
Nobody
be beating.
cares how much I have.
In this case, ace-7 no good. On to the next one.
Wheeler. And Jason Wheeler recovers by picking up queens. Now make it like you're tilting, Jason.
I mean, if there's one guy that we've seen just have absolutely no capacity to tilt, it's Wheeler. He's so chill. He really is not fazed by moments like that, and it's, you know, it's still in a great position to continue in this tournament. So, gonna open up the queens, of course. Ensemble.
So round to the blinds. Ace-8 for Ori Hassan.
So just stack some chips up here.
There's analysis on that last hand from above the rain. It was a bad call, but a lot of beginning poker players are falling in love with their ace. And Jason Wheeler has only been playing poker for 2 weeks, so it would make sense that he would be the kind of person who would fallen in love with their ace. 7-6 for Mao.
Do you remember the first time you fallen in love, James?
As if it were yesterday. Defends, and we are going to the flop, which has a 7 on it. Also has an ace, which Wheeler isn't loving.
Always an ace on the desk, James. It's great to see the beginner finding a continuation bet with the best hand here. Now it makes the call, of course. Nice cheap price for him. Could just have the best of it right now, making that pair. 10 of clubs on the turn. Neither player with a club. Might see a slowdown from Wheeler at this stage. Ace on the board. Trip 10s now ahead. Clubs now ahead. Does he want to control the pot here, right now? Check, check. River is the deuce of hearts. That's about as bricky as it gets. Yeah, I don't know, James. I think, especially given the way the hand is played, Mawa's probably just going to be happy to try and get to showdown with a 7. Wheeler might feel the same, but if we see a check from the 6-7, does Wheeler kind of put 2 and 2 together, realize he might be up against some 7x and try and go for some value? I think probably, for the most part, you're just going to want to check. Yep, seems good.
So we're nearly 30 minutes into this level and no eliminations so far. We came back from break with 11 players. We're still at 11 players. And we're not complaining. It'd be great to get through a single level and get back to a 50 big blind average. Get this thing back on pace. Has been running super fast for the last couple of days. Yesterday we got down to 16 very quickly. Elected not to stop at 2 tables, but at least play out the 4th level of the day. raise from Arnaud Ensemble. And he caught one of his cards. He's made it 110,000.
Yeah, range pretty wide here in the cutoff.
And Wheeler, another strong hand. Ace-queen in the big.
Versus that cutoff open, you probably want to be 3-betting ace-queen here. Obviously, we do have an opportunity to find a final table quite soon. Some players may opt to play this a little bit on the slower side. Wheeler has so much experience, though, I don't expect him to shy away from the clear 3-bet.
Raise 440,000.
Exactly 4 times the initial open. You do see this quite often, James, of course, from out of position 3-bets.
Yep.
In position, it's usually about 3x the open. Out of position, about 4. And I think this is a good stack depth to have kind of a standard 3-bet size here, if you're in Wheeler's shoes. On some, if he has a hand like 9-10 suited, might want to peel and play against the aggressive opponent. Obviously, Wheeler capable of 3-bet bluffing here, where you've got plenty of equity. Other combinations include ace-9 suited. They might try and defend there once in a while. Just makes the fold.
2X watching on Twitch says, curious, why is the delay 30 minutes and not, for example, 5 minutes? I mean, a single hand of poker often goes beyond 5 minutes. So for game integrity reasons and to avoid the possibility that any information about hold cards would leak into the real world and get to the players, you've got to have the delay at least cover the maximum duration of any single hand. Now, granted, since the shot clock has become an innovation, hands rarely go beyond 10, 15 minutes, but belt and braces.
Absolutely. Like, why risk it? It's not really any difference at all to the viewer. You guys are pretty much seeing it as it's available to anyone else on the planet outside of a handful of individuals. And under these circumstances, guys, it's important that we protect the hold cards. You don't want to know what people are holding by seeing their hold cards.
I mean, again, we've talked before about all of the various security protocols and procedures that are in place, but you just, why take any risks? And don't get me wrong, sorry, there is always risk. You can't have a live stream with whole card information with 0 risk, but you want to minimize it. And you do everything in your power to ensure that any potential game integrity violation, that you've guarded against every single possibility.
Yeah, game integrity, absolutely crucial here. Very, very serious.
I should also say, by the way, that you have to understand that in order for us to produce this content, in order for us to cover EPTs and show you feature tables and final tables, you need the cooperation of the players. And it is a question that goes out to the players, and I think 30 is probably the minimum that they're happy with. We did at one point try to bring it down to 15 or 20. A lot of objections to that.
So, James, we have a hand brewing here.
We do indeed.
I'm honestly really concerned about Hassan here. I would probably find myself shipping the ace-jack versus a 3-bet here. Obviously, Maua, definitely one of their bigger stacks, definitely capable of 3-bet bluffing this button. Ace-jack suited is way up there in hand rankings when you're looking at the range that could 3-bet you here from the button. This could contain so many combinations that will just 3-bet fold. You're going to have equity against some of them as well. For example, pocket 10s might be in there, 9s might be in there once in a while. It's just a little bit of a setup, and he is all in. Ace-king suited will snap, of course. He's just going to double check, makes the call, and our friend Hassan, fresh off the double, is at risk.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 70-30 scenario, so domination situation, James.
Absolutely, and if ace-king holds here, we will lose Ori Hassan in 11th place. We will be down to the final 10 players. Israel calling for a jack, jack, jack.
I think he wants to see club, club, club.
That's an alternative. Well, it is an ace-high flop. Couple of 6s, no clubs. And Mao is now a 3-1 favorite to eliminate Ori Hassan. No jack on the turn. Some chopportunities emerge. The river is a king, and ace-king does indeed hold, and that will see Ori Hassan dispatched in 11th place. He cashes for 63,300 euros, but his main event run comes to an end. We are down to 10 players, and we are only four-handed on the main stage, so we're going to need to bring whoever's due to post the big blind on the next hand up from the outer table to the feature table.
Hey, claps in the chat for Ori, guys. Killed it, man. Really, really played well.
Yes, and now I'm getting max value for the comments.
As Ori walks away to collect his prize money, let's just quickly handle this question from Jacob, who posts on YouTube. What is the reason you don't do sweat with hands anymore in the production? We do, Jacob, in the post-produced TV shows. I hate to break it to you, hate to burst your bubble, but that only works if you actually select a hand where you know all the cards and then basically hide one of them to make it work from a dramatic perspective. You can't just do that randomly. Let's sweat with Arnaud on this next. Oh, he's folded.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Plenty of that stuff. Head your way.
Well, it seems that Maduka Marigal has been moved to the main stage.
Man, smiles all around here, James. We are so close to a final table. It's just, we talk about milestones in tournament poker, don't we, James? We talk about making day 2, making day 3, making day 4. The next milestone here is making that final.
Yeah.
And that's where the cash gets real juicy.
And it's not just about making the final 9. There is a significant jump in prize money between 10th and 9th of around 20,000 euros. We are now at the point in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event where there is a money jump with every single elimination.
Timing chips, yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't used any of those guys.
I think I read the one hand where he used
Arnaud's parents came out for a good show here.
Would they be mad if I
Definitely been snacking some chips up. 48 big blinds now, looking good to make the finale.
Okay, I'd palm it after the turn.
Yeah.
So Maduka Marigal here joins the table with 32 big blinds. He's going to be our shortest stack, but 32 big blinds in tournament poker. Quite a deep stack here. It's got about half average. Here he is, repping the Canadian flag.
I promise I'll never use an extra 30 seconds that I wasn't entitled to. Because if I want it, I won't give it away again, will I? Right? If I want it as a memento, why would I come and use it at another tournament?
Was there any short stacks on that?
Maybe in a few years you're desperate.
Down to my last 30 seconds.
Oh, like
one guy, right? Yeah, one guy. That's it.
So it seems Jason Wheeler just getting information about what the state of play is at the other table. It seems that Oleg Vasilchenko is still relatively short. We don't have any short stacks at this table. Marigal is the low man, but he's still got 32 big blinds.
Yeah, still plenty of chips to play with, but I think that is clever from Wheeler just to get a little info, you know, a little insider info as the players swap. As I said, when we play online, it's so easy just to glance at the numbers on the screen and look across at the other. You could observe the other table in real time, you know. But it's going to change how people approach their strategy, trying to make it to that final, trying to make some pay jumps. Wheeler now starting the hand with about 51 big blinds is facing an open. We don't see the other card. Wow, obviously could be raising any sort of suited ace here. Combinations as weak as maybe even like ace-5, I think might sneak in there. Ace-5 off, I should say. Something like that. Ace-5 probably in there quite often. Maybe even ace-6, ace-7. I think being one of the chip leaders, and in fact our chip leader here at the main feature table, he can certainly start to widen up that range and apply pressure to our short stacks, sweating that final table jump. And Leo just wakes up with it here. Leo, our second in chips on this feature table, 75 big blinds. I think is going to love a 4-bet here. But is he going to find an alternative line in a scenario where we are one off the final table? I'm not sure you mess around at all here. I think you just, he is all in. Absolutely no messing around. He's saying, I have a great hand. I don't want to see a flop. And you have to ask yourself, James, would he be making this play as a bluff when Leonard Maua is one of the only players that covers him in this tournament? Would he put his tournament life at risk as a bluff in this manner against two Pretty deep stacked players, and indeed one of the deepest stacked players. I think he's just saying, I have ace king, I have queens plus, and that's about it.
This looks so strong because it is so strong.
Yeah, it's really difficult to think of a hand that he does this with that isn't just literally a premium.
Yeah. And Jason Wheeler wisely folds the eights. As Lease adds 575k to his stack. He's got 4.3 million, just shy of 90 big blinds. Of course, Leonard Mauer has more than 5 million, a 100 big blind stack. Jason Wheeler currently playing around 45 big blinds, still more than half the level to play.
How much are you playing roughly? It looks like
1.7.
1.7. Thank you.
Six pass. Seven pass, eight pass. Four.
Marigal, Jack Deuce of clubs in the small blind completes. Ensemble with 9-4 of clubs in the big. Could just see a free flop, but oh no. Oh yes. I thought he was putting the chips back there to stick in a raise, instead throws them in. Ace, king, queen, just the one club. Jack high is still the best hand. Marigal has checked.
Yeah, I think, well.
Both players picking up the flush draw on the turn.
I was going to say something, but that changes everything. I was going to say ace, king, queen, I feel like is a board that Marigal might limp button, limp small blind and stab, you know, as a bluff a lot. So I think a check on this texture is going to be sort of minimum jack high, if not actually a king or queen or an ace quite frequently. Both players with a flush draw now. It's going to go bet call minimum. If we see a club on this river, there will be blood.
A bet of 60,000 folded by Ensemble. So it is 3:13 p.m. local time here in Monaco. And that means there's 2 minutes to go until the first mini EPT event of the day. It is a $2.20 deep stack event. Of course, there is late registration open, but if you want to be in from the start, you've got 2 minutes to go. Future games, 6:15 and 8:15. Those are the start times every single day of the series. Runs today and tomorrow. And tomorrow we will have the mini main, which has a Barcelona package going to the winner. Every single event has scoop tickets added to the prize pool.
Absolutely, guys.
Because Scoop starts on Sunday. The 2023 Spring Championship of Online Poker almost here. As soon as Monte Carlo wraps on Saturday, everyone's going to be going home, firing up and grinding Sunday with the launch events.
Absolutely, James. Can't wait. Guys, if you're not taking advantage of those events, there's so much added value. Check them out. They are very, very good to get you on your way during Scoop. Lise has kings once more. Lise just getting all the combinations today. Flat from the ace-7 of hearts. Some has a real awful hand. Queen deuce off. Just going to give it some thought. However, I think he knows what he's doing here. Little glance out to the outer table as well.
You're around 4, right?
So our big blind has a decision here. Just asking for a couple chip counts. 9 of hearts. Don't see the other card here.
Ace, 10, 9, all spades. So yes, you don't like to see an ace when you have kings, but when you do flop the nut flush draw, you can't be too unhappy.
Yep, I agree. Let's see how Leo wants to approach this. Looks like he wants to put in a C-bet.
Whatever Leo wants, Leo gets.
Very good. Bet and a call.
I've noticed, and this goes back to the hand from the previous session where Marigold played the King 10 super fast. He plays every hand super fast. I mean, no wonder he hasn't used any time bank chips. Snap decisions on every street in every hand.
Yeah. Saving up for the ultimate slow roll later, James. The 18 time bank chip slow roll.
And we don't know what Mauer has beyond a pair of 9s, but he's sticking around, and that is the nuts for Leo Lees.
Leo has the nuts.
And even if, as some people think he does, Mauer has a set of 9s or 2 pair, 10s and 9s, this board looks horrible for everyone but Lees now.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say there's a chance that Mauer might have considered 3-betting 9s pre-flop given the cutoff open dealer button call. I think flatting is totally fine as well, but I'm certainly going to be in there at some frequency just because you're going to pick it up pre-flop so often with all that extra dead money of the button call. I think Leo wants to continue again. Might size up here, trying to punish some weaker spades, maybe some sets indeed. Still a potential.
285,000 gets a fold from Marigold. Mauer playing a time bank.
So he's sticking around, guys, which leads me to believe he's going to have at least a hand like maybe ace-9, maybe a hand like 9-10. He's got to have at least some 2-pair combo, if not the set itself, as some people have mentioned, which I definitely think will be in there.
Well, the board is not paired on the river, Nick, so we can say with 100% certainty that Lees is ahead here.
I suppose he could also have a hand like queen-9 with a queen of spades. That wouldn't be completely crazy. Maybe jack-9 with a jack of spades. Everyone got their sets in my head. I think that's still perfectly reasonable just to have a flush here. What does Leo want to do here? 1.2 in the middle. You want to make it look bluffy, but you also don't want to completely price out some weaker spade flushes here.
So Lees went for 90,000 on the flop, 285,000 on the turn, and his river bet is 715 into a pot of just over 1.2 million. This looks so strong.
It does. Yeah, makes the fold.
Are we literally never going to know what Mauer's other card was?
That's very sad.
Well, the great thing is everyone's right. Those of you who said he had a set, correct. Those of you who said he had ace-9, correct. Those of you who said he had 10-9, correct. Jack-9 with the jack of spades, boom. Queen-9 with the queen of spades, well done.
Schrodinger's hand.
Everyone gets a milkshake. Juppy returns to the table as Leo Lees takes the table chip lead. 5.1 million for Leo. Leonard drops down into second place with 4.5 million.
If Juppy's back at the table, does that mean that everybody gets a milkshake?
Juppy.
Juppy.
The only people who are wrong are the people saying that Leonard had a hand that didn't contain a 9.
I'm about 98% sure he had a 9 in that hand, guys.
We are more than halfway through the level now. A single elimination. 10 players remaining. 2 tables of 5.
Like 2.2.
And action folded around to the blinds. Mauer in the small with 7-6 of spades.
Six raised to 150,000 total.
Oh, wow. Kings, 2 hands in a row, albeit for a different player, but Wheeler has picked up the second best starting hand in Hold'em.
Yeah, James, it's like I said, I mean, even though we have seen a slowdown of sorts, the deck is still trying to do the work. Deck is still trying to get some bust outs. Still trying to find those eliminations for us.
Poor old Mauer keeps walking into kings.
One of these days he'll improve. 6-7 of spades, great combination to do it with, James. If you want to crack kings, if you want to crack aces, 6-7 suited, 8-7 suited, some of the best to do it with.
So Wheeler makes it 470,000. Nick, I know that Americans sometimes have a reputation for being a little bit insular, a little bit ignorant, maybe not aware that there are other countries and other time zones on the planet. And then you've got JD, who says, why are they 3.5 hours in at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time? Who starts a poker tournament that early, PokerStars? At least he understands the concept of the continent of Europe, of an international poker platform. Well, Mauer called the re-raise. Does not connect with this board. King's huge favorite.
Wheeler.
Sound that out. 285,000 total. 6-4.
They put a drink system. They put drinks system.
Did I owe it mine back for that last one?
Yeah, you did.
I gave it to you?
You gave it to me already.
You hold on to that, Jason. You might need it in the future. Wheeler moves back up over the 50 big blind mark. A reminder, we don't have any short stacks at this table. Officially, the shortest stack is Maduka Marigold, who's playing 30 bigs.
Loads of chips. So I'm keeping the place tidy. Thanks, buddy.
10.
Lucky clap and a fold. Wheeler in the small blind. Very nice hand, king, queen.
Seat 7 call. Seat 8 check. Heads up.
Ace, Jack, 5. Lisa's turn to have the 7-6 of spades, which again doesn't really connect with the flop. Gut shot for Jason Wheeler. Still has the best hand right now with king high, and is going to bet. Gets a fold from Leo Lees. Danilo says, how long to the next break? Need to cook my dinner. 38 minutes on the clock, with the caveat that if we get to 9 players inside the next 38 minutes, there will be a redraw which will then delay the break. But assuming we stay at 10 players, the next break will be in just over half an hour's time.
You didn't bite. I'd raised you for value 3 times. I said, now I'll check raise. You didn't bite.
A pretty hand.
By the way, a short while ago, I did award everyone a milkshake, and everyone wants to know what they can do to claim their prize. I've got some bad news. Stapes drank your milkshake.
Even a backdoor or a backdoor straight or whatever.
6-3 of hearts for Ensemble. Folds under the gun.
6-6 raised to 100,000 total.
Next level, 1,000, 2,500, 2,500.
7 and 8-4.
Cut off open. Takes it down.
Ace check suit. Yeah? No.
It's very clear to me now that Mr. Nasty is doing a bit. Oh, how we lolled.
Omega lulls here in the commentary booth. Next hand, guys. Still 10 remain. Blind still 25K, 50K with a 50K ante. King Queen from Maua.
6-6 raise, 100,000 total. 7 fold.
Okay, little moment here for Elise. Currently our table captain here, main feature table.
I like Jack 9 of diamonds. It's a pretty hand. Going to 3-bet to 250K.
Ooh, that's a very cheeky sizing here. Miragal actually pausing for a moment, James. You seeing this? This is the slowest we've seen him play. Just kidding, obviously, bit of a tough spot here for the 10s. It's a small 3-bet. I think it's
10.
Close between calling and raising. If you think that Leo is going to be getting out of line here a lot, I think 10s is an easy shove. But we're so close to a final table. If you just ship here and run into aces, you're going to really, really feel bad. I think knowing Leo, I might just find the ship myself, but it's so tough when you're there in situ. Yep, and now this is all in, makes the right move.
Yeah, it's good there. Sorry.
And gets it through. Nice little pickup there for our friend Maduka Marigal, up to 38 big blinds now.
Now, if you're watching the stream yesterday, we had a couple of redraws, one at 24 and one at 16. And during one of those redraw breaks, we did show you the interview from Poker in the Ears with the most recent EPT main event champion, the first ever Paris champion and the first ever EPT winner from Romania. Thrilled to say that Razvan Balea is with us on the stream right now. Razvan, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Hello.
So tomorrow you will no longer be the most recent EPT winner. So enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, I need to. I'm a bit sad because I didn't make it back to back, but yeah, this is poker, so.
I mean, I guess from a field of 1,098 entries, hard to cut through and hard to make 2 deep runs in a row. On what point did your main event journey come to an end here in Monaco?
I played 2 bullets in the first day, and yeah, I didn't make it to second day, so I busted early in the first day. But I still made 3 deep runs in the other side events. So.
Good. Still putting up results. Glad to hear it. So we've got a 10-7-6 board here. That's a pair of sixes for Mauer. Check, check, quick check, check, and we get the ace on the turn. Mauer now a 97% favorite. And we get a bet from Marigal of 75,000. Any of these players known to you, Razvan? Ever come across any of them before?
Maue, I know Maue from online.
Yeah. Grozorg.
Yeah. And I'm not sure about the rest. Is Mike still in?
Yes. So Watts is over at the other table.
Yeah, I played with him.
You get Mauer. Check in the river. Marigal checks behind. Pair of sixes is going to be good.
Yeah, Marigal's got that big stack of whites there, guys. Just acting so quickly, making his decisions. Lightning fast time. If he ever comes across a really tricky one, he's going to have plenty of seconds to get through.
Now, I know Paris was only a few months ago, but my memory's not what it used to be. Remind me, when we were at this stage in Paris, 2 tables, 10 players remaining, where were you at that time? I know obviously coming into the final day you had a huge chip lead, but when there were 2 tables of 5, where were you around that time?
I was chip leading all the way in last 2 days.
Right.
So from last 15, I never lost the chip leader.
Nice position to be in.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing.
That is pretty sweet. Were you ever concerned? Nah, never concerned. Always chip leading all the way.
Actually, when they made the chip up with the 500k chips, I told them, I showed the chip 500 and told them, you can see this, but you won't feel it. and that happened.
I love it. So we got Leo here under the gun, making the min raise.
10.
Of course, I say under the gun. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-handed here. 1 table of 5 here on our feature table. So ranges will be adjusted as such. Wheeler, Queen 5 suited, probably will want to defend here. Is currently dominated against the Ace Queen. Diamonds. Obviously a tricky one. Ace of Diamonds in Leo's hand here as well. Flop comes 4 of hearts, 9 of spades, 3 of hearts. Leo still in front.
Yeah, the domination continues. And this is a weird stage for me of any tournament in that you've come so far. To be in the final 10 out of 1,098, you know, is a huge accomplishment. But the reality is 10th place is going to get 63 grand and the winner's going to get 890K. I guess you had the chip lead, Razvan, but I guess you're still mindful and conscious of those money jumps with every decision you make. I guess from your position, probably how you can leverage that against the other players.
Actually, I never thought about the money.
Really?
Yeah. It was my first time when I didn't thought about money, and it was the first time when I made it through this far in such a great tourney to be in. So, yeah, I think if you don't think about the money too much and you play your game as you're supposed to, money will come for sure. but we need to be aware of ICM. And
of course. And as we highlighted a short while ago, we have reached the stage of this tournament where there is a money jump with every KO now. Here's a question which I think we may have asked you on the podcast. At this stage, how fresh were you, considering that this is day 5 of 6, and considering that, you know, the days weren't super brutal in Paris, but you're still playing for 9 to 10 hours a day?
Yeah, it's a bit exhausting, but with the right support behind you and the right focus, I think it's pretty easy to do it.
I mean, Jason Wheeler always looks relaxed, always seems to be taking it in his stride. And again, Jason is a player who has made final tables before, came second in Prague in 2017.
So Wheeler does raise, and Leo waking up with it once again. Ace Queen, blind v blind, will have position against Wheeler all throughout this hand. Looks like a call. Playing it safe, 10 left. Is currently dominating Wheeler's ace-7. Having sort of underrepresented your hand here pre-flop, I think you need to be cognizant on 9-9-6. You're just going to have the best hand so often. Definitely need to get sticky in situations like this, blind v blind. I mean, Wheeler could very well think he's kind of value betting / protecting the best hand here just with the ace-7 of spades. Bets about 1/3 pot.
A raise from Lees.
Wow.
Surprised by that?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised actually.
It's a really interesting spot to find a raise here. It's kind of like, is he just thinking pre-flop I probably have the best hand, so on this flop I probably still do, so I'm just going to protect my hand now?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's very, very interesting. Is going to get paid here. Wheeler does make the call with the worst of it. As I say, Leo's hand is so under-repped in this situation. It's such an interesting dynamic. And the queen on the turn pretty much seals the deal. Unless Wheeler can somehow discover some sort of way to represent a 9 or something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to pull a miracle out of his pocket because he's officially drawing dead.
Check, check on the turn. And running queens for Leo. He knew it was coming. Why would you not raise the flop if you didn't know you were going to make a running boat? Come on.
At no point did he have the worst hand.
That's true. However, still a pretty sick run out here. Wheeler might be thinking his ace is good on a double paired board. Queens and 9s with an ace. Was I getting raised as a bluff on this flop? Does Wheeler find a blocker bet?
Ooh, Wheeler does bet, and it's 375,000.
Man, what a spot. I think Leo can afford to go quite big here. Obviously thinks he might be targeting some 9x. You know, does he ever find a hero call off of ace-7? I'm not sure, but just such a wonderful run out for ace-queen. Not really afraid of anything here.
Tricky check with the ace-queen as well on the turn.
Yep.
There is the raise from Leo Lees.
Oh, love this size here. Just so punishing. If Wheeler does have the 9, man, it's so easy to level yourself into a call in this scenario. And I think that's what he's trying to target here. I also don't think, given the way the hand was played, that Ace-7 is the most insane call ever. I think at this stage, you probably lean towards a fold, I guess, Razvan. But when it goes raise flop, check, check, turn, is he going to try and turn 5-6? Sorry, hand like 7-8 into a bluff on this river? I don't know. It's such a goofy situation to find yourself in, and the running card's just so well disguised.
Yeah, it's under repped. This here.
We've seen Jason Wheeler make pretty good decisions so far today, including some pretty big laydowns.
And I think having a 7 in your hand here is quite interesting, though, as well, if you're Wheeler, right? Because you really want him to have 5-7 here or 7-8 here. There's lots of sort of gut shots and straight draws and stuff that you might turn into a bluff on the flop if you're in Leo's position that you might then suddenly feel inspired to make a bluff with. But, yeah, it does make the right fold. Huge pot there for Leo. He's going to be sitting very, very pretty at this stage in the tournament.
Leo Lease now playing 5.8 million, 115 big blinds with 20 minutes left on the level. So since we spoke to you, Razvan, what's going on? Have you balanced out the amount of coaching you're doing versus playing versus studying? Have you got your live schedule worked out for the next few months?
Yeah, actually I did. Now I'm living the great life, the good one. I did before that too, but now it's a bit more nice.
A bit more comfortable?
A bit more comfortable. I can play higher stakes as well. I can be here. I can be everywhere at EPT stages, and yeah, it feels amazing. So after all these years of hard working,
yeah,
I'm here and I'm really happy.
I love it, mate. Absolutely love it. So Wheeler back in the mix here, now down to 34 big blinds after that encounter. Chip update here. Leo Lease now up to 115 after that huge pot, but Wheeler is going to enter this pot from the button, of course. 110K from the button, A6 off. Marigal, never one to slow it down, makes the call. Queen 9 seems like a very nice hand to defend with here. So now these are the two shortest stacks at our feature table here, as we see a flop of 8, 10, 10, rainbow.
Wheeler still has the best hand. And bets. Quick call from Marigal. Deuce of spades on the turn. Wheeler now a 3-1 favourite. One thing we've been slightly surprised by watching the action today is how quickly Maduka Marigal acts. Quick folds, but more importantly, quick raises, quick calls. Doesn't really take a lot of time over his decisions.
He knows what he's doing, I guess.
Okay.
He's got a plan.
Interesting small bet here. He did find the call with ace high, of course.
Never mind, doesn't know what he's doing. Lost the pot. Just kidding. Ace high takes it down. Nice hand there for Mr. Wheeler.
Unicool says, promote your stream, Razvan.
Yeah, I actually started to stream both Twitch and YouTube. It's going pretty nice, and I'm looking forward to stream scoops that are coming now.
Of course. So is that going to be you for the month of May, just kind of like completely focused on Scoop?
Yeah.
Where can people watch your streams, buddy?
Razvi with the Y, QQ on Twitch, and Belair Razvan on YouTube.
Razvi QQ. That's Razvi with a Y. Check it out.
Least raising the button with Jack 7 of spades, King 10 suited for Marigold. He calls. And Arnaud Ensemble has King Queen of strawberries in the bag. The stupid human says Razvan is a strong Zoom player.
Zoom? I never played Zoom.
You're confusing him with someone else, you stupid human.
Ensemble.
1.38 is for that.
Just asking for some chip counts. Thought we were putting in a raise here, but he does have a nice hand here in the big blind. 41 big blinds. Marigold is the shortest, 25. And he's just going to play it as a jam. Huge pickup there for Ensemble.
Well, we're going to go over to the other table where a hand between Oleg Vasilchenko and Joachim Haraldstad has gone to the river. The board is the 9 of clubs, Queen of hearts, 4 of hearts, Deuce of hearts, 3 of spades.
All in.
And we just hear Vasilchenko declare all in. Snap called by Haraldstad, who shows 10-5 of hearts. Vasilchenko with the ace of hearts blocker. He was bluffing, and he is KO'd. The flush is good for Haraldstad. Ace high, no good. And Oleg Vasilchenko will depart in 10th place, cashing for 63,300 euros. That's going to take us down to 9. That is going to take us to the redraw. The 9 remaining players will draw for seats around the main feature table. Everyone's going to play up on the main stage now. Looks a little bit shell-shocked.
Yeah, Javier Sleek, so close. I think we all know that feeling, bubbling a final table. It's just such a rough moment. Just got to take it in. On to the next game, guys. Hashtag next game, please. Oleg Vasilchenko, 10th place finish, 63,300 euros.
And when you consider that he came into play today as one of the 2 shortest stacks, he did a decent job of laddering a couple of spots. But his journey goes no further. And looks like players concluded at the table on the main stage as well. The redraw will be published shortly. I mean, obviously we know where the players will be sat, but seat draw, very important on final table, right, Razvan?
Yeah, very important to have position here on the better players.
No, I disagree.
I miss this this stage.
It's the ruling. I mean,
He gets 30 seconds to think about his hand. He can take it every time if he wants.
yeah, I don't think the Florman will.
I disagree.
I don't care too much.
I don't really
It's
care,
about
but I disagree.
The floor who would make the rule that it's not allowed.
Some discussion about how long it's taking Ensemble to make his decisions and the fact that he's spending pretty much all of his shot clock on every single decision, on every single street. Jason Wheeler doesn't have a problem with it. Mao does have a problem with it.
It's not fair. I just know it doesn't exist when you have the timing.
It does. It does. The same as for stalling. Like you can't. It happened. I mean, I played those high roller.
Yeah, James. I think Mao does have a point here. We have seen some rulings that overrule the shot clock, but usually just at really big pinch points, right? Usually just in the moments where it's going to heavily impact on bubble situations. In this case, obviously the final table bubble, not quite as strictly enforced.
So Jason Wheeler will have a seat at the final table, as will Mike Watson, winner of the PCA main event in 2016. We talked earlier on about Jason Wheeler's runner-up finish in Prague in 2017. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to take the break early. So we have 17 minutes left on the clock. We were due to take a break at the end of the level. We'll take the break now for the redraw and come back in 20 minutes time. A reminder of what they're playing for with 9 remaining. Everyone now locks up 82K, 890 up top.
And more action as we continue to try to play down to 6 on the penultimate day of the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. 20-minute break, and then we're back with a single table.
Small and call.
So Craig McCorkle calls in the small blind with Jack-9. Nicholas Schwete raises from the big blind with a dominating hand, Queen-Jack.
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation for Jack-9 suited. Seems reasonable to limp call with it, even though we know he's dominated.
9 of spades, 10 of spades, king.
Okay.
Wow.
So Schwete flops the absolute world. He has the straight with a redraw to a straight flush. McCorkle here with bottom pair and a gut shot.
Bet 175 from Nicholas.
Yeah, and I love just betting this. There's so many hands you can get called by. No reason to slow play it. You look like you're semi-bluffing some of the time.
Yeah, 175,000 the c-bet from Schwete.
Great call.
McCorkle calls. Three of
Because
clubs.
while you're not really afraid of anything, right, there's almost no bad turn cards for you, except for ones that kill your action.
Yeah.
I think McCorkle can just fold now. Right, this looks way more hopeful on the flop than it does on the turn.
Yeah.
Second barrel from Schwete, 250,000.
The optimistic, like, I have a pair and a draw, is now I have bottom pair. Well, it's not quite bottom pair, but I have third pair.
Great call.
This is optimistic. There's lots of dirty outs for you. Like, do you really want to hit two pair? Do you really want to make your straight that's a spade?
So, backdoor clubs got there. From Schwete's perspective, I don't think you should be too worried about that. McCorkle has checked him for a third time. And Schwete empties the clip.
300.
Value bets his straight, 340,000.
I mean, is anything about what we've seen of Schwete thus far say triple barrel bluffer to you?
No.
I mean, maybe he's the type of person that would make a big fold here, like top pair or even two pair possibly, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to try.
And Craig raised to 1 million.
Oh, wow. McCorkle bluff raises the river.
Wow.
I mean, he's got more or less what the second nuts, right?
Wow. Yeah, fucking backdoor flush.
It's the only thing you should be worried about, and it's just so unlikely.
Call.
Yeah.
No? Oh. Up your cards. Woo. Yes. Yes.
Yes, all right, buddy. I know you're...
Hey, it's Walid Bouhabib.
More like Walid Yay Habib.
شايف العبدة مظبوطة. ما سام. ما حطني.
Anyway, I know emotions are running high, but sort of like the turn your hand over thing is not necessary.
That being said, when you call a player's bet, they should show their hand. That's the whole point of calling.
It was just a little aggressive the way he asked, but yes.
Sure.
I agree that that's what should have happened. Please and thank you, maybe. Next time. Nicholas, not so sweetie.
Please.
Sweetie back in action, raising small to big with King Jack of strawberries. Andrew Chen with ace-9.
What's he going to flop this time? Just a royal?
Can't. Chen's got the ace of hearts.
Sorry, straight flush.
Yeah, he's going to have to make do. He's going to have to make do with the straight to the king.
Andrew Chen can four flush, Sweetie can straight flush.
Well, actually, it's Chen who flops best. Sweetie does have the straight draw and continues for 150K.
Well, Chen would be a fool to fold.
Turn card, 6 of diamonds.
Chen still ahead. Whoa, slow down, Sweetie, slow down.
Yeah, I think in general, Andrew's going to be pretty happy to call another bet here.
245,000.
Just way more likely Sweetie is blasting off than has any sort of value hand.
Andrew calls.
And when Sweetie gets stationed twice, maybe he shuts it down on the river.
Ace of diamonds.
Just stop. Cease. Desist.
No.
Run away.
No.
Yep, he's checked. Chen, understandably, having river to full house, will go for value.
Sweetie with the nut nothing.
95,000.
Oh no,
Wait.
not the King High Hero call.
Yeah, he really wants to win this hand, but folds.
Ace or queen? Which? Ace or queen?
You beat King High, do you? You beat King High.
Yeah, King High?
Yeah. Huh?
Huh?
You beat King High.
Maybe.
Pretty sure you do.
Take a raise. 250,000.
Hey James, we got a stage 5 clinger over here.
650.
Nicholas re-raised to 650,000. Andrew calls.
So he's opened with Ace Jack and Sweetie with pocket tens as 3-bet.
More bank.
Kalmazinas has queens in the big.
I was about to say this guy's going to be absolutely nutted to get involved. We've seen him. He plays relatively snug. Got away from the 9s before. Queens he will not be able to get away from.
How much do you have behind, sir?
I play a total of 2.4.
Total of 2.4, right?
How much do I have behind? My entire life.
2.9. 2.9.
Is this a mullet? Is this a baby mullet?
1.45.
I will need some time, guys. Sorry.
Why? The super live chip leader's 3-betting. You have pocket queens. I'm gonna run around the room, high five everybody after I move all in.
Hold.
He is tight.
Karmazinas folds queens.
Look, there are ICM considerations, right? We're not in the day on ace jack folds too.
I will tell you.
Holy.
I'll tell you later. What? I'll tell you later. It's better. Okay, I will tell. I folded queens.
You're an idiot.
Good fold. Good fold? Yeah.
What would be hilarious if Schweitz just laughed in his face. You folded queens? Ah!
Good fold for you or for him?
No matter if he has this king, it's a good fold if he has this king. For me.
I agree, it is a good fold if he has ace king. I think that,
He wouldn't push.
I know it looks crazy, but if there are other shorter stacks, why?
No jack.
Why get it all in there? Why pull a Gurphy?
Yeah, good fold.
I have a big hand.
What?
I have a big hand, of course, raising.
So it's at least a flip, right?
I can't. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Okay.
"27 players remain. Action at the feature table has been folded to Johnny on the button. He's got deuces.
Get out your wallet, Hardigan.
He raises to 25k. Queen 10 for Ludovic Geilich in the small blind. He calls. And Adrian Mateos is coming along for the ride with Queen 9.
And away we go.
Top pair for Ludo.
Look at that tenor is trying to get away.
Checked to Loddon.
Check.
He checks behind. King on the turn. Ludo still has the best hand. Checks again. Mateos now with a gut shot. Also checks.
Check.
And still no betting action from Johnny. 8 on the river. Geilich bets 11,000.
Little blocker bet with what is almost always going to be the best hand.
Ooh, what's Mateos doing?
He hates little blocker bets because they totally give away the strength of Ludo's hand, probably.
So it's a bluff raise to 55,000. And here comes Johnny.
That's because Johnny hates raises of tiny little blocker bets because they give away the strength of both people's hands, and you all owe me $50.
Johnny re-raises, so he's bluffing one guy and value raising the other. Huh.
I'm sure he'd be happy with 2 folds.
Geilich's passed. And Mateos, who has Queen High, folds as well.
Show the bear ace. Show the bear ace.
This one? Ah, shows them the deuce.
Yeah, show the bear ace, that's what's it. You've got the bear ace there, I was just so close to snapping, and hopefully you fold. Nice play, nice play.
I wouldn't have done it.
Actually set up the pot
I
to
wouldn't have
win.
raised you, but as long as he
Yeah,
comes
of course, that's the only way you could win the pot, but I was thinking that as well. And I was close to calling with a 10.
Well, Johnny's putting a lot of pressure on himself to do well here. How about we share some of the burden? How about we sweat with Johnny?
All right, I'll allow it.
Pocket fives under the gun. He raises to 160,000. Adrian Mateos calls in position on the button. Muhyiddin Ferez in the small blind. Also calls.
I don't need to be rude, but I'm not super worried about Ferez just calling out of the small blind.
Hadi Al-Azma, our qualifier, is in the big blind.
Yeah, it's fun. Everybody's in. You see, when you don't 3-bet, so much more. Now everybody can win.
Set, please.
Family pot. And an ace-9-3 flop. Ferez checks. Al-Azma checks. Johnny checks.
Free card? Huh? What do you say?
No dice. 275,000 from Mateos. Ferez calls. Al-Azma folds. He completely missed the flop.
So calling would be pretty weird here with a bet and call in front of us, and I know what I would do, but folding's never really been Johnny's thing.
Remember, those black chips are 100K apiece. This is a check raise to 715,000.
Aha, all right. See, now Johnny did raise under the gun, so he can rep an ace here pretty realistically. We're repping an ace.
Action back on Mateos. He calls. Muhyiddin Ferez folds. He had a 9.
Well, we got rid of one hand, and it was better than ours.
So heads up to the turn. Four of clubs. Having raised flop, Johnny checks the turn.
We're definitely taking an interesting line. Usually we're supposed to keep betting there.
So Mateos bets 650,000.
Now this says to me that Adrian is not too worried about what we've got, but if he had a really big ace, maybe he would have 3-bet before the flop? No?
Johnny calls. And this hand's going to the river. With nearly 3.7 million in the middle, Johnny only has 2 million behind. The ace of diamonds pairing the board.
That makes it tougher for us to rep an ace, but also it makes it tougher for Mateos to have one.
Johnny checks again.
All in.
And the chip leader shoves on Loddon.
Oh, boy. Calling here and being right is the kind of thing legends are made of, but calling here and being wrong is so stupid and obvious that when you do it, you pretty much die of shame. I think this is a super easy fold, but for some reason, Johnny doesn't agree with me. Johnny knows just how aggressive Mateos has been. I can't even imagine the amount of dynamic and leveling that has been going on for Johnny to be even thinking about calling here.
Clearly a tough decision for him.
Now that Johnny's so suspicious, I kind of want him to call.
Johnny folds. Mateos shows a bluff, jack high!
Oh, he didn't have to show it.
Sykt ikke stola på instinktene, skal være blikksynere. Jævla dårlig!
Vaya con Dios.
No ace and I snap out. Because then it make no sense what he's betting if it's not an ace. Ace you can easily bet. It's a queen, I snap out.
I don't even know how you even think about calling there.
So sure you were floating. When I called the turn, I was just gonna call the river. I had nothing.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 5 of Wouldn't You Know It, EPT Monte Carlo. 1,098 total entrants in this event, now down to the final 9. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And EPT Paris champion, the only one of all time, Rezvan Balea.
Hello, year of Romania.
Year of Romania, that's right.
Let's go.
Fantastic. No Romanians left in this final 9, but a very cool assortment of various flags representing countries around the world. Chip leader is Joachim Haraldstad. Leo Lees. Second in chips, Leonard Maui of Germany, sitting in fourth. And Mike Watson, that's a name we know very well. As far as names we know before this, Jason Wheeler in the 8th spot at the moment. And as you can see, even being 9 of 9 here is not super short. Still 25 big blinds for Maduka Marigal. 17 minutes left on the level. We took the break a little earlier than scheduled. And now we finally get to start paying out the numbers on this screen. We've been showing it all week. We're there. Next player eliminated gets 82,000 euros. And after that, it's 6 figures to the break of dawn. Now, granted, we're not going to get to that winner today. We're going to stop play at some point, hopefully with 6 players to go. But now is when the real poker starts. Blinds at 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante. Rezvan, final table still has to be in your immediate short-term memory at this point.
Yes.
When you got to the final 9, what were you thinking? What were you feeling?
I was feeling amazing, and I really wanted to win this for not only for me, for all Romanians, and yeah, I was feeling pretty good and very focused. I was in my A zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Maduka Marigal is going to have to play his A game. He is the shortest stack at the moment. Like I said, 25 big blinds, a stack that most players are pretty comfortable with at this point. Obviously, you'd like some better news to report, but I don't think anybody's really freaking out over 25 big blinds anymore.
There's Leo, 113 bigs. Hashtag Team Lease, 5.6 million in his stack.
The man in the van. This is our chip leader, Joachim Haraldstad. 7.25 million. I can see Rezvan nodding his head, just imagining being chip leader. Just imagining going into... Yeah. Imagining, remembering, whatever you want to call it. Picturing it. Leonard here out of Germany. 3rd in chips. And of course, the American sensation, a regular on the EPT for many years, Jason Wheeler, 8th of 9. Sammy Boujmala repping France, one of 2 French players in the final 9. And one of 2 Canadian players in the final 9. Speaking of EPT regs, Mike Watson, $18 million in total live earnings.
Sir what?
Sir Watts. It sounded like you said so what, but no, 18 million is pretty good.
hey, Joe, what's this guy's name?
This is Arunas Sapatovicius. Nope, Sapatovicius. I was just about to say my favorite thing about the Romanian online rail when you made the final table, Rezvan, as they go, you're not quite saying Balea right, but you're close enough.
Yes, yeah.
And the Lithuanians have not been going easy on us about the pronunciation of Sapatovicius. Don't want to leave out Arnaud Enselme, the other French player. And it looks like it is time to get cards back in the air. Yeah, the Romanian rail, you said that you felt like all of, you know, you kind of had a pressure on you from, you know, your home country, rooting you on at home, and they were there for you. They really did come out.
Big support, and I want to thank everyone, and it was amazing support and overwhelming.
Did you do the Romanian version of the Tonight Show when you got home? Did you go on the talk show circuit?
And a bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool.
A lot of media attention, yeah.
Very cool.
Late night Bucharest.
Action is folded around to Arnaud, Queen 9 in the cutoff. Let's it go. 5-2 suited for the chip leader in position. Oh, they're not going to respect you. Marigal in the small is going to limp in. Jason Wheeler with the option.
Wheeler takes the check.
He told a couple of our crew outside that he's been listening to the same rap song on repeat for 5 days straight.
Who, Wheeler?
Yeah.
Is it the EPT rap?
I think it's probably something a little bit more hardcore if I know Jason Wheeler.
I don't know anything more hardcore than the EPT rap.
Wheeler flops a gut shot. King high, still the best hand, and gets a quick fold from Marigal after it's checked to him.
Sometimes I put music on repeat as well if I really like a song and I'm feeling in that zone, you know, and it's giving me a good vibe. Yeah, why not?
Would we know? Will we know any of the music that you've been into lately?
Not much. Lately, I don't listen that much music while playing.
Yeah.
But since I started to stream, I need to listen some, so I have a playlist, and I ran that.
Is the music playing on your stream as well?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I already have people correcting me. Sapita Vichus, according to this person.
Oh, guys! At this point,
driving me nuts.
At this point,
It's
honestly,
driving me crazy.
I think Arunas is quite happy to make a final. He knows that we love and respect him.
Yes.
Let's just chill, guys. Okay, the joke is over now.
Oh, is it a joke?
I mean,
It's hilarious.
I'm sure he's
Mike
not joking.
Watson raising pocket tens under the gun. Ace jack off for Maui.
It will be interesting, this dynamic here with Mike Watson and Maui.
330.
Whew.
Yeah.
Going after Watson.
Yeah, I think a little bit of anticipating a 3-bet there, I think, is what Razvan was saying, just because obviously Watson being one of those middling stacks, the ICM pressure heavily on him. Although no super shorties yet. It's pronounced Watsone.
Watsone. It's Watson.
I love you, Twitch chat.
Mike Watson. Certainly not folding 2 10s before the flop for a re-raise. Rezvan, talk to me about this re-raise with ace-jack off. Mike Watson raising under the gun. Are you going to attack this open in Maui's spot?
Yes, I think ace-jack is a good spot to use that as a bluff. So if we want to be balanced in this spot, I think ace-jack is a great combo to do it.
Okay. Here comes the continuation bet. King 6-4, 2 clubs.
Ace-jack a bit in trouble here. I don't think Watson will let it down.
No.
No chance. Especially now with the 10 of clubs in his hand. I think probably a mandatory call if you're going to be playing 10s here at all. Which, of course, he is doing correctly. That's the thing about Mike Watson. He very rarely misses these situations. 8 of spades. Another safe card.
I played with Mike in Paris, and he's the most chill guy I ever seen in
Chill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
While playing.
I guess it's easy to be chill when you're so good at something, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty chill at a buffet because I'm just, like, so good. Like, there's no one that's going to eat food better than me.
So when it goes check on this turn, guys, obviously now Watson probably only really concerned about his opponent maybe having jacks, maybe having queens. But apart from that, I mean, I suppose it's not impossible for Maui to still have maybe a king jack here once in a while. But I don't know, king jack probably not going to be 3-betting from this position.
For sure. Yep. I think ace jack will be his bottom of the range here.
Maui obviously now beating some flush draws that still might be in there. Might be happy just to get to showdown, but glanced at the chips just now. Yep, check, and tens will take it. Watson picks up a pot here. That's going to slingshot him into the sort of upper 4 slots here. That does, in fact, put him in 3rd place on our final table. Now about 88 big blinds going directly into the big blind. Nice little pickup.
See, you win the chips before you big blind. That way you can afford it. Easy.
Ooh, great question in the chat here, though.
Sure.
Paldini says, Joe and Nick, can you ask Razvan if he would have considered a chop in Paris if the French rules would have allowed it?
No, I wouldn't.
Easy for him to say now, isn't it?
I believe in this. Some man's very confident in his game. He's a coach. Do you think that as a coach that makes you less likely to, like, you know, if the people that you're trying to sell coaching to see you making a chop, would that be an image that you would want associated with coaching?
Yeah, coaching is really nice for the image, and I never thought about chopping also because I was backed, so I didn't have the full amount of the win. So I felt so relaxed, and I knew the player so well and big chip lead. So yeah, I don't chop in these situations.
Sounds like 0 reasons to chop. Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, well, the 10s are going around. Pocket 10s for Sapodovicius. Makes it 100,000. Maduka Marigal with pocket, king queen suited, and 10-9 off for Watson. And it's just 50K more to flick it in. Some fun pot odds for 10-9. And it's queen 8 deuce. Top pair, very good kicker for Marigal. Checks over to Marigal, who is not going to let it check through. That's 225,000, significantly over half pot. And 10s are not folding. This time the 10s have been outflopped, unlike last hand. Outturned as well. 2 pair now for Marigal.
King Queen just keeps getting better. Man, so quick to act. Marigal doesn't skip a beat. Straight in there with the 300K on the turn.
He's playing fast.
Yeah, he does play quite fast. It feels a lot like King Queen.
Yeah.
And Marigal, by virtue of that one hand, is now up to 34 big blinds from 25. And so now we get into the other awkward thing here, which is that technically 9-handed, not an official EPT final table. It's the last table. It's one table. But technically, whoever goes out next does not go in the record books as having made an EPT final table. Personally, if it was me, I would just say I made the final table, even if I finished 9th. I wouldn't even care.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, good. Granted, that would never happen. Maybe if we start, we have a total entries, we're 11. I might have a shot. Sammy Bujmala on the button. Just get a little sick to your stomach knowing you're opening into Mike Watson on your left. Yeah, there you go. I'd turtle it up too.
Isn't he turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
He is definitely turtle enough for the Turtle Club. And Mike Watson's just going to fold ace deuce. Well, that's fun. That's fun to not have to play against Mike Watson, even in position. I'm okay with that.
You wake up, it's Saturday, you have a great breakfast, you realize you don't have to play heads up against Mike Watson. You're just having a great day. It's just so much joy in that.
They're like, you can have the button. I'm like, I don't care.
How's your day going? Didn't have to play heads up against Mike Watson,
Exactly.
so that was pretty cool.
Mike Watson basically gave me a walk. This time it's going to be Mao with the king queen. Maybe we get to get some other hands between besides king queen and tens. Maybe shuffle. Okay, that's different. 9-8 suited. Brandon says, I have never understood the hoodies in poker. Have you understood hoodies in other situations? Situations where you might be cold and or wear a hood. If so, apply that to poker.
Yeah, you actually know more than you realize.
If not, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, we need to entertain the idea that he may have never actually seen a hoodie
I don't understand
before.
hoodies at all. Fine. Like if you're just new to this planet.
What's the point of a hoodie? Yeah.
Jack high flop 7's still good.
Can we get that on a hoodie, please? What's the point of a
Do you
hoodie?
understand the T-shirt?
No. Oh yeah, exactly. Well, who knows? What's that? I've never understood why someone wears clothes.
Leo here, our second chip leader, final 9, does still have the best hand.
Ace on the turn brings 3 hearts to the board. 1 heart for each of these players. You don't hate the 7 of hearts in your hand, but you much prefer the queen of hearts. Luis has checked.
Yeah, I feel like this might be a nice turn to bet. You know, you got a pretty significant combination draw that's going to be good most of the time, but also you can convince 7s to fold, 5s to fold, 6s to fold, maybe even a combination like 2s or 3s. Still defends the big blind here, tries to set mime a little bit.
Is 200,000 into 300,000 enough to call it a bambalea or no?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there it is.
Bambalea. All right, so hearts.
Hearts, got there.
Yep. I mean, Leo's definitely got to think his 7 is going to be good here some of the time. It's not the best flush. However, I think especially players that are new to the game of Texas Hold'em, I think they kind of overestimate how frequently your opponents make flushes in these situations. I think obviously that UTG Open will have plenty of high cards here that contain a heart, though, so a little bit of a stronger range than if we were, for example, playing blind v blind or button versus big blind.
Nice size for Maui.
425 is the size.
I think there's a really good chance that Leo's going to pay him off here.
It's very hard to be bluffing Maui here because I think his ace-6 combos without a heart will check.
Just check. Yep.
I'm I think I would have taken more time here with sevens.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's definitely not unreasonable to call, but yeah, if you think it through, I think there's a lot of combos that just bet turn that kind of just check river and hope to get the showdown right with the ace combos. But there you go. So
how much of what you guys are saying right now is based on like just sort of current trends and meta, and how much of it is just is timeless strategy?
I think probably some of that's quite timeless, right? I mean, you're in earlier position. I don't think that's a relatively. I don't think it's a new concept that earlier position should have a stronger range. I don't think it's. I don't think it's sort of like I said. If it was button versus big blind there, for example, there's going to be a lot more combinations that don't have top pair that want to continue bluffing because they just don't have a hand. You know, rep the ace, and now I'm going to rep the heart because that's all I can do. Being under the gun, I think he just has more made hands that try and get to showdown rather than bluffs.
Okay,
Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, for sure. When you are under the gun, you're supposed to open close to 17% of your range, so you don't have many bluffs in that scenario. That's for sure.
Yeah, sometimes you're lucky and you'll have like top pair with the king flush
Because
or
you're
something.
probably going to have a good hand, even if you don't have a flush, and if you do that, then you don't bet because you want to show it down.
Right.
Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah, but and in that regard, I guess it is kind of timeless. I don't think that's a that's a new one. But it's a good question to ask, though, Joe. I think there's definitely certain things that we do now that are modern game theory, you know, associated, which is something that we didn't really have not that long ago, something that wasn't implemented as frequently, I guess.
Also, the big blind perspective, we need to find some calls there on the river. So we need to find some hands that we won't fold versus that 70% size on the river. So I guess he thought that sevens with a 7 of heart will be a call.
Mm-hmm. Had a quick raise and take it on the last hand. Oh, the Joker hoodie's back. I'm a fan. He does look a totally different person, by the way, depending on what hoodie he's wearing, especially this Joker hoodie. Moving on. Actions folded around to the Joker hoodie, but it's a no-go. Hey, pocket aces.
The Rockets.
What Leo wants, Leo gets.
It's so nice in the final table to just see the cards and you see 2 aces. Sometimes I will look like 3 times to see it.
Just to have that feeling over and over again, yeah. Min raise here from Lise. And an obligatory defend with the suited 2-gapper. King, Queen, 10, 2 hearts. This is the kind of flop you hope your opponent has a piece of, just not that much of a piece. Unfortunately, this is nearly no piece. Just kidding, you can plug it in there. It's fine. Griffin Bender joining us momentarily. Let's see if we've had any major chip movement since the start, the restart. And not a ton. Maduka Marigal was up over 30 big blinds for a hot minute, but has dropped back down to 28. Haraldstad still on top. Wheeler and Anselme more or less neck and neck. 7th, 8th, who cares? I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce yet another commentator. Griffin Bender, hello.
Hello to you and to everyone.
Griffin, do you know Razvan
I
Balea,
do. Good evening.
EPT
How you
Paris
doing?
champion.
Oh, yes. Great.
The one and only.
You're only as good as your last tournament, and
Luckily for him, his last tournament was the last tournament.
well, actually, he probably has played some side events since then. Maybe
Yeah,
busted the main, but we're gonna pretend that that was the last tournament that he played.
That's funny because when Griffin won the Irish Open like 7 years ago, he said he was defending his title this year, even though it was not his last tournament.
A delay back-to-back will be nice, though. At the next stop.
The next Paris? If I were you, I would try to see if there's a way I could get them to take Paris off the schedule,
So
and then
you're
use
the
the only one
yeah.
ever.
That will be nice, yeah?
Watson opening ace-10 suited. Haraldstad going to defend 7-5 suited. Jack 5-4, a pair of fives for Haraldstad.
So what have I missed? It's been 24 hours since I've been in the booth with you guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're at the final 9.
But there was like 17 when I left, so everyone got knocked out.
Yeah, they're all knocked out,
No
believe it
way.
or not. Yeah, none of those players won the tournament.
Okay.
They're all gone.
Have they discussed the chop?
There's been no chop
Okay.
discussed. No.
Sir Watts is still in there.
And Sir Watts is, in fact, still in there. Sir
Ah,
Watts,
no,
Jason
no
Wheeler.
short stacks. No danger zone.
We've got a new way of pronouncing Sapovicius.
Oh, yeah?
That was it.
Sapovicius?
Sapivicius.
Sapovicius.
See, he's actually pretty good.
Sapovicius.
I think there's a slight... Anyway, we've been told 500 different ways to say it. Diamond on the turn gives Watson a straight draw and a flush draw. Here's a little recap. We started the day with 13.
Mm-hmm.
Nicola Greco is out in 13th. Kenan Taylor out in 12th.
No, Taylor gang.
Ori Hassan out in 11th. And then I was actually doing what you were doing when the player went out in 10th, so I didn't catch that one.
285.
Oleg Veselshenko out in 10th. Thank you for that, stats team.
We have Snappy Johnson, Maduga Marigal, that is playing quite fast.
Snappy Johnson, I like it.
Who's Snappy Johnson?
So he's saying Marigold plays pretty quick, so we're going to call him Snappy Johnson.
Okay, I like that.
Look, he's impatient. He's already. I'm out of here.
Snappy Johnson has places to be.
Snappy Johnson's got to take a walk. All right, so
How many outs does he have? Quickly. Ace-10 suited. How many outs? Ah, you're too late.
8.
Typically, I would be.
It was more than 8. Come on. All those diamonds?
I thought he said 18.
Oh, he said 18?
I don't know.
What'd you say? He's counting now. He's like, I said 16.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to count on my
Well,
fingers.
how many
I'm glad you
diamonds?
didn't ask me.
How many diamonds are left?
9 diamonds.
9 diamonds, 3 aces, 3
12.
tens.
15.
9 plus 6 is 17. Am I forgetting an out?
Sounds
three,
like eight.
all the threes.
18.
All the threes also.
18.
That's what he said. 18.
18.
Damn, that was quick.
He answered you so fast that your brain couldn't comprehend that it
I
could be
was like,
right.
What do you mean 8? I'm smarter than you. It's not 8. It's at least 10.
I was going to say, I would typically get a little irritated with you for like trying to stitch up a guess like that, but he knows what he's talking about.
That was my first test. You passed the test. I always knew it was 18. I like to test the guest comps, you know.
Is your trophy gold?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I don't know if it's gold or not, but it's goldish.
Goldish. Right. Yeah, sorry. Is the color of it gold?
Color
Yeah,
is
I'm
gold.
sure it is not gold. No offense
Wait,
to the
those things
PokerStars
aren't
fat
gold?
cat. If it was gold, no one would still have theirs. It would be melted down.
It will be nice, an upgrade.
It would be what?
An upgrade of the
Yeah,
trophy.
right, exactly. Yes, a solid gold trophy.
It's very solid, like 10 kilos or something.
It's heavy, yeah, I have one. I mean, someone gave it to me.
It's not
but-
solid gold, but it's
solid something.
What gave it to you? Someone won one and gave it to you, right?
Yeah, like A decade ago, Vanessa Selps won like an Omaha tournament, and she was like, my wife told me if I bring home another one of these, she's going to throw it in the trash. I have too many of them. So do you want this? And I was like, hell yeah, I want it.
But it wasn't the gold one.
No, it was a
the
silver
gold-
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
You still have it somewhere?
Yeah, I use it as a door stopper to keep my patio door open.
Actually?
No.
That would be awesome. You should do that.
It's in my office. It's I have no problem with stolen valor. I just tell people I want it.
Did you replace it with like paper? It just says like Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, I just wrote on it with a Sharpie.
You spell your own name wrong. It's like this like very childlike
scrawl. All right, we got king, queen, we got sixes, and we got deuces, and Marigal, obviously somewhat justified in the big blind, but I've seen him set mine in weirder spots. He's got the only diamond. Coming out a bet to lead into this? No. Checks. Top pair for Arunas, who checks.
So have you done a lot of jokes about like the Joker hoodie and?
Not today because he just put it on, but the other day when he was wearing it. But I think new day, new jokes.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you who your favorite Joker was.
Oh, okay.
Checks around. 4 of spades on the turn.
He looks like Joker's son who decided to become a poker player.
I did it to impress you, Dad. Poker's way too honest for Joker. He's disgusted. And we see the delayed continuation bet from Sapita. Sixes fold, deuces fold. And Arunas Sapidovicius with 54 big blinds. I think that's the smallest stack that we have seen for Arunas since he came up on our radar a couple days ago. Anybody that you played with in this event that you see here in our final 9, Razvan? No one. It could have been you.
I was dealt by the dealer.
That's Alex. You both from
Yeah,
Romania,
the
right?
dealer. Yeah.
Alex is a fantastic dealer. What I like best about Alex is you can tell she wants to laugh sometimes, but she won't. Keeps it professional.
Yeah, it's very professional.
King 4 of hearts for Leonard. We've got 2 Leos at the table. And 1 Sagittarius.
Have you played Griffin with Maui on PokerStars when you're grinding?
What was his screen name? Do you know?
Grozork.
How do you spell it?
I don't know.
Grozzorg.
I don't think so. Maybe
Was that from Hearthstone? Grozzorg?
I don't know if you pronounce the H. I think it's just Hearthstone.
Oh man, if you only knew what we've been going through with the pronunciation of words. Queen, Jack, Jack, sixes, still good. That was checked. Harold Stad gonna take a stab for 125,000. A little under a third of the pot. Marginov telling me that Hearthstone is Trogzor, not Grozorg. Stupid.
$375. $375.
Okay, so calling with King 4 of hearts here may look strange to some people, I think. Is there a Razvan? What do you think? Justification?
Well, if you're gonna hit the king, you're fine, right?
Well, I wish I'd answered that question, asked that question sooner. What if you don't hit the king or a heart? Is that your only plan?
I think we need to slow down sixes.
Sixes do slow down, and as an inconsequential third pair, king four. Mao's bet 175,000. Man, you really hate this, huh? With 2 6s now, all of a sudden you start hearing from Mao, and it sounds like sixes folded pretty quickly. They did.
Good fold. Speaking about the flop, I think he should flat purely king 4 suit in his shoes there. I think we need to find some flats that are coming exactly from this part of his range, because your opponent will c-bet 100% in that scenario. So we can't flat only queen x or jack x. Jack x will mostly raise, so we need to find some backdoor flash, backdoor straight combos.
Okay.
So why do you say that you think it's going to be 100% c-bet? Because he was the raiser pre-flop, right, at the hijack?
Yeah.
And then he flatted the button. So you think that when check 2 from the button, you're going to get a lot of c-bets on queen jack?
It wasn't the button against big blind?
No.
Oh, that was my bad. I didn't.
It's okay. Yeah, no, but I wanted to clarify because it does change it a little bit.
Yeah,
I think king 4 suited from the big blind. I agree. You want to find some calls because I mean 7-8 off is going to be c-betting, but that's why it was a bit strange. I think that he called with the king 4 because it was. I mean, it's. I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's like wide a bit, you know.
Yeah,
so he check called king 4 when he flatted the chip leader flatted button. It's just like.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you can 3-bet that combo for sure, but flatting, yeah, it's a bit loose. Let's say.
Yeah. But I did kind of think the king was going to come. But listen, the other thing you have to remember too is these guys got designs, you know.
Of course,
so, like,
they got a plan.
The question you
Yeah.
were asking was
Yeah.
valid. It's like, is this just like he's trying to get backdoor? It's like, no. When he check calls, he feels like now his range is pretty like, you know, on this texture as well. And like, I mean, he was betting sixes. You know, there's a lot of runouts there that he's just going to, you know, the turn's a 9, doesn't even need to be a heart.
Right.
Goes check, and then he just bets and he folds his sixes, right?
Right.
So it's like. I wonder if he thinks too that Harold Stad will just have the same kind of hand I was talking about. Like maybe he flats 7-8 suited and decides to just one check to bet there to fold out some ace highs or something.
I mean, based on what did happen, I guess, yeah, that plan would have worked a variety of different ways without.
Because of the hand Harold Stad
Right.
happened to have though as well. Like Harold Stad's also just going to have, you know, Jack 10 there, and it's.
Yeah, we need to recognize the button range there.
Yeah, it's a
so
lot.
It's a lot of Jack
that.
X
Yeah,
and Queen X.
Yeah.
So we need to have a lot of checking.
Yeah.
As initial raisers.
Right. Yeah.
So that it's totally different that I was speaking about
no.
against big blind.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm happy to have the discussion at all. This hand, Watson defending. 10-7 is missed pretty hard. We know ace high is good enough. That one's going to be over pretty quickly.
Sounds like he showed aces. Oh, God, I'm good. See that? Just based off Mike Watson's face. I knew he showed aces.
Ace with an ace kicker. Man, the way you described, Razvan, looking down and like looking at the aces multiple times just to get that feeling like over and over again, that makes me want to play poker so bad.
Yeah.
Just those few seconds of thinking you're invincible because you look down.
I'm going to start doing that too. It's going to become a tell of mine. I like the idea of just like repealing, just like, oh, just in case. Oh, was that another ace?
For me, it's not even like double checking. It's about it's like when you get like, let's say, like your first big paycheck and you like look at it multiple times just to have like relive that feeling like over and over again.
Also, online you don't have the same feeling with because it's always there.
Yeah, right.
Have you ever played with like cards down on PokerStars? Do you know about this feature?
No.
So
you can hide your cards.
You can hide your cards, and then you can like peel them like.
Oh, that's
on
nice.
the software. Yeah.
So when I first started streaming, which
But it's new.
Huh?
It's new. This.
No, that's been out for a while.
For a while, yeah.
So when I first started
you gotta
streaming,
look. There's all those settings, you know. You can look one at a time and stuff. Like it's like, yeah. If you're multi-tabling, maybe not the best idea.
Yeah.
But like, if you have one big tournament, and you just want to like, you know, have a little fun. Like, ooh, queen.
my streaming career did not last long, but I wanted to stream cards up, obviously, no delay, because I thought it was funny.
In what? For what?
Poker. Like play. I mean, it was low stakes, but it was like I was playing like the Sunday Storm, like cards up, no delay.
Wow.
And PokerStars was like, no, you can't. Like, it's just you're messing with game integrity for everybody. You can't do it. I was like, okay, fair enough. Like, sure, it was a joke, and I get why it doesn't work. So then what I did is I like made like a streaming, I don't know what you call it, element or whatever, where I took a screenshot of pocket aces, and I put that on the section of my screen where my hold cards were, and so it looked like I had aces every single hand. So when people would tune into my stream, they'd be like, this is so rigged, this software is broken, how's this guy getting aces every single hand? People were so mad.
That's great.
Good idea, though. I will do this on my stream.
Yeah, just for a little joke.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you tell everyone in chat, and they're all in on the secret, and then someone new comes in.
Yeah,
and they're like, what's going on here? And everyone in chat, you tell them to be like, this is crazy, he just keeps getting aces.
It's a bug on Twitter or something.
Yeah. And then like you have the ace of clubs, ace of spades in your hand, and board comes like ace of clubs, ace of spades. And you're like, uh-oh, what do I do now? Pair of sevens will be good at showdown here. And then one time I did stream a New Jersey tournament. I came from the bars really, really drunk, and I streamed it cards up, no delay, and I finished second. And the guy who beat me was like, I was definitely watching your stream.
No way. Yeah. No way. That's so funny.
I remember like 3-betting with 7 deuce suited, and the guy shoved on me, and I was like, well, we're pot committed. We got to call. And I flushed out on him. That was like the hand that he bubbled the final table. All right, so Healthstat has done his best to try to avoid a showdown. Zapatavicius with third pair.
Ooh, those are call-in time bank chips.
I mean, this is exactly the sort of situation where those chips are likely to be put to use. You get more tomorrow.
Does he find the hero call here?
We say he's unblocking missed draws. Is that something you can say here?
Unblocking missed draws.
Yeah, like
Sapavicius?
Yeah.
Sapavicius?
Yeah, like hearts. He makes the call.
Yes. Yes, like hearts. Yes.
You really made me sweat that one out.
And the queen won't bet river, right? Too often.
I think
He might check.
because it went check turn though, right?
Yeah.
I think the queen's gonna bet the river sometimes. Especially if the 7's going to call. I guess sometimes you're going to get worried about being check raised, maybe.
Can you do a Joker laugh, Griff?
I don't know.
Think about it.
Okay.
Oh, how about this? You do a Joker laugh, and then I guess which Joker you're trying to do an impression of.
I'm nervous. Why is this making me nervous?
I put you on the spot, right?
I don't know why.
The thing is, if I didn't ask you to do, if it's a really serious moment, you just be firing them off left
I
and
could
right.
do like quotes and stuff and like with laughs around
Okay,
it.
so do it. Okay, next time Arunas wins a pot, do a Joker line. How about that?
Okay, deal.
Jason Wheeler. Jack of spades at least. Have not heard much from Jason since we got to the final 9. Oh boy. Ace, ace.
First time we've seen him zip up his hoodie and Tree fitty.
Re-raise. You're right, tree fitty. Son Excellence says, wow, Bujmala making it to final table. I had a feeling after the last few days watching him. Good feeling. Please have that feeling about me someday.
What if Wheeler have jacks here?
If Wheeler has jacks here, we're
35
probably
big blinds.
We're probably going to see that other card.
Cut off hijack. Wheeler has 30 bigs. That's going to be all in.
I think he said 650.
Ooh.
But
So this is
something. He didn't say 650. Oh, he did say 650. That's
this is
a
just
pretty
a bluff.
small raise, yeah.
Jacks, I think, just shoves probably, right?
Yeah.
Or do you induce with jacks?
Is
here?
jacks inducing?
Never, right?
Never.
So he's
No.
just bluffing. Can Bujmala find the call?
Actually, I don't think we have a lot of 4-bets in this scenario.
No, I don't think so either.
That's why I think aces should felt a lot in this scenario.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna be way more weighted to bluffs.
Yeah.
Give them a chance, but Jason's really smart too. I mean, alarm bells will be going off big time if he calls.
If he just gets flatted, yeah.
You know, but then maybe you can flop too much equity, or maybe get lucky. And
It looks like, yeah, he does. Flat. So we're going to go to the flop with
SPR1,
$1.5 million in the middle.
SPR1, this is bad news. Jason's like, oops.
He's already
I gotta be honest
scowling.
with you, man. Like, maybe.
Can we run that back?
Please. Oh my God, he has Queen Jack of Spades.
King 10-5, 1 spade.
I mean, he either has a pair or a straight draw here. Like,
King
100%. King Jack
Jack
of
off,
Spades.
maybe?
King Jack off. Yeah, there's some offsuits.
Jason.
I think he's gonna check like almost
First to
for
act.
sure.
Does have the betting lead. Not in this
Razvan, make it stop.
case.
He's trying to represent aces, right? Ace king, maybe?
Not only is it a bet, it's a bet of 410,000.
Quick call.
Quickly called.
Okay, for Wheeler's sake, I would like a Jack 9 or Queen. So you could have Jack 9 of spades. Oh.
Board pairs on the turn.
If he doesn't have King Jack, I think he slows down here.
Marcy has a theory on Twitch, says the 10 of clubs has been faulting to get picked up all day.
Don't do it, mister.
Do you think Jason's ever like... Oh, he finally checked. So do you find like a really small bet here or a shove or a check with aces, you think?
Oof.
It's a bit of a weird spot with 2.3 million out there and 900 left, right?
Yeah.
Because like a shove is kind of like weird, like doesn't really make any like...
Checks it back.
9.
The river is a 9.
I'm telling you, that was the only good river card for what we know.
Good for bluff, good for shove, for bet, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Griffin.
9 was it.
Thanks for that.
Because we already deduced he can't have jacks.
Right.
So it's no jack is no good. Ace is a full house. 9's the only interesting card. I like it.
Wheeler does not go for it.
It's King Jack.
I don't see a lot of scenarios now where I only see one scenario where Wheeler shows this down.
Just go all in.
Yeah.
We are not afraid of anything here.
There's the all-in. And Wheeler doesn't snap call, which means that we can eliminate some things here. This is just him.
Thinking about
just waiting to fold, right?
Well, if
I
Wheeler
guess
does,
King Jack, right? Is the only thing he's in the.
If Wheeler does have King Jack,
yeah.
I mean, there is a possibility that Bujmala just has something like Ace Queen suited, maybe, and could flat the 4-bet and then play this as a shove on the river, like pretending to have aces.
Yeah.
But I don't think Ace Queen off plays it like this. Ace Jack suited, I don't know. I mean, if you think that like all of those combos are in there, you can call sometimes, but
jacks.
Wheeler does release the hand. And that is a big, big pot for Sammy Bujmala, who rockets up the leaderboard. 66 big blinds now. Granted, that's only good for 4th on the leaderboard because we are so deep here. But crucially, Jason Wheeler is now down to 15 big blinds. I find that hand way more interesting not knowing one of the cards, by the way.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
This should be a segment, I think.
But I'm curious at the same time. What he did forbet yesterday. Yeah.
I'm sure he would tell you. We do a segment on the TV show called Sweat With, where we hide the entire hand. We don't really do one with one card, but it is pretty fun to try to guess the other one.
Let's think of a catchy name, and then when we pitch it, you know, like one card carousel or one card chaos.
Oh, I don't mind one card chaos. Resvan, by the way, I don't know what your schedule is. If you're having fun and want to stick around.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay. Stealthy asks, who is the 3D commentator? All of us. We all exist in 3, even 4 dimensions. Thank you for your question.
I have sent in my 4D papers, though. I would like an upgrade.
Your commentators are Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger, and Rezvan Balea, EPT Paris champion.
So were people waiting for you at the airport in Romania when you won?
Good
when you
friends.
got back, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a nice party?
Also, my mother came from my city, from my birth town. My dog also was waiting for me. Yeah.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. You have
That's
the dogs with the
Yeah.
poker names, right?
Yeah.
Jack and Queen.
Ace.
EPT Monte Carlo, the mini version, happening right meow. Too late to get in the 3:15 event, but 6:15 is fast approaching. That's a 55-cent shallow stack event. You know, it's all the rage these days. People are like, too many chips. I don't need all those chips. I could just lose them. So we're going to give you a shallow stack event, 55 cents. Scoop tickets added to every mini EPT. So they're not free rolls, but a lot of added value. And at 8:15 tonight, the $1.10 8 max hyper. So today's the day to play if you know your pre-flop ranges, I guess.
Yeah, let's go scoops. I can't wait to play those.
Where will you be playing Scoop from?
From Bucharest.
From Bucharest, all right.
Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube as well.
So you've got your place in Bucharest is all decked out because you already stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're good to go.
Yeah.
But you got you're going to be moving soon, right?
No,
Or
I will buy something in Bucharest.
Okay. But then you got to go through the whole process of making sure you get the whole thing set up, all the internet, all that, right? It's it's stressful.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah.
I went to Bucharest once, and they were the people of Bucharest were several people all told me the same fact about Bucharest. They were all very proud of a certain celebrity's mother living in Bucharest. And at least 5 different people tell me that Ethan Hawke's mother lives in Bucharest. And I was like, that's awesome.
Ethan Hawke's one of my favorite actors.
Yeah.
He's lovely.
And then I played some poker there, and there was one hand I forgot to ante. It was back before the big blind ante, and this guy said to me, "You do not try to get away with something in a country full of thieves." And I was like, oh my God. I'm glad you said that, not me. Jeez.
No, you said it now.
Had a very good time.
Have you ever seen the cult sci-fi Ethan Hawke movie Predestination?
No.
Oh man, you got to.
How is it more cult sci-fi than Gattaca?
Because Gattaca's a little more mainstream, yeah.
All right.
That's like Uma Thurman, you know, like
Yeah.
it's on best of list. But Predestination is on best of list, but it's like oh, and you know who his co-star in it is? Shiv.
Oh, really?
It's him and Shiv.
Oh, that's funny.
And it's like a really cool. I don't want to say anything because I think you'll really appreciate it.
You don't want
It's
to predestine me to like it or dislike it.
yeah. But it's very polarizing. I think it's gonna be interesting how you come out of it.
You a movie guy, Razvan?
Sorry? Yeah.
Movie guy? Yeah. A lot of times, sometimes poker players who like stream and coach, they're like, I don't have time for.
So the son of a woman who lives in Bucharest made a movie called Predestination.
Ace King for Bujmala having a pretty solid level.
Did you play it in any movie, Griffin?
Did I what?
Did you play it in any TV show or movie?
That's such a flattering question.
No, but he's looking very familiar from a TV series.
Oh, wow. No, unfortunately not.
So, but Griffin's mother is an actor who's been in movies that you might have seen, and you were a child actor, weren't you? Weren't you in like commercials and stuff?
I did an asthma commercial, but it was like a
Why were they
documentary.
advertising asthma?
No, it's for how
It's
to
all the
manage
rage.
Okay, so I'll give you a little context. It's quite funny. As Bujamala opens the ace-king. Always working. So basically, I had chronic strep throat when I was a child.
I did too.
So I would always, until I got throat surgery, so I'd always sound like so sick. So my parents got me, because I said I wanted to be like an actor. I was like, 10 or something. So they got me this audition for a kid who has asthma and like sounds like really all the time, And I nailed it.
You nailed
They
it.
loved
You crushed it.
Yeah, so I did a whole like infomercial about asthma.
Griffin did a commercial for an iron lung.
Yeah.
Up and down straight draw for Haldstad. So that was a great read, by the way, Russ. I mean, you're like, have you ever acted? And he's like, well, actually, I have.
Interesting.
Yeah, did Harlstad lead at this?
Oh, that is annoying. And with that ace-king, ace of spades, definitely going to be calling now. But
ooh.
Really?
Oh.
Okay.
Save a bet.
Doesn't want to get into the murky, shark-infested waters of Harold Stad's chip lead pressure. Just said, you know what, yeah, it's fine. I don't need to, there you go, you can have it.
I lost 2 blinds, it's fine.
Yeah, whatever. Even though he does have that ace of spades, it's like, what are you doing on the jack of hearts on the turn? That's again.
If you're going to fold later, fold now. That's what I say.
Turn ace, he just bets like 1.6x pot. It's like, what do you do?
Someone yesterday, you said you hadn't been in here in like 24 hours. Somebody folded top pair to like a turn bet yesterday. It was kind of weird. I think it might have been, I may be wrong here. I don't want to miscredit anyone for this, but I think it might have been Marigal. He folded like king 7 on a king high board to a double barrel. It was a Purva Goel. It was Goel in the home. Nope, that didn't work. Explains why he might not be here anymore.
I really love his raise here, 7-8 offset. He should raise quite a lot.
This here, Marigal.
Snappy Johnson with the flat.
Snappy Johnson. I love that.
King, queen, deuce. Pair of queens for Marigal. Very good. Harold Stad with the obligatory Harold Stab. Snappy Johnson beats him into the pot. So 3 on the turn. That's a diamond. Nobody's got a diamond.
Snappy.
Check on the turn. Deuce on the river. Marigal's got to be pretty happy with this queen at this point.
It's very hard to bluff here.
Yes.
No bluff. Check, check. Snappy shows down the queen and rakes in the pot. All right, time for Sir Watts to grab his helmet and his lance.
Do you know what Sir Watts' other nickname is? What they call him?
No.
They call him Mad Dog.
That's true.
That's true. Michael Mad Dog Watson. More of a cat person myself, but
that was Kiki.
Game recognized game. Kiki's great. He's lovely. I actually got a message from my girlfriend a few days ago saying she was going to the vet yesterday because she had a limp, and I was very worried. But then I found out that I misunderstood, and it was actually Jean's old cat that lives at the parents' house, and I was so grateful. I was like, oh, good.
I thought you were going to say you misunderstood.
Oh,
and
it's
when
just your 16-year-old cat that hates me that lives with your parents.
Just the one that's going to die soon anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought you were going to say the misunderstanding was what kind of vet she took your cat out to see the guy that screams on the street corner. Watson wins that last one uncontested. Where is Eric Molina? Asked Denzi. Does anyone know who that is?
There was a Hall of Fame catcher that played for the St. Louis Cardinals named Yadier Molina.
Yadier Molina.
Could be related.
My friend Josh Molina created Celebrity Poker Showdown. I don't know an Eric Molina.
How do you feel about LinkedIn?
Not a fan.
So I was talking to my friends last night, and they were talking about LinkedIn, and I was like, maybe I should make a LinkedIn.
You're good.
You think?
You've never had a job. I mean, what are you going to put on your LinkedIn?
I don't know.
I'm
like,
the What Up Swedes guy.
I mean, I don't know. I thought maybe I could like start having jobs.
This is the place where you can check my resume and my privilege.
Well, okay. I just thought it was like a fun thing. Like maybe I could be on a new platform.
I want less social media, not more. King 10, Queen 6 of clubs. It's a 4, 7, 9, 3, 4. Got shot now? 2, nope.
I hear that if you spend like 60-something euros a month, that you can message anyone. Did you know that? Did you know that?
You want to be a blue check mark on LinkedIn?
Yeah, the LinkedIn Pro.
I think you should pay
I learned all about it at dinner last night.
Pay for IMDb's. Oh, because you went out with your normie friend last night. That's why you're talking about LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. You went out with a guy last night that has a real job, and he was telling you about HR and LinkedIn. And
it was very interesting.
Scoop coming up. That's something for the less normal people.
Yeah.
If poker is your day job, you're going to want to play Scoop. Starts in 2 days. Starts the day we leave here.
Yeah, and be sure to check out Razvan Balea's stream as well, but only when we're done.
What's your streaming schedule going to be? Are you going to stream everything?
Yeah.
You're going to do just start to finish your whole day
Okay,
every
you can
day?
watch both at the same
All
time,
right.
but mostly focus on ours, unless he has a big hand.
Do we? By the way, I assume that since you stream, we know what your online handle is.
Yeah, RazvyQQ.
Razvy
with the Y.
RazvyQQ.
RAZVYQQ.
We'll certainly keep an eye out for you on our streams.
I will try to scoop a scoop.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
I made a couple of final tables and scoops.
Oh, you'll have a breakout eventually, kid. Just keep trying.
Yeah.
One of these final tables will get a win.
All right, a little more one-eyed poker coming up.
Let's guess the order.
Absolutely.
No, no.
It's pretty hard in the small blind, right? To guess the other card.
Yeah.
Are there any cards we could say it isn't?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, good. I'm glad because I was having a hard time limiting any.
9-10 of diamonds.
That's the funnest one. Both players at least with a gut shot.
I think he will have a lot of 10x of diamond here. Right?
10x of diamonds, pretty fun.
But that king, pretty good for Mad Dog.
I didn't like Bujmala check on the flop. I think we should check range on this flop against big blind.
So you didn't like, he did check, right?
Yeah.
And you think he should bet?
No, I like.
You
his
do
check.
like.
Oh, you like his check.
like the
Yeah,
check.
that's what I thought. Yeah. Small. Now, if he finds himself with the 10 of diamonds and the, you know, 5 or something, limping from the small, I just pulled something like that, but like 10x, you know.
You don't think 10x will start betting on turn?
Well, I think it might, but I'm just trying to think of what gets here and then what bets that amount as a bluff, right? Is this just always like thin value? Is this always just like 10-7? We've checked down now all the way, right?
No.
So 60 into 180 kind of feels like 10-7. Try to get a call from like a queen high or maybe an ace high that might have, you know, there are obviously some aces that Watson will check back pre-flop and then check down and call a river this size. Doesn't feel particularly bluffy, right?
Yeah.
And that might be
Just
a
call.
raise.
That is a raise. Mike Watson raising top pair.
9-10 of diamonds will be pretty sick here, right?
Yeah, but
Do you limp 9-10 of diamonds pre-flop, or do you raise that?
Yeah, you're limping like full, like pretty much full range here, right? Pre-flop.
Yeah, we need to limp a lot.
Full
here.
range meaning with one of the cards being the 10 of diamonds, or just in general you're limping?
In general, you're limping a lot here, I think.
Especially 10x of diamonds.
Well, very unlikely to have been another diamond under there as Watson gets the fold. Explain that to me. I'm going to nod my head and act like I know what you're talking about when you're say you're limping your entire range there. You're not going to raise king queen suited. You're not going to raise ace jack.
I think we have a raise strategy as well.
You're saying the majority of hands are limps there.
So starting the hand, Bujmala actually covered Watson, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of under the assumption that Watson still had him covered, and in that situation, I think we're limping more often. But yeah.
Why?
Razvan? Why would we limp more if we have less chips in this situation?
Because we will get attacked a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
We don't want to play bigger. We don't want to play bigger pots when we're like 5th in chips.
and we are out of position, right?
It's like an ICM thing.
Big blind will flat a lot, 3-bet a lot, so we need to play pretty carefully in this spot.
We don't want to play big pots in the blinds here when there's like a 35 chip stack, 26 blinds.
Sure. Okay.
12 blinds.
That I understand. I guess I just don't always equate like a single raise with AKA a big pot. But I mean, I do understand how it can get there. Wheeler all in with pocket sixes. Shoving around 15 bigs. I think it's just less. I think it's more like 12 at this point.
But this is the perfect hand to be up against because it's one that Harrelstad will probably fold for this amount. All the other hands that you're flipping against, all the other aces, most of them are going to call, like ace jack plus. Maybe some ace tens, ace 10 suited sometimes.
770,000.
Just enough.
Best result for
to get a fold. Sarvesh on YouTube says, can the players not do a simple task of putting their cards in the scanner? What's the point of the stream if we can't see the cards? Crying, laughing emoji. I'm not going to go after you like you think I might, by the way. I'm actually not going to go after this person. All I will say is, we did cards down poker streams for years. For years, and people still watched them. What's the point? There's still lots to be gained with even one card. Nope, no, I see people writing, putting the hammer in the chat. Nope, they're not getting banned. Not this time. Mostly because it's just not as gratifying to ban people on YouTube. It's not as fun. What's something?
They've already banned themselves from the other
exactly. They're already
echelons of life.
So that's a good question though. As a streamer, do you ban people on your stream?
Actually, I never ban someone on my stream.
You've never banned anyone.
I have a feeling there's something about him.
A timeout. Okay.
Yeah. I just feel like it's a wholesome place there. I just have a vibe.
Is everyone pretty chill in your community? Is that why?
It's
Or it's just like anything goes and you're free for all?
Also, I want to shout out for my Discord chat, ResVQQ crew. We have there built a nice community. Yeah.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. What's something that will get you like an instant timeout in ResVQQ stream?
I don't know if they are bullying someone on the chat or
I like it. Yeah.
Some stupid words.
That's I'm going to start telling people I banned you for some stupid words. Heads up here, Lease versus Watson. Watson's ace-10 doing well on this king-6 board.
And I also like haters, you know. I mean, haters are...
Okay, the haters will get a timeout. He doesn't even ban the haters, though. He just times them out, lets them come back for more.
Yeah.
If you ever need a guest banner, I'll just hop in there and you can focus on the poker. I'll just
very
be like,
good at banning.
You're out of here. You're out of here.
I will make you my mod.
Yeah.
Yeah. Staple mod. Aaron1212 wants to know, who's that on comms? Well, I'm Griffin Bencher.
I'm Joe Stapleton.
I'm Razvan Belea.
Razvan Belea.
EPT champion.
Remember the name, baby. EPT Paris champion.
Future scoop champion.
Future scoop champion. Discord channel haver. Twitch streamer.
Here we go. Suited ace-9 for Arunas Sapidovicius.
That'll play, that'll play.
It will play. The killing joke.
6 raised to 150,000 total. 6-7 fold.
Raise and take it. Razvan, Griffin and I like to talk video games sometimes. Do you play other games besides poker?
Yeah, actually I do. I play a lot of CSGO.
Interesting. Okay, CSGO.
I know Griffin since I was...
This is kind of a big moment for him, to be honest.
Yeah. Don't flatter yourself. Yeah, actually, fun how this universe is working, you know? Like,
yeah.
When I was a kid, I was a fan of Griffin.
Really?
Watching him playing CS, you know? And yeah.
And now I'm a fan of him in
That's
poker.
that's really cool. That is quite cool.
That's crazy, yeah.
That is great. So, are you a terrorist or a counter-terrorist?
Both, right?
Both. Jeez, pick a lane.
Pick a side, yeah.
Jeez.
I'm aggro, so I like terrorists.
You like to be the terrorist? All right. I feel like we don't want to talk too much
maybe,
in those terms.
Maybe out of context. Maybe don't clip those 5
Oh.
seconds.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
aggro, so I'm a terrorist.
We are speaking about Counter-Strike.
Oh, no,
It's a video game. It's a video game. It's a video game.
Clip me doing it. No.
U.S. Customs and Border Control, please. All right, big hand shaping up here. Really big hand. Jason Wheeler with 17 bigs.
This is a wheelie big hand.
This one is... We're about to find out what happens when people stop being nice and start getting wheel.
Oh, hot coffee in my mouth when you said that.
Chip leader, raise it under the gun, asking for a count now. I think it's very unlikely for this amount of chips that we are not going to see all 5 cards.
Tough spot for
Yeah, he doesn't love it. I mean, listen, you're raising under the gun. This isn't just ace-10. You know, it's like sometimes ace-jack maybe, but ace-queen's probably breaking even with the range.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly behind.
Yeah, might lose here, yeah. I think I will find the fold here. Let's see if he does.
No, he's
Makes the call. Domination situation.
Wants to protect
Wheeler.
his opens.
Yeah.
The big favorite to double TF up. Huge moment here, potentially, to bubble the official final table. It's about as big a favorite as you can be. 2 diamonds on the flop, also good news for Wheeler.
But paired board now.
Oh no.
Shot opportunities.
Turn card is a 7. Only an 8% chance of chop. 84% chance Wheeler survives. Yes, indeed, not just to survive, but what they call the full double up.
I almost messed it up. I almost messed up the whole tournament. I played that hand with you, and I almost lost all my chips, and now look at me. Look at me. They can't take me down. Got the heart of a lion.
It's hard to get rid of Jason Wheeler.
It's true.
And Jason's double up not only gets him out of the basement, but has 2 players with fewer chips than him now. Arnaud Anselme with 32 big blinds, and Maduka Marigal now the shortest with 26. Oh, I like this from 34 from 16. It calls it Wheeler's Steal. I like that.
It's not that easy to be chip leading in such a big tournament, right?
How would you know?
Oh, he's fishing for a compliment right now. He's like,
It's a lot of work, you know, a lot of responsibility. You're supposed to be playing so many more
pretty
hands than other
tough. He
people.
must be really handsome.
Yes. I've never seen an ugly chip leader.
Nope, me neither.
No, only
Charming,
devilishly
funny.
good looking. Yeah.
Kind to animals.
Mm-hmm. Exotically European, like just a lot of different things you need to be.
Pocket 8s for Watson.
By raise to 140,000 total. 6 and 7 fold.
Sounds like life hasn't been fair to Fairsenko, who takes the opportunity to say after that hand, imagine if it was you online. No way you wouldn't get 3-outed.
I don't think I've ever not seen a 3-outer online.
No.
480.
Mao with Ace King on the button.
480,000 total.
Re-raise.
9 fold. 10 fold.
A little over 25 minutes left on this level.
And these two starting with virtually the pretty much exact same stack. Starting the hand with 66 big blinds.
Interesting.
Yeah, quite an interesting spot, right?
10.
But I think it's going to be deep enough for Watson to call.
Yeah.
Especially with, you know, how comfortable he's going to be in this scenario.
Like 3.6 to start, 3.7.
I mean, as a rule, I think you should probably be almost always calling here, but some players are going to feel more comfortable than others. And Mad Dog's just fine.
Pretty easy c-bet for Maui here, I think.
Big bets, 225,000 total.
Very good size, having the King of Hearts as well.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Mike. Let's just see one more card, man.
Is he evaluating a call here, I think? No.
Ooh, that's the most displeasure you'll see from Mike Watson. It's like this elegant sort of flick of his chips around.
Raging.
How dare you outflop me?
The maddest of dogs.
Don't worry, I see. It's actually beautiful that you only saw one.
Now a second in chips. Not super far behind Halstead after doubling up Jason Wheeler. Looks like Sammy might be interested with ace tray of diamonds. Not interested enough. Watson also folds diamonds. Lithuania and the UK out. And Leonard Mao once again.
9-9?
9-9.
Raise 120,000 total.
Peralta, enough! Sorry, that's enough.
That's enough, Peralta.
Man, I don't know. As far as straight men in comedies, it does not get much funnier than Andre Braugher in that show.
I mean, there's irony. The way you said that, that's ironic.
I know.
Okay.
He's supposed to be the straight man, but he's hilarious. The straight man can still be funny,
I know what you're
Griffin.
doing. I know what you're doing, and I'm not going to fall for it, okay?
Immortalized says, Terry hates Brooklyn Nine-Nine references. Here's a fun connection to that. The kid that deals my home game is Terry Crews' personal assistant.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he travels the world with him. Ben Ludlow says, I'm a Boyle guy. I think you're hard-pressed to find an unfunny character on that show. Joel Trulio, hilarious. Hilarious.
I
gotta meet him. He's one of the only state guys I haven't met yet.
State guys?
State. The State is like the sketch comedy show that like Michael Ian Black and Ken Marino and David Wayne.
Is this the
and
one you
Michael
showed me the other
Showalter.
day?
What did I show you?
In Ireland, you showed me.
Oh, I showed you the Stella. Those are like home videos those guys made.
Yeah.
No, the show that they were on was on MTV in the 90s.
Okay. And which actor are you talking about from 9-9?
Joe Lotrulio, who plays Boyle.
Oh, yeah.
I've met a bunch of those. They come from the same sketch comedy troupe. I've met a bunch of them, but not Joe yet. All right, we got a little one-eyed poker again. Haroldstad on the button with the 4 diamonds, and we don't know. King, Jack 5, 2 spades.
Heads up, action starts on C8. C8 check.
Oh, the other 2. Season 3 came out yesterday, started yesterday also. You don't watch the other 2, do you?
Not at all.
Funniest show you're sleeping on right now.
Yeah.
The other 2.
I have heard of it, though.
Everybody out there.
Where is it on?
In America, it's on HBO Max. I don't know where in other places. But
So, yeah, it'll be on
it's
Crave in Canada.
so,
HBO Crave.
so funny. There's not a lot of great comedies on TV right now. And I'm just watching like 30 Rock in the Office over and over again.
Yeah, I've been slowly picking away at Brooklyn Nine. I'm not nearly caught up. I'm on like season 5, episode 13 or something. You know?
When you know it's over, right? You want to savor it. You don't want to blow through every episode.
Yeah. We were talking about Pen 15 the other day. Were you a Broad City guy?
Not when it was originally on, but my girlfriend showed it to me after it had gone off the air, and I think it is so funny.
Yeah.
And was so tapped into like the times
Yeah.
also. It's one of those shows that makes me mad because it's so good, and I'm jealous. I'm like, I'll never write something this good. Like,
Yeah.
I'll never be this dialed in.
Yeah. They're incredible. Yeah, we recently did a rewatch.
I will go back and rewatch Broad City. It's every once in a while, like when there's like a bunch of people over, like my girlfriend just like throw on the episode where they try to walk from one end of Manhattan to the other because it's like perfect.
Yeah.
You don't have to have seen
Yeah.
anything to get all the jokes.
Yeah, we're just finishing up a rewatch of Good Place.
So The Good Place, I stopped halfway through the last episode because I knew I was going to cry too much.
Yeah.
I never finished it. I'm a bit of a crier. Anyone that listens to these broadcasts or the podcast knows that it doesn't take much to get me going, and The Good Place was real emotional by the end. Marigal opening from the button, Queen 9 of Hearts. Yeah, Pimplakush says Pen 15, one of the funniest shows I've ever seen, crying, laughing at some bits. I definitely had to like pause and rewind that show a couple times because I was laughing so hard. Ujmala defending the big blind, ace-4. And top pair for Marigal right out the gate for, what's his name? Action Johnny? Snap McGee?
Snappy Johnson.
Snappy Johnson. Yeah, that's going to be, it quickly ends, wouldn't you know?
When I play a lot of tables online, I also snap a lot of the time because you need to be...
Sure.
Yeah, you play a lot of spots, so...
Are there ever times that you're like, oh man, I wish I had taken a little more time with that?
For sure.
Yeah. Are there ever times where you're like, this is too important and you might time out on other tables in certain spots?
It's very hard for me now to do that, to be in that spot. I usually take not too much time.
Yeah, okay.
Can we get a ban for kiplets?
Sure.
Saying the wrench is actually decently funny. At least
Oh
all
God,
Master
yeah,
C's in
no,
it.
my goodness, what? I've literally never even heard. I don't know anyone that's even seen that show, let alone thinks it's funny.
That wasn't a real person. That was a bot. That's
You got
why
any favorites? You want to weigh in on anything here, Razvan? TV comedy wise?
TV comedy. Not really. I like stand-up.
Nice.
Do you know Dan Kishu?
Yeah, of course.
Dan apparently, Dan Kishu plays poker. He's also been a guest on Poker in the Ears, and apparently he's like launched the careers of many of Romania's top stand-up comedians.
Yeah.
Is he Romanian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He also is a producer there in Romania. He's a film director. Like, he's making some movies.
I watched his movie before he came on the podcast, one of them, and I really enjoyed it, actually. I was prepared to, like, try to find nice things to say about it just in case I didn't like it.
How do I say his name?
Dan Kishu, but it's spelled C-H...
With C.
C-H-I-S-U.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Film producer is.
He directed a movie called #DogPoopGirl. Don't you remember that from London? We were talking about
Yeah, we were talking
#Dog.
about that,
He didn't
yeah.
direct that one. Sorry, that's a mistake. He produced it. Yeah, Dan was here. I don't know if he's still here, but there's Mike Watson's partner on the rail, Sarah. Seems to run a pretty successful PR business. Reps Dan Cates. Got Dan Cates in the Washington Post this week, I think. They just did an article about Dan. So that's some pretty slick PR work. Anytime you can get poker in the mainstream media and it's not something terrible.
Time for the hoodie.
Let's go. Turtle time. Queen on the button.
Full race, 120,000 total.
Oh my goodness. Man, oh man. Pocket aces for Mike Watson in the small blind. This dynamic is not good for Bujmala.
My favorite hand.
Aces?
Yeah.
Top 3 for me.
Yeah?
Rest one, you like aces?
Yeah, for sure.
Two-point race to 500,000 total.
Yeah, top 3 hand IMO. And Watson re-raises to 500,000. More than 4x.
Tough spot for King Queen offsuit here.
Really tough spot, man. And just lets it go. Lets it go. Let's King Queen go in position. Wow. Maybe Watson's got an Oreo cookie tell.
That's pretty boss. Fold, just like, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
I just don't.
Another 2 blinds.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
We got a new follower for the Master of Disguise Turtle reference earlier. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. If you want, I can reference Dana Carvey's other amazing movie, Clean Slate, next.
C10 raise to 100,000
Never heard of it.
total. C1, cold.
All right, we're going to let Razvan hang with us for one more hand.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Of course. This was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun.
maybe we'll see some action here.
So this is what you were talking about with the liking them pocket pairs, set mining when maybe not appropriate. Starting the hand with about 26 big blinds in early position and calling the raise and
with the best hand and still has the best hand now. Thank you.
You have a lot of people behind you.
yeah, a lot of reasons not to do this.
And that's 125,000 total.
But Snappy Johnson doesn't listen to your rules.
Hey, he
He
calls
makes his own-
Snappy.
Hey.
He folds Snappy, and thank you for giving us the gift of Snappy Johnson,
Yeah,
Razvan.
we're gonna be
Congratulations
using
again.
that the rest of the tournament.
And good luck at Scoop. We'll be looking out for you. And one more time, give everyone your handle if you want to give them a follow on Twitch.
On Twitch, I'm Razvi with the Y, QQ, and on YouTube, I'm Belea Razvan. You can also subscribe there, and I will stream on YouTube as well.
Nice.
So,
All right.
Thank you for having me. See you guys.
Sweet.
A pleasure. Thanks for coming in. Razvan Balea, everybody.
Seat 9 followed. Seat 10 followed. Seat 1.
Year of Romania.
Year of Romania. That's right. Pretty cool when we can get the superstars in for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. So do you think it worked? Do you think he's going to give us some viewer dumps?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I think we should have laid it on a little thicker.
Come on, I mean, like,
yeah,
that's,
no, I'm not sure.
We had one gig, they're like, this guy's got a Twitch. Do you think it do viewer dump when he finishes the stream? We should have asked explicitly.
Yeah. No, I think we should have been more complimentary. Pocket sevens for Sapitavicius.
Kid Sapitavicius.
And Lees wakes up with kings in the small.
10.
Put that in your van. Lee's been relatively quiet since we went nine-handed.
150,000 total. Seat 8 forward.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a little different than the king-queen. At about the same stack depth. Because you can kind of just get away from it if you want to.
10.
On certain board textures, a lot easier. You know, when you think about the value hands with that, the king-queen 3-bet situation, it's just like, if you are against the big value, you're going to get dominated when you flop top pair. But this situation, I mean, that's part of the problem, of course, when it comes to deuce-deuce-3, but at least when you flop a 7, you know you're probably good.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Seat 7 bets. 400,000 total.
I mean, how? How can you possibly?
Yeah, gotta call one here. Gotta protect in this situation. You know, your opponent's not just gonna be split between those like big pairs and then the big high cards you're beating, but sometimes they're just gonna have, you know, ace 6 suited or, you know, queen 10 suited. Sometimes hands like this that might 3-bet. So you gotta be calling here. But now things are going to get murky. This pot is now up to 2 million. You only have a 1.5 to 1 SPR.
Would you say that Sapitavicius is dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Nice. Nicholson.
All in. Seat 7 announces all.
Jamarino.
And must be one of our biggest pots of the tournament now. There's 3.5 million in there. Surely Sapitavicius won't be calling, but is giving him a little pause. It's just like, do you just have ace king of spades here? Do you just have ace queen of diamonds here? Do you have ace queen off and you know that I'll have to fold something like this? Pretty sure he's always going to come to the conclusion it's not worth making some hero call. I mean, even those hands, especially the ones that are suited, going to have a lot of equity. But it is a little frustrating, right?
Dank asks, is jam not killing your value?
3.5, right? 3.5, 95.
And I will say, thank you, Statrick, who reminds us that Lise overbet shoved the turn as a semi-bluff a few days ago.
10.
And the sevens do go into the muck.
I same pressure.
What is M pressure? I always hear people saying, I see M pressure. What are they seeing exactly?
They're seeing the pressure of M. M is maximum. It's maximum pressure.
I see maximum pressure. Got it.
I see maximum pressure. I see with my little eye. What my eye little sees, I see. I see maximum pressure. That's the way the song goes.
Well explained. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I'm right, it's like 40% still, I think. Maybe 30 if you're very loose.
Do you know that, I think you're kind of like me where you're like super self-conscious about certain things, and the third time we brought up movies and Razvan wasn't really included in the conversation, he looked over at me and he was like, he gave me the symbol that he wanted to get out of here. Do you think that he was just sick of us talking about movies and TV shows, and we could have talked to him more about his dogs or something? Did you get that feeling? That's me. I'll be thinking about that all night tonight now.
Yeah.
Like I'll be laying in bed later tonight being like, oh man, should we have just not talked about Brooklyn Nine-Nine for so long?
Well, we should have talked about 6 of clubs and 8 of hearts, his dogs.
Ace,
Wait,
queen,
did we get the names wrong? Oh my God, he told us and everything.
Ace.
King and queen, right?
Ace is one of them.
Oh, ace.
Yeah.
6, 4, 7.
I mean, I think we had a good thing going with the Counter-Strike stuff, but then we all made it all weird with the joke and stuff, you know?
Oh my goodness. Another potential cool-off.
My goodness, Lady Luck.
I think that's fine. That's not like a real song. Go for it. Have at it.
Well,
is it a song?
It's
then
a
don't.
song from. No, can I clarify? Or you can let me clarify. It's sung by Tim Robinson, and Tim Robinson's The Characters.
Oh yeah.
When he does his like gambler thing. I mean, Netflix, you know.
I'm no lawyer. I think that's okay.
I mean, the only part of the song I sing is Lady Luck.
Right.
It's like I don't remember anything else.
So Queens just called. And still always a king on the desk when you've got pocket queens.
Yeah, and this is a chip leader on, like, you know, chip leader situation here. Why are you gonna? You don't want to play big pots with the chip leader. You want to stay right where you are, and you know, as the you know, battle royale gas fills in, which is the blinds, and knocks everyone else out slowly.
Did you just get asked a question about comparing poker to battle royale?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm working on that metaphor. Yeah. But that's why you don't see this 3-bet, because you don't want to make a big 3-bet here, and then he calls, and get a king-high flop, and suddenly this pot is building. You're trying to play small pots against the chip leaders and let other people bust.
Another king on the turn is probably good news for pocket queens.
Yeah. not just great news because it makes it even more likely that you have the best hand, but it's the kind of card that if Haraldstad did have something like 9s, 10s, jacks, would probably put out another bet, as sort of a block value bet.
Because it looks good for him too.
Yeah, and Haraldstad is just going for it here. I'm a little surprised, but you do have ace queen, so you're blocking king queen. You really want to pressurize, you know, things like 5s, 6s, 8s, even 9s is like not that comfortable here. But Maui here is actually at the top of his range. Maui. I'm gonna have trouble with it also because I want to say Maui because I'm a huge Moana fan.
I see. Yeah, something tells me that Germany and Hawaii are, I don't know,
have different
Yeah,
pronunciations.
probably different. Yeah, exactly. Maua.
Grunk the Muck says a bunch of cats commentating. Meow. 5 of spades on the river.
5 alive. Maua checks.
What a drink.
5 alive was pretty solid.
Alive, yeah. We had so much sugar when we were kids.
Wasn't as good as Ecto Cooler.
We had so much sugar when we were kids.
I wasn't allowed to have
Sunny
any of that stuff. Sunny D.
Delight.
I wasn't even allowed to have juice, really.
At lunch today, I was having the ketchup. I was like, the ketchup tastes different here. And then my friend was like, yeah, because it doesn't have like 400 grams of sugar in it.
Check, check. Queens will win at Showdown. It's been a good level for Maua.
New chip leader?
Yeah. You can revert. You can do chips and ketchup somehow if you want to. Don't worry about it. 96 big blinds for Leonard Maua. 10 seconds left on the level. Looks like the shuffle has started. Chips are out.
Get it in, get it in. Chip counts.
Maua just ahead of Lease now, and Haraldstad, who started 9-handed as the chip leader, has dropped into 3rd. But not a ton of chips being lost by Haraldstad. It was really just the one semi-flip.
We have 3 pretty clean blocks of chips. You know, we have the 3 chip leaders all between 88 and 96 blinds. We have Mike Watson leading the charge of the 63 to 50 range, and then there's those 3 between 25 and 37.
Well stated.
It's a tiered system of chip counts right now.
Maua pocket 3s. Last to act.
They raised to 125,000 total.
Having your chip stack in 4s is, I mean, it's a bit of an eyesore.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
It's a real bold move, you know. I mean, in fairness, and Selm hasn't, you know, he's been good.
Maybe he was
He's
mid-counting.
done really no wrong.
I think he was just in the middle of counting
he's
before
in the middle
break.
of counting.
Yeah.
Okay. See, told you, he's our guy.
All right, Haraldstad defends and whiffs pretty hard. No diamonds, no queens, no 6s. Maua C-bets. And a fold from Haraldstad. Everybody heading to break. Let's take a look at the chip counts as we depart. Leonard Maua, as stated, out in front for Nala. Leo Lease in 2nd. Joachim Haraldstad dropping from 1st to 3rd. Watson going from nearly last to 4th. We are headed to break. More from EPT Monte Carlo when we return.
So now we're down to 5 players, and yes, Joe, I can confirm 8th, 7th, 6th, all knocked out by Sweetie.
Oh, this is sick.
If you raise 375.
Blinds at 80,000, 160,000. Joseph Klinger opening with King, Queen of Hearts. Makes it 375,000, and Sweetie's got kings.
Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to knock out Klinger?
Small blind plus. Big blind plus.
Hopefully they just silence that bit of the replay rather than deleting the entire video.
How much? Like 5.8? Okay.
It's the flop.
Oh
my goodness.
Dear.
I should have saved it.
He checks.
Top pair versus top set.
Nicholas bet 700,000. Pepe call.
Bet of 700,000 called by Klinger, who picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Okay, all right.
A little bit of hope.
Pepe check.
Man, no matter what happens here, it's going to be bad for somebody. That's what I hate about these spots.
1,375,000.
Somebody is going to lose a huge pot with a strong hand. Somebody is going to get coolered. 82% chance it's going to be Klinger.
The river card, 4 of diamonds.
Board bricks out for Klinger. It's a full house for Sweetie.
I'm all in.
Bet all in.
Sweetie shoves on him. It's all in to call. And if he calls, he's out.
I don't think I can fold this. What improved? Deuce 5, 5-7, and a 4. All of the 4s.
Pepe pass.
Finds a fold. Stop cheering, I wanted a call.
I am not good enough to fold there.
I love the fact the Lebanese row are celebrating. Sweetie's like, guys, I had a full house. I need him to call there.
It's still a big pot, though.
It is indeed. Not that he really needs any more chips. He's got the rest of the table covered by...
I really would have liked to see this table in its entirety. I mean, not that I would want to invest so much time, but with the stack that he has, he can just kind of raise every pot, I think.
Mike McDonald railing Andrew Chen, who is all in for just shy of 2 million.
Mini class pass.
Because Sweetie's got like 15 million. Everyone else got between like 2 and 3, right?
Oh, and Klinger calls Chen's shove because he's picked up kings. Well, this could be a situation, Joe, where we see a player eliminated by someone other than Nicholas Sweetie.
Okay, 7-9 of clubs in the only hand for Andrew Chen.
Well, 1/5 of the time, Chen's going to survive.
Here it is, 10, check.
And this is not looking like one of them.
Well, he's flopped a gut shot straight draw.
For straight. Heavy leading with king. Let's see the turn. The 5 of diamonds, no help.
Only an 8 on the river saves Andrew Chen.
Let's see the river card. It's a 9. No help.
9 is not enough, and Joseph Klinger's King's Hold. Andrew Chen eliminated in 5th place, cashing for 400,000 euros. And I would like to point out, Joe, that Hervé Costa has folded his way to 4th place and has guaranteed himself at least €500,000.
Has folded his way to 4th place from 22nd place.
I didn't think he would gamble with kings. He clearly didn't. Whereas
now we are down to 4.
Please.
This is good. He should be raising a pretty wide range. King Queen certainly falls within that.
Costa on the button has ace-9.
Again, not knowing exact chip stacks, but assuming Costa's the shortest.
Yeah, and he's really short now, really short. Regardless of whatever 2 cards Nicolas Schwiti has, he has to call.
820,000 is the all-in rate from here.
Easy fold of 5s here, I think. Oh, it's Cara Mazzinas too, right?
Yeah.
Queen.
Nicolas makes the call. Fairway is all in with ace of spades.
Roi dame. King queen versus ace 9. Yeah. King baby. Let's finish it.
Now, this would be quite the story if Costa comes back.
Allez ma petite. Queen deuce. Queen deuce. Queen deuce.
Unbelievable.
This is the best poker player I've ever seen. Jeffrey Hakeem on the rail. Love that dude.
Good luck.
Well, I still salute this guy for laddering like a pro and locking up 500,000 euros for his 4th place finish.
Hell yeah. Well done. He's the real Klinger.
What a run for Nicolas Schwiti, though, as Hervé Costa is congratulated by his buddies.
And there goes the rail.
To bust. Now you're.
We've still got the Lebanese rail. They're loud enough.
I was bust. You wait for him to bust. Now you're free rolling. I didn't wait for him to bust. I had 20 big blinds. It's more than enough to make a move. How much you have?
All right, buddy.
It's 2.
I have to say, poker strategy with Dominicus Camazinas is becoming a little bit tired as a format.
All in.
Nicolas raised all in.
I think you have to call.
Call.
And call.
There it is. Finally commits his chips.
Ace of diamonds.
By the way,
Sweetie's knocked out everyone but one so far.
correct. Also, okay, Camazinas has his opponent dominated. Okay, he's got 63%. There is no way he wins this hand.
I don't see, I mean, he's really supposed to win this one, but I guess it's a pretty high chance at chop with ace-6 versus ace-7 too, right?
No. Schwiti outright. He knows it, look.
Got Tony G on his rail, repping Lithuania.
Flop comes 5.
Very good flop. Very good flop. Why don't you tell?
There's Tony.
Why don't you shout now? Shout. Come on, yeah.
Beware the premature celebration, Dominicus. Boom. I knew it.
Oh my God.
You just knew it was coming. There was never any doubt.
Domination, Karmazinas.
Domination, rotation.
4?
Nicholas Schweiti KOs another player. Dominicus Karmazinas out in third place. Cashes for 700,000 euros. We're going heads up in Monte Carlo in April 2010. Nicholas Schweiti versus Joseph Klinger.
$350 total.
Oh my God, now it's aces.
And Klinger's got snowmen's.
I'm all in.
Call.
This most certainly is the dead man's hand. Aces and eights.
All in and a call. And Schweiti could close the deal here.
Klinger's going to need a humdinger.
Come on, one ace.
Nicholas Schweiti has been on an incredible run.
Let's see the flop. And here it is. 9, 10, 10.
I'm surprised it wasn't an ace-ace-X flop.
Unfortunately, I do not think him calling for cards when he's ahead is going to punish him.
Ace.
Here comes the turn.
Ace.
Yes!
This is over unless an 8 hits the river.
One more card to come. Meaning 8s in the deck. Any other card, we have a decision.
Send it to 11 on. Come on. All the way.
Aces hold, and Nicholas Schweiti from Lebanon wins the Season 6 EPT Grand Final in Monte Carlo. 1.7 million euros, a 7-figure score for Joseph Klinger, the runner-up.
I mean, $1 million is still pretty good, and I don't think we've seen much from Klinger since, so hopefully he went and retired on a beach somewhere.
Good game for you. Great game.
So can you tell me now what you had in this one big pot?
Kings.
You have kings? Queen of hearts.
I know.
I have 4 hearts on the turn. Really, you have kings full house?
Yeah, you can see it on TV.
Yeah? Wow.
Let's talk about Scoop specifically, because obviously the series is coming up. We've just announced the entire schedule. We know the dates, we know how many tournaments, we know the guarantees for the main events. All the information's out there. I'm guessing that, considering Scoop's been running since 2009, you've got something to work from, right? You can look at last year's schedule, the year before that, and see what worked and what didn't work. Where do you start when creating something new?
Yeah.
Well, we have a bunch of comparisons from different series, right? So we have a big Excel spreadsheet with all of the results pretty much of series tournaments that we keep up to date. And then again, it comes back to deciding what's the character of the series, what's the concept, what's the intent.
Yeah.
If it's a turbo series, for example, then we know that all the tournaments are going to be fast. And then we can look at all of the comparisons that we have. So on a Thursday, we'll probably want a big progressive KO turbo. We can look at our list of those, pick out one that looks like the best comparison, and then make some. We kind of channel our inner Nate Silvers a bit and use a lot of imperfect information and try and turn that into a projection. Sometimes get it right, sometimes get it wrong.
When you're dealing with these massive schedules, multiple starting times, starting flights, multiple tournaments a day, low, medium, and high, is this all done on a computer, or does anyone go back to the old like post-it note on a wall kind of thing? You know, like you would schedule plan out a TV show season. Or is this all like in some sort of like
computer, for lack of
like some kind of Christopher Nolan script or something, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the idea? No, we're all computerized these days, Joe. It's pretty high tech over here. Yeah, no, we build it in Excel. Essentially, we'll have an Excel sheet, and then we'll do what we call our tentpole tournament. So we know that the main event is going to be here. We know roughly what that's going to be. We know what our Sunday main events are probably going to look like going across, and then we know, we'll want a big progressive KO on Thursdays. We'll have that to build the skeleton. We'll have a bunch of tournaments that we know we want in the series somewhere, and then we'll play some Tetris and kind of drag and drop and see what it looks like, and build the schedule out that way.
So. Probably dancing around a little bit because this isn't necessarily the order that you do things, but like guarantees. If the prize pool exceeds the guarantee, it's like, oh, they were really cynical and they weren't aggressive enough. The numbers got to be close to what the final prize pool is.
And that's the ideal outcome. Yeah, of course, we've overlaid a lot of in various tournaments, and we've massively exceeded the guarantees in various tournaments. It's all a case of projection and prediction, and as I said, it's a lot of imperfect information that we're trying to deal with in making these forecasts. And it's not always a one-to-one comparison. As I said before, like if we have the same tournament in March and July, they're going to have two very, very different outcomes. If it's a turbo or a slow tournament, those are going to have very different outcomes if it's progressive KO or not. So we're just making the best guesses that we can. The guarantees are obviously super important. It's something that players look at. We try to be as ambitious as we can be within the parameters that we have. And within the projections that we have. Sometimes we get it wrong, sometimes we do okay with it.
You said that it's important to look at what the goals or objectives of a particular series is. So if we look at Scoop in the year 2023, what is the specific identity of Scoop? Because, of course, at inception, it was the tiered buy-ins, but everything has that now.
Scoop and WCoop.
Right, okay.
Yeah, look, Scoop it's a championship series first and foremost, so it awards trophies. It's a championship series, which means something. We want it to be fun and accessible to everybody. I think out of the two championship series, this is the one that's more like a celebration, a carnival of poker, that's accessible to everyone. So we have lower buy-ins, we have some different start times to try and get everyone involved and have their chance to win a Scoop trophy.
So when Scoop is going on, right? So here's how I picture things, and I want you to tell me how wrong or how close this is. Let's say that you were a guy that was like ran the subway system of New York, and you're in like a control room and you're seeing this train. Is there something like that that's going on during Scoop, like that you're monitoring? And if so, what is it? What does it look like?
It's me sitting at this very desk looking at numbers tick up and kind of scratching my head. It's not much more complex than that. We'll have like a bunch of comparisons. I'll have a few Excel files open, maybe a few graphs to make it look nice, and just tracking the pace. So there is a bit of that going on. And then if something starts looking bad, then we'll take some actions.
What would that mean, looking bad? Just like not enough registrants?
Exactly that. So we'll have our line for pace that we want to hit the guarantee, and if it starts going below it, then we'll have to add some satellites or take some actions.
Are these graphs happening in real time? Like as things are happening, you can look at them, or do you have to manually enter that data?
Manually enter it, but we enter it close to real time. Like it's
cool.
It's quite a manual process, but it's fun, right? The sweats are fun.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. We are down to a single table on day 5 of the main event. Go playing down to the final 6 tonight, so 3 more eliminations to come. And for the first time in a long time, we now have an average stack that is less than 50 big blinds. Still some deep stacks though, including Mauer, Lees, and Harold Stat. And no really short stacks per se. Arno Ensemble 22 big blinds, Maduka Marigold 19 big blinds. Plenty of play in this thing as we go to the 40-80 blind level. Action about to recommence. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hey everyone.
And this is what they are playing for. Next player out, 82,350 euros. Then we hit the 6-figure scores, Griff, with 890k being awarded to the champion. That money will be paid out tomorrow when we crown a winner and present that trophy.
Yeah, that beautiful gold trophy. There's the beautiful room.
So 9-handed play continues. So just to clarify, we hit the final redraw during level 26, played out the last 17 minutes of that level, then played all the way through level 27. So it's been the better part of 2 hours since we lost a player.
Yeah, it's amazing how these things happen, the ebbs and flows. Sometimes it just feels like we can't slow down the tournament. It's just that everyone's busting. We're like, oh my gosh. And then, you know, the card distribution shifts, the players with the chips change, and here we are, still 9 players remaining.
Yeah, we did say earlier on that we anticipated getting to 9 relatively early, but this is where we would expect it to slow down due to the deepness of the stacks and the fact that we now enter the phase where there is a significant money jump with every single elimination, and also the payouts, quite frankly, just become more meaningful.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, of course, there's a couple players at this table that they're no stranger to this situation, so they're going to have a different feel when they're at this. But this is, you know, the biggest final table for many of almost all of these players.
Yes.
And this is the moments that you practice for, you train for, you study, you play, you dream of. So it means so much to these players, and every decision is so crucial. I mean, you see someone like Jason Wheeler, who is, you know, no stranger to the tour. Even he's finished second in an EPT before, and that all in with the ace-king to the ace-queen, you can see the sigh of relief, like, no, it's not over. I'm still in this thing. But there is nothing more exciting than being on an EPT final table. It's just any big final table. You're just you wish you could bottle it. The rush is incredible.
So yeah, we do have a former champion in Mike Watson. Obviously, Mike's won many titles, but as the champion of the PCA 2016 main event, he is officially an EPT winner. And Jason Wheeler has a runner-up finish from Prague in 2017. Mike Watson, who was pretty short yesterday, made a great recovery during the latter end of day 4 and is still playing around 50 big blinds right now, still an above average stack. Arunas Saprovicius raising here with ace-6 of hearts. Saw King Jack folded there as we get to the big blind. Jason Wheeler. Ace deuce.
You're not really thrilled with ace deuce in this spot. It's one of those situations where you feel like, you know, not only with your big blind, but your ante out there, that you need to kind of defend it. You have an ace, you know, that's going to be live a lot of the time, even against the top of your opponent's range. Sometimes you're just going to hit a deuce, but it's so hard to hold on, right? You're really hoping to hit that ace and have your opponent, you know, have something like king queen or 2 jacks or 2 queens, and they aren't prepared to barrel it off.
Now, on the one hand, Griffin, this is domination rotation because Wheeler has paired his deuce, but it is also a post-flop flip because Saprovicius does have that heart draw.
Yeah, Wheeler's going to take a different approach here and just attack with a lead, hoping to, you know, set the price.
180? 180?
But with the holding that he has here with the ace-6 of hearts, I think it's going to be more than 180.
Raised to 575,000.
Jason Wheeler's timing hasn't been very good the last couple levels, but that's not necessarily an indictment of how he's playing. Sometimes, you know, you make that 4-bet with what we perceive to be King Jack, the one last level that was the massive hand he lost, and yeah, it ended up not working out, and it was a bad result, but your opponent had pocket aces, and in this one, you know, you take this lead line with the ace deuce, and your opponent's not always going to have, you know, the nut flush draw or an overpair. So a bit of a spot of bad luck, I think, for the man named JDPC27 online. I wonder if I got that number right. It's been years. I feel like it's ingrained. Played so many hands with Jason Wheeler over the years on PokerStars.
Mike Watson first to act here.
Woof, woof. Mad dog.
Jack-5 offsuit. He folds. Sabatovicius with ace-7, the Spraggy. Lease is out. Leonard Mao with ace-3 of clubs.
Right, 160,000.
Makes it 160,000. Arnaud Ensemble has kings in the hijack.
Playing 22 big blinds. Doesn't have much of a flatting range here. So alarm bells would go off, I think, if we saw just a call. So not going to get tricky. Going to 3-bet, hope to get it in against the likes of queens and jacks. Maybe some ace-queen suited and ace-kings.
It's re-raised to 380,000. Sami Boujmala is in the big blind and has 7-4 hearts. He folds. Back on Mauer, who asks, how much did you start the hand with?
You can't always discount the consideration to just shove a hand like this. I mean, I don't think it'll happen, but it's, you know, a certain percentage of the time with hands like this, you are supposed to 4-bet shove. Because when they're bluffing, you just take it down, and when not, you're got a pretty good. And he's done it. He's done it. He's gone all in.
Oh, wow. He shoves on Ensemble, who snap calls.
Yeah.
And is a huge favorite to double up here with kings.
And you can see the excitement for the Frenchman. This is just massive.
Could have 3.8 million chips at the end of this. Of course, if there's an ace on the desk, if something nasty happens with a wheel or a flush, he will be our 9th place finisher.
We've all seen it a million times before, and you can see 30% is doing pretty well. And I know you must be thinking, some of you, why would he go all in with ace-3? Well, sometimes you're getting some 3-bet folds, and sometimes the first club's a club.
Oh, wow. 2 clubs on the flop. A lot of cards for Ensemble to fade now. Clubs and aces working for his opponent. We had a post-flop flip, but now Ensemble is once again a 7-3 favorite with the deuce of hearts on the turn. He needs a brick river.
Don't do it to him. Not like this. Not like this.
No club, no ace. He celebrates the double up.
You can feel the heart beating out of his chest. It's just palpable.
Wow.
This is what we're playing for.
1 chair, 1 mic pack, collateral damage in that double up. Here's the moment he celebrated with his rail, including former Monte Carlo finalist Pierre Calamusa. Calamusa, everyone's favorite squid flavored dessert.
Okay, breathe now, buddy. Still got a lot of poker to play, but that is a massive double. That brings him all the way up to 4th in chips with 47 big blinds. A lot to play with. We're talking about huge differences in prize money. 9th place, 82,000, all the way up to 890,000.
Et t'es qui pense flop au final?
It's Bluvis asks, when did Lease go out? He didn't go out. He's right there.
All 9 players remaining are now at this table. So just give it a couple of orbits to make sure that you take in everyone who's still here. And suffice to say, if someone is not at this table, they are not still in the tournament.
Exactly. But at least to you now, he has a new lease on life.
Ensemble.
Oh,
Calming himself
taking
down.
A second, yeah.
It's like,
no
okay.
interest in playing this hand, but wants to get back. That was that. Honestly, I think that was a very necessary, and you can see the heavy breathing. Oh, wow, that sounded like a soda ad. That was so clean, right? That was crisp. Suddenly I want a Coca-Cola. Or...
Bushmala in the small blind with Jack 10. Unzips, hoods up, zips up.
We're going in. Ooh, that was a clean zip, too. Great work on the sound today, everyone.
Completes. 7-5 off. Mike Watson checks his option. These two go to the flop. Six, 6-5. Watson 3-1 favorite.
We've seen a lot of measured passivity from Bushmala in these spots against these really strong players. We saw that ace-king fold from the lead against Haroldstad earlier. And just folding king-queen after getting 3-bet from Mike Watson, button to small blind. So Watson's decided to check it back.
I know the weather has been changeable in the last few days, but A, is he expecting it to rain? And B, does he think the roof is leaking?
There have been times that the roof has been open at some point this week.
There was a year where
So
the roof
can
got a
never
little
be-
bit stuck as well and was like,
Can never be too
there was
careful.
a gap.
Oh, really?
Fortunately, it was a sunny day and not a rainy
That's
day, but
funny.
it's still...
And they fixed it for the next
they,
day?
They managed to fix it within, you know, maybe a few minutes, or maybe the better part of an hour, but they fixed it eventually and the roof completely closed. Enough time for the ninjas to get in and thwart Blofeld's plot. Bet from Mike Watson. Wins him this pot. Sits 4th in chips. With an above average stack, 47 big blinds. The average right now being around 45 big blinds. Interesting, we have been ahead of widget pace for the last couple of days, I'd say. And this might be the first point in this main event where the tournament has fallen behind the widget projections. Level 28, we were meant to start with 8.2 players.
You know, I feel a sentiment when things aren't going the widget's way in here sometimes. It's like, oh, maybe the widget's not always right. But you know what I've learned? 2 things in my experiences in the poker community. One is the house always wins and the widget is always right.
Lisa's raised under the gun with King 4 of clubs, Ensemble with Ace 3 of hearts.
I think he was worried his fans were going to forget that he was there. So now he's opening up his range.
That's right, Aaron. Once 0.8 of a person is bust, we will be spot on at 8.2. We are meant to finish this level with 7 players. So to stay on pace, we would have 2 eliminations in the next 75 minutes.
Chip counts.
Lease leads with a 70 big blind stack. Maduka Marigold is edging towards the danger zone. 16 big blinds for him. Jason Wheeler, the second shortest stack with 22 big blinds. Sahar Kessler asks, is this a 5-day event? Actually a 6-day event. I guess you could be pedantic and say 7, because it has day 1A, day 1B, and then days 2 through 6.
So this isn't the final day today?
Correct.
So what would you call this day?
The penultimate day.
I love when he says that. I saw you tweet it today. I was like, oh, he's going to say it at some point. Sir Watts, couple of 6s, button. Playing almost 50 big blinds.
Raises to 180,000, and it's raise and take it for Mike, who now has 4 million.
You are welcome to take by your feet, so commence the starting in 3 minutes.
Action starting with Arnaud Ensemble.
Nine pass.
Joachim Haraldstad
10 pass.
folds the 9-3. Pocket 5s for Maduka Marigold. How would you proceed here, Griffin, with 16 bigs? Well, as we know, Marigold doesn't take a lot of time over his decisions. Insta-shoves.
Did you hear about the new nickname that Razman Balea gave him? He started calling him Snappy Johnson.
Snappy Johnson?
Yeah, it's really became a favorite between Joe and I. So Snappy Johnson shoving the 5s. Yeah, interesting spot for 16 big blinds, you know. Under the gun 2, it can lead to disaster if someone wakes up behind, but
yeah,
you can't really be min raising. You know, if it was 18 big blinds, probably just open fold. 16 is like right on the line there, and anything less, yeah, you're pretty comfortable in shoving.
Warak says, can you just put that stupid yellow bracelet in the pocket? I'd be so annoyed to sit in it for a week. Sit in what? Sentence makes no sense.
You don't sit in bracelets?
Oh, I see. Sit there with that bracelet on.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, it took a while for me to get that. I believe the bracelet changes every day, right? It's color-coded.
Yeah.
So you take it off at the end of the day, and I guess you could put it in your pocket, but considering security here, it's a lot easier to keep it on.
I keep all of mine, though. I'm a collector.
In order to get in and out of the building really quickly, it's a lot easier just to flash the bracelet on your arm.
Yeah.
Raise 108,000.
T'as vu le double d'armes? Non? Contre lui, il a fait l'allemand.
So Mike Watson racing here with King 5 of strawberries.
Wow, and there's the respect. Sappy not keeping Watson in line with the ace-9 of clubs. Don't really blame him. Just such a tough opponent. Look at the respect. Look at the snap folds.
Got to play Jack 4 for the memes, right?
Maybe you have been keeping up on Twitter. We're way past Jack 4. We're not even. That's not even a thing anymore. There's so many things, James Hardigan.
Oh, I know, and they're all absolutely terrible.
Just
That's
awful.
why I want to go back to a happier time when we were debating.
Wasn't it a simple time? Wasn't the Jack 4 a simple time?
A simple time when we were
Feels
basically
like it was years ago.
accusing someone of cheating with
Yes.
absolutely no evidence whatsoever.
For sure, it was
Those were happy
interesting.
days.
You know, like...
Who would have thought that that would be the high point?
So we are restarting the tournament, same blinds, 500, 1,000, ante, 1,000 dealers.
I see the cynicism and the sarcasm.
You're all on thin ice.
At the
See
point,
James here.
At the point that people were saying there was cheating, they did not present any evidence that would have stood up in any court of law or been accepted by any professional law enforcement officer. I would also point out that a thorough investigation found no wrongdoing. Can you say with complete certainty that it was a legit hand? No, but we have this thing called beyond reasonable doubt, and no one could present any evidence to suggest otherwise. And no, I don't consider YouTube videos with people offering their expert opinion evidence.
He was doing air quotes on expert, in case anyone was wondering. I just feel like we've taken a big boulder and thrown it into an inactive volcano. Now it's just starting to combust. I mean, everyone still has deep opinions about this thing. Guys, let's move on. I think there's only one way we can solve this, James. I think we need to do a Twitter Spaces. I don't know how it works, but I've been seeing them go viral. And every time I click on them, it's this thing that's 3.5 hours long. I'm like, which part do I watch? Do I watch the whole thing? So I feel like we have a lot of time in there to get to the bottom of this. Marigal with the 4-deuce suited. Gonna just check it back. Getting out flopped here from the much stronger Jack 10 of Haroldstad.
Harold!
Marigal picked up a little cute little baby wheel. Little wheel draw. That folds to the min bet. Good decision.
I'm going to say something that's going to make our moderators very, very happy.
Ban them all.
No. By having this conversation and seeing the response to it and letting everyone have their fun now by voicing their conspiracy theories and presenting opinions as if they're facts, they have put the nail in the coffin of Chat Pro Saturday.
Ooh. I didn't even realize there was still like
they were drawing thin, but they're now drawing dead.
Wow.
Chat Pro Saturday, not a thing.
I hate when Dad grounds us.
And guess what? If you need an incentive to continue to be on your best behavior, not taking emo only Saturday off the table.
Do they want emote Saturday?
No, they don't.
Oh, they don't want that.
No, they don't.
They want to be able to express their opinions about everything.
10 pass. 1 pass.
Wheeler with another annoying defense candidate. We saw last time with the ace deuce. 5 deuce suited. You're just like, all right. I guess. Like, I mean, I already have 160 in there, and there's only 80 more. Let's get weird. Wheel for Wheeler. Nope.
Optimus Clang says, I love it. Mention Jack 4, watch the explosion, then ban Chat Pro Saturday. Very Machiavellian, James Hartigan. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's 200,000. Pass.
I mean, one guy's persistent take on the situation was so bad, so offensive, and so libelous that he's just been banned. I've got fake Maria Hose in the chat. Oh, I was so looking forward to Chat Pro Saturday. Can you believe there's someone on Twitch who impersonates Maria Ho?
Disgusting. Everyone knows Maria, the real Maria Ho would never say anything so silly. Okay.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass. 10 pass.
So Mike Watson opening under the gun here with a 5. Whatever his other hole card is, we know it's not going to be beaten Marigold here.
Yeah, and Marigold just on 16 big blinds. I think maybe with his image, I would like to see a flat here. But I feel like he's probably going to be razor shoving. But just think about how nice this call would be.
Red triangle of death.
Well, it's going to be the red triangle of life this time. Sir Watt's not really going to have a calling hand here with the 5 diamonds in his hand.
So I'm guessing there's a very strong chance that we are going to play beyond the end of the next level. So that does mean we are going to probably have to take a 45-minute dinner break this evening. Does anyone know what's on the menu this evening? Calamusa?
6 pass.
1 time?
7 pass. 8 pass.
If you think about it, Griff, squid-flavored tiramisu, it's just a single dish. It's a main course and it's a dessert in one.
I haven't had the dinner here yet. Timing's always not worked out for me.
Raise 108,000. 10 pass. 1 pass.
Super Dud 98 asks, what's the time in Monte Carlo? It is 6:55 p.m., 6:54 to be precise.
Don't you say 1855?
18:54 if you want to do 24-hour clock, yeah. Forgive my ignorance, Griffin. Do you do 24-hour clock in Canada? Because the Americans don't
Zero.
do it, and it gets them
No, we-
utterly confused.
No, we don't at all, but that's why I'm saying, because I feel like whenever I'm telling someone that's European, I always write it in the 24-hour clock.
Good for you.
But now I'm worried that I'm just like appropriating your your clocks. Like they're just like, oh God, he's trying to use the 24-hour clock. You didn't even get it right. Like, Sir Watts. Open-ended. Flush draw.
I agree with the Leopard 7777. You need the 24-hour clock at airports. One of the things, and there are many things that tilt me about Miami International Airport, but the departures board is just like, what's evening and what's morning?
They don't put AMs and PMs in front of them?
No.
I don't believe that.
Maybe there's a separate column I didn't see.
That was a big bet.
It was. And
that
it
was
sees
an overbet.
So Watts up to 55 big blinds now with still an hour to go at this blind level.
Players, we just change. Our next break gonna be 30 minutes. Because we're gonna play one. More than 4 levels.
Ross says everyone should switch to the 24-hour clock. It's objectively simpler and less confusing. Agreed.
Yeah.
I know for a lot of people it's associated with the military. The other area it's associated with is broadcasting.
Mm.
Oh, now the debate has turned is what is the worst airport in the world? This is a good conversation topic. I'm going to say it's tough to top Miami International Airport. It's really tough.
Yeah, actually, I'm inclined to agree. I had my worst ever flying experience sometime last year in Miami. I got delayed 3 or 4 days.
A lot of people are nominating LAX. I don't agree.
Wheeler ready to go all the way with this hand at the cutoff. Just under 20 big blinds. Easy shove.
Is Luton really bad? Yes, but not as bad as MIA. Miracle's seriously considering calling here?
Pass.
Jay Palermo says, wait, the airport code is MIA? That just seems ominous. Joe Stapleton, don't you have a comment about the abbreviation MIA for Miami International Airport?
It's fitting because nearly 90% of the bags and 20% of the passengers are never seen or heard from again.
It's a good bit.
Thank you for your contribution. He'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh, wow. That is not funny. And that is a ban.
Yeah, man.
Xanadu Sunset says, is Joe just napping in a corner of the booth? Not this time. That is his usual MO. But not here in the MC. Jason Wheeler, Jack 10 of clubs in the hijack. So Wheeler playing just shy of 25 big blinds. That means Marigold is the shortest stack at the table once again with 19 bigs.
Raise 175,000.
Boujmala with the Spraggy, and he's zipping up. I love the fact that he zips up and then folded. What are you doing? How much time did that just take? Please only adjust your clothing if you're going to play a hand. And a good job you didn't play the Spraggy, because Mike Watson's got ace-king on the button.
Raise 425,000.
That's like an angle, Griffin. That's a forward motion. By zipping up, you implied you were going to bet.
So a pretty small-ish sizing from Mike Watson here, wanting to give room for Wheeler to enter the pot just playing these 23 big blinds. I really don't know what Wheeler's going to do here for an additional 250,000, but you already have 170 in there. Maybe we see some form of continue from Wheeler here, whether that's a call or a shove, but yeah, it's just, you can't really do much there, right? You don't want to cooler yourself by trying to take a flop, and it means too much.
Leo Lees tied for the chip lead with Joachim Haraldstad. Mike Watson now third in chips. Still got two short-ish stacks in Jason Wheeler and Maduka Marigold, hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Blinds will not be going up, though, for another 51 minutes.
9 pass. 10 pass.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, you see, you fold the Jack 10 to wait for a better opportunity. This is a better opportunity.
Raise 175,000. 4 pass. 5 pass.
Jake's Famous Stakes has this little nugget to offer to the conversation.
1.6?
They call him Jason Wheeler. He
How
can
many
even
bets?
read the
7?
dealer. I'd say he's an even keeler. A final table sealer. Grab a beer, let's cheer her for legend Jason Wheeler. Second to last line, dude. You were nearly there. You nearly
cheer her?
nailed it, but you didn't quite stick the land in.
Let's cheer her?
Yeah, that's where it all went wrong.
It's just distracting from everything else that you did right, man.
I know, it's like so close. So close. 7-4 goes to the flop against aces, does not connect.
Easily countable stacks. I'm never going to answer.
Yeah, but my eyes are not good enough. I'm not asking.
No, I'm just letting you know I leave them in easily countable stacks.
Yeah.
I just will never answer in a hand.
Sir Jensen made some more changes. Our break will be 45 minutes.
I can recommend a good optometrist to Leonard if he needs it. So once things wrap here in Monte Carlo tomorrow, we've of course got scoops starting on Sunday. As far as the European Poker Tour is concerned, there'll be 3 more stops in the 2023 season. We will be in Barcelona in the summer. We are heading to Cyprus for the first time in October. And then just before Christmas, in December, we are going to Prague. More details at PokerStarsLive.com, where you can also find details of all of the PokerStars regional tours taking place around the world. And we'll be bringing you an 8-day stream from Barcelona. Estrella's Super High Roller main event. 27th of August is the date to write in your calendar. Notsney asks, will it be south or north? I can confirm that Barcelona is in the south of Spain. Thank you for your question.
I'll
get it back. The fine. It's called
6-4 versus 6-3. Or maybe we need to rethink the EPT schedule. Tay TV points out Barcelona in August, too hot there. I mean, there's a chance that we might be gambling here with running an event in Barcelona in the summer. Has anyone thought about whether that will work? Has anyone looked at what the numbers have been like for like recent... Sorry, it's been a huge success since 2004, you say? The only event that's been on every single season of the EPT?
It's too hot, James. It's too hot. You know it's too hot.
To be fair, there was one year where it was definitely too hot when the air conditioning broke in the venue and they were having like a 40 Celsius heat wave. But every other time, I would say it's too cold indoors.
Yeah. All kidding aside, one of my favorite things about when we went to Barcelona was the 20-minute walk from my hotel to the venue. It was the best part of my day because it was so beautiful, the weather. It was nice. Definitely not too hot.
Oh yeah, Barcelona is in the north. I was looking at the map the wrong way round.
See, we have another poem that just kind of like, it's pretty good and then it just falls apart at the end. If you're feeling lucky and have the cash to spare, head to Monte Carlo and join the game if you dare. But remember, at the poker table, anything can go and the fortunes can change with each hand you throw. Come on, man. Hand you throw? Do we throw hands?
No.
We don't throw hands. If we were throwing hands, we'd be fighting. Them's fighting words. 6-4's the winner.
Jake says I have an edit. Okay, Jake.
Okay.
You get this is your last chance, by the way. I know endings are hard. I agree. They call him Jason Wheeler. He can even read the dealer. I'd say he's an even keeler, a final table sealer. Grab a beer, prepare to cheer for legend Jason Wheeler. No, you ruined it.
No, it's
That's
done
it.
now.
You had your chance and you blew it.
You blew it.
You needed to end that line with a word that ends in Ealer. Wheeler, dealer, keeler, sealer. To cheer. Do you see which one doesn't match?
Heart stealer.
Yes. It got worse. People calling for this person to be banned.
Oh.
Aces again, this time for Mike Watson.
These aces keep going. We're going to have some AA, SMR.
6 bus, 7 bus. 8 bus. 9 bus.
Sevens for Haraldstad in the big blind. Now, we're looking at the players who are second and third in chips, so don't expect them to get too funky. Unless we get an ace-7x flop, right? But instead it's king 5-4.
Check.
Haraldstad checks. Yeah, Supreme, terrific. That player did just cough directly into the microphone. It happens, and obviously we can't always anticipate when someone's going to do that, so sometimes you can't get to the fader in time. We've reached the midway point of the level, by the way. 45 minutes until that 45-minute dinner break that was announced to players. So Joe Stapleton rejoins us on stream.
Hello, my babies.
Ace on the turn. That is a set for Watson. It is a spade draw for Haraldstad. Watson C-bet was 125,000.
Mad dog.
Mad dog.
Mike
Whoa, check.
Back the turn. 4 diamonds on the river. No flush for Haraldstad. Just a pair of sevens on an ace-king high board. Checks a third time.
Nice check, Fuller.
Ickle bit of value, Mike, with your boat?
I mean, these situations just don't come along that often in poker.
Nope.
Where you can value bet the river completely fearlessly. I mean, I'd still be worried about deuce tray of spades. Pocket fours. But I'd find a value bet here.
Yeah.
You would. I think so, too.
I would find one.
I think so.
Yeah.
So the bet from Mike Watson is 375,000 into 730,000. And a fold from Haraldstad as Mike Watson continues to chip up at this table, moves into second place on the leaderboard, but is effectively tied for first with Leo Lees.
And is effectively tied with Haraldstad as well. I mean, they're not much between
That's
those
true.
3 stacks.
67, 65, 62 big blinds respectively, all over 5 million chips. Maduka Marigal has dropped down to 1.4 million, sorry, 1.5 million. He has got just shy of 20 big blinds. Question for the commentators from Perceptive. Do y'all like to run it twice? No. Thank you for your question.
No running it twice in poker tournaments. Griffin plays a little bit of the cash games. You run it twice when you splash around with those cash cats?
I always offer.
To be good for the game?
Yeah.
I'm a run it once person. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
You
it
wouldn't
is.
think that about me.
The more I think about it, though, the more I dissect it, it makes sense for you because you have this certain sense of justice with poker. You just want like the hand that's supposed to win to win. I
Kind
think.
of, yeah.
Lees has opened with King 9.
Do they even shuffle this deck?
Mauer with 7s.
It's always, 7.
Come on, you guys gotta shuffle this. This is ridiculous. 7s again? Stupid.
10. Call.
Mauer has flattered. Now we've got ensemble with King 10 of hearts.
I do like to run it 4 times, but the third one doesn't count. That's one I will do.
King 10 folds, so small blind is out. The big blind is in. Marigold
Let's see 3.
Calling with 10-9 offsuit, and we are going 3-way to the flop.
3 for 3. 3 players, 3 cards. But you have to share them all.
9-5-4. That is top pair for both Marigold and Lees. Marigold has what we like to call in poker kicker problems.
Yeah, and creeping towards that danger zone. I mean, in a situation like this, in late positions, if Lee's c-bets...
You should not really be getting away from this, huh?
It's tough.
Marigold is first to act here. And I guess he's going to lead. Maybe not. Oh, that is a lead. It's a stop and go?
Yeah, this is big trouble.
Emphasis on the
for
go.
Marigal, as long as Lees can get these chips in, and he kind of has to.
Lees has been given a count. Knows he still has Mauer to act behind him, but yeah, top pair, king kicker. Very hard to not play this. Announcers call, Mauer folds on their backs. Marigold is dominated, only has an 11% chance of survival. I guess 15 if you combine it with the chop opportunities.
Jabs are here.
Polly D. Nice.
We've been 9-handed for a long time. Are we finally going to see another elimination? Are we finally going to get down to 8?
I know it's a sad moment for Marigold at the moment, but at least going over the rail, sharing a smile with his whoever's there is cool. I like it. Like, enjoy this moment.
Absolutely, and Marigold needs a 10 on the river. And does not hit, and that is going to take us down to 8. We lose Maduka Marigold in 9th place. He cashes for €82,350. Congratulations to the final 8 for making what we class the official EPT final table, and crucially, guaranteeing themselves a 6-figure score. Next player out gets more than 100 grand.
Now's when the real poker starts.
We're in the 6-figure club.
I could have had it. Yeah. I'm close. Yeah, I mean, like just jam over the top before. Exactly. 7, I could have done. Maybe I'm ahead.
You can just see the collective sigh of
Yeah.
relief, too. Everyone's
Very
just
good
loosened
point.
up a
Yeah.
lot, at least physically, emotionally. Don't know what that means for the poker. I think long gone are the days of there being crazy final tables. Everyone's just too aware of ICM now. I think it's going to be... Everyone's too good.
We did let them get good. We never should have let them get good.
We should not. We blew it. Nas Kicker says, this was a fake final table so far. The final table may be fake, but the bands are real. You banned. You too, who says now the script starts. Also banned. You should know there's a
When
writer's
you
strike.
said bands, I thought you were making reference to our like wristbands bit. Because they're all wearing wristbands. Those are real too.
Also real. Watson opening with 2 10s. Haraldstad, King Queen. And it looks like King Queen of the offsuit variety is going to be a candidate for a 3-bet from Haraldstad.
So this pot is going to play as a pretty big one pre-flop. I think Sir Watts is going anywhere. You want to do this, Haraldstad? You can see a flop.
10.
And Mike Watson has folded to exactly 0 3-bets that I can remember so far today.
Yeah, he DGA off.
I mean, he's always had hands that you probably should be calling. But he is not going to be pushed around, whether it's 10s or 7s. Jack, 7, deuce, 2 diamonds. Pretty disappointing flop for King Queen. Some light at the end of the tunnel. Certainly did not hit it as hard as you would like. Check, check. Turn card. Ace of hearts. Gut shot time for Haraldstad. Gonna be tough to hit it. Twice as hard as usual. Half as easy.
And can Haraldstad get a pure fold from Watson on this turn card? If Watson had something like ace queen off, ace jack suited, would be taking this same line. Check, check, flop, check, call, turn. So Haraldstad is targeting really this exact type of hand. 10-10, 9-9, 8-8. Ones that will, most of the time, almost always, have to just let it go.
Wowee. Haraldstad gets away with one there.
And that's the tricky thing about mixing in the check back with that hand, is that after 3-betting pre, your opponent's really going to think you might just have a big ace. Ace, king, ace, queen, something like that. So when the ace comes, it becomes easier to bet.
Still requires catching a good card on the turn. Well, it doesn't require it, but you know what I mean. Helpful. Leo leads currently. Tonka Time says Haraldstad hanging out with Jesse's mom and getting it done. Isn't it Stacy's mom? I don't know.
Yeah. Is that the one that's got it going on?
Stacy's mom has got it going on, yes. Ensemble. Très bien, ensemble. King 7. Ensuite. Haraldstad. Excuse me, Haraldstad.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's
Pressure time. This is a nice aggressive 3-bet against the light cutoff open of Benson.
And Bujmala with ace-jack in the big. Can you just call this, Griff?
No.
You can't.
So this is the the thing about how great the pressure is on these middle stacks.
Yeah.
We can see that Anselm and Haroldstad both have weak-ish holdings for a 3-bet situation, and certainly a 4-bet situation as he goes.
Turtle time.
Turtle time. But look at the risk, right? What if your opponent has 2 kings or ace-king, and you put in 40 big blinds here, and you know there was Jason Wheeler with 22 big blinds? You could have waited for a ladder that would effectively be, you know, 30,000 euros.
So you're saying that not only can you not call this, but you can't do anything but fold.
You can shove or fold, but you can't. I mean, maybe you could. Okay, you could maybe click it to like 1.2 or something with the intention to fold, and that way you're not risking your tournament life. But then it also gets kind of murky because once you put in 1.2, you kind of want to call off your last 1.8 if it's kings, queens, because you've already put 1.2 million in there. So it's just a very tough spot.
I guess more frustrating than tough. Like, it seems like it's a pretty clear decision, at least in your opinion, but still frustrating, it seems like, I guess.
Frustrating, but I just think it has to play as a pure fold, yeah. Even though you know it's like hands like that a good percentage of the time.
Look, I'm incredibly influenced by having the hold cards, right? It's very difficult for me to remove myself, but I can say that when I think about it, obviously, guys, everybody calm down. I've never been on a final table like this, right? But I've been in ICM situations before, and I've been a middling stack, and I see it goes raise and then re-raise, and I look down at ace-jack, and you're like, this is stupid.
No, I'm out of here. Yeah,
so stupid. Like, I could have the
position
best hand
is very
here.
important.
Yeah.
Right. Position, the kinds of players they are.
Because you're getting snapped by hands that are better than you.
Yeah. But you could pick up, you know,
and there's just better spots.
900K or something by finding a more aggressive action there against those 2 weakish hands.
What I would say in the situations that I'm playing in most of the time, I don't think people are messing around as much. I think they're playing a little more straightforward. I'm sorry, messing around is the wrong thing. I don't think they're as skilled pre-flop to be as aggressive with weaker holdings. How about that?
Tonka Time 1, not to be confused with Parker Talbot, suggesting that hold cards is wrong. So just give you a quick history lesson. You know, games like Stud were going on ages ago, and you know that was the whole ace in the hole. That was how the hole cards got started. But as poker evolved, and you know Texas Hold'em became the most popular form of poker, you know, hold cards really took over because it was the cards that you were holding in Texas Hold'em. So common misconception. I'm sorry to hear you're not caught up, but you know, it is hold cards. It's the cards you are holding.
Very well explained, Griffin. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I mean, just a quick summation of that. It's not called No Limit Texas Hold'em.
No, it's not. It sounds more like golf than it is poker.
Yeah, exactly. I think people sometimes confuse it with the hole card cameras, which is called that because the cameras are in a hole.
The cameras in the hole, yeah.
Action is folded around to Iason Wheeler. And action is folded all the way to the blinds. Watson limps in.
Hi, you limp into my big blind. I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you?
All right, there we go. I just had to let it go long enough.
Complete me.
Oh, very good. Okay. Little ledger. Ledger from Benger. top pair for Cepeda.
Six bets. 80,000 total.
Who has bet 80,000? Mike Watson does have a gut shot. And he's going to try to hit it. Probably has some other tricks up his sleeve as well. Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
Five check.
I think this is a good slowdown here from Mike Watson. Gonna get a decent amount of free cards from those, you know, 3x type hands. But you're not really gonna fold out 5x and certainly not 10x by betting again just because you still have this draw. The size up like 225. I'm very curious to see how Mike Watson elects to play this. And yeah, at that stage, you know, very, very nice disciplined check fold despite the 2 overs to the 5, which, you know, those kind of hands making up some of his range. Great fold.
A-Dub Chuck says, anyone want to bet he got those shades at a gas station and side bet if he spun the rack around saying, wee? I like that. I like that. Kienja says that Joker imitation was so good. I knew you had it in you, pal. Jason Wheeler, King 9, has to let it go. Desperate to pick up a biggin. Action folds around the small blind. Sepavicius.
Seat 6 call. Option. Seat 7. C7 raised. 218,000 total.
And the limp of Sepavicius attacked by Leo Lease. And that gets the job done. With the Doll Brunson. Everybody on Doll Brunson.
There,
Good luck at the
bottom.
table.
Good
Shuffle
luck
up and
at the
deal.
table, shuffle up and deal, 10
Remember that?
dues off.
Did you ever play on Doyle's Room?
No.
Before every tournament started, I go, hi, I'm Doyle Brunson. Good luck at the tables. Now shuffle up and deal. There's the hand Wheeler's been waiting for. King Kong.
The King Killer.
Wheeler makes it 175.
The Kane Callus.
Queen 4 on the button. Suited. Not gonna do it.
How much is it?
175.
Maua with 10, 7 of hearts in the big blind.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see a flop.
We are gonna see a flop. Unless we somehow don't. But we are.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, my goodness.
You know what's so weird?
Kings in big
Gonna,
trouble.
as a bit, I was going to go, oh, my God, before the flop came out. And every time I think about doing that, something like this happens.
Well,
I have good instincts, man. I'm telling
Jason Wheeler is going to have a bone to pick with you since you put that in the universe. You just secreted that. Ace on the turn, maybe.
Amazing turn card for Wheeler.
Maybe
so
going to be
many
good for Wheeler.
opportunities. Yeah. Because, you know, Mao's going to play this as a check a lot of the time with the intention to check raise. But if he just starts betting, oh, it'll be so nice if he just starts betting. I think he might worry that Wheeler will just check this back, even with an ace. So he's going for it. And is he going big? Oh, my God, he's so good. This is such a smart bet, Joe.
Because he's supposed to fire on a lot of aces, even without an ace.
Well, okay, but this is the thing. Like, normally in a situation like this, we're just playing normal in the middle of the tournament. You know, some low-paired board, the turn's an ace. Your opponent's going to bet the ace because they probably have it. They check back the flop. They didn't use C-bet. So now they want value from worse aces, whatever. But because of the ICM implication of this situation, Wheeler doesn't want to even bet the ace every time when he has it and he checks back because he doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to get check raised here and find himself all in and get eliminated. You know what I mean? When the times that he does have a 10. So Wheeler did check back the kings in the same principle of having like ace king. He wants to just like keep this pot small until he knows he has the best hand and then get value. So, but instead, Mao's just slamming out for 50 and he just folds. It's a great bet because when Wheeler does have ace king and ace queen, he's going to feel like he needs to call. But luckily for Wheeler, he actually had the kings and lost 0 chips. So just great play from both of them.
It's tough to get Griffin this jazzed up.
I was worked up in that hand, yeah.
He's into it.
Because I just love that he bet that, even though it did end up forcing a fold. But Wheeler just happened to have the kings and got away.
We play on. 17 minutes left in the level.
Good joke. Good joke.
So what Wheeler wants there when he's checking back the flop is the times that his opponent have queen jack. They turn a queen and they turn a jack or whatever, and then they start check calling and he gets 2 streets. And that's like what he wants. What he doesn't want to do is just bet there and get check raised by a 10 and then actually suddenly be having this guessing game, you know? But the ace saved him some money for sure. Because now he's losing to everything that's value.
King 10 suited. Good enough. Raise and take it.
Still 8 players here. 15 minutes left of 40,000, 80,000. Jason Wheeler dodging bullets.
Arvid asks, is there a penalty for a player that throws his cards away and accidentally flips one over? Not generally. Generally, most mistakes are just seen his mistakes. If it's something that happened repeatedly, there might be an issue with that. At least with a dominated hand.
And
so in the same way that the ace jack was a fold to a raise and a re-raise, is folding king 10 here too tight? Oh, wait, okay, this is not a call, it's a 3-bet.
No, yeah. So this is, and you can see how fast Watson. This is Lise being like, okay, listen, Mike, I've let you, let you run a little amok, take down some pots, but like this is still, yeah, I'm like, this is still supposed to be my table right now. I'm one with 90 big blinds. Like, I'm going to start 3-betting if you open too much. And Mike, like, bended the knee. He was like, okay, yeah, you're right. Like, and he just quickly folded. He's not going to mess around with King Jack,
King Jack off.
Yeah, maybe King Jack suited he would consider calling. But just in general, Mike doesn't want to play 3-bet pots with the chip leader. He wants to keep on picking up chips where he can, but he doesn't want, as soon as he gets pressure from Lise, he's going to forfeit a lot of the time, unless he has a really good hand,
Lease and release.
There you go.
Raise 180,000 total. 6, 7, and 8.
And Mad Dog back in action. Question from Hayden in the chat, follow-up question. Okay, so with that said, does that make this open stronger or weaker on average?
Stronger.
Thank you for your question.
Now, does that mean that position worse by 1, will he fold king queen off there? No. Right, like that's still like a really strong blocker hand. Might he fold king jack off in that spot after being 3-bet by the chip leader? I think maybe 8-handed. You kind of have to take what the table gives you sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
He's gonna see how far he can push things until, okay, Lisa's starting to like 3-bet me and not let me get away with as many opens. I need to tighten up my range by like a notch or two, Especially when he finally finds out what the hand was, which is a pretty weak 3-bet. Like if he's 3-betting his king 10, he's gonna start 3-betting all the suited aces, and it's gonna be tough for me to proceed.
Mike Watson with some pretty strong card distribution here. Since we've gone 9-handed. Ace-10 on some with King-10.
But you can see how different it is when in some has King-10 like versus the chip leader. If the chip leader here, if Lise decided to have King-10 and 3-bet again, it would be very tough for Watson to continue.
Even with Ace-10 suited.
Yeah, like would probably call, depending on the sizing, but would not feel comfortable at all.
And Mike Watson, if I'm not mistaken, was like pretty down and almost out yesterday, right?
Mad Dog's never down and out. And then at least 3-bets. But he's just faking it. Mad Dog's still mad, but.
Is Michael Winslow in the box with me here? What happens if he were to fly away in a helicopter?
What?
What would happen if he was going to fly away in a helicopter?
Well, you want to do a helicopter noise?
Yeah. Pretty good. I don't know. I got to look outside, make sure there's not a helicopter here. Sitting Duck says Watson was 1 queen on the river from being out yesterday.
That's true. Ace King all in against queens. And then I said Lady Luck. So
Lady Luck.
I'm mostly responsible for his success.
10, 4.
Some guy just said, actually not bad. Oh, I thought he said actually so bad. I was
No.
going to do it again.
It was actually not bad. All right, a hand developing.
Yeah. Back to the pokes.
Maua, King 7 suited. Haraldstad, Ace 10, same suit. Bujmala, he's going to turtle it up, but this feels like
no
in the bin.
In the bin. Close the bin.
There goes Mikey.
And here we go. To quote that guy from Inception in the Godzilla trailer, let them fight.
Ace deuce. Trips for Haraldstad. How often is King High going to be the best hand?
Pretty decent amount as the aggressor.
Maua checks.
Just the... Oh, pardon me, Haraldstad flat at the cutoff. Yeah, no, King 7's almost never good here.
Pretty pants. Quick give up from Maua.
Step every time.
Whenever you bet trips and get an insta fold, you're always like, ah.
Yeah, but you just kind of feel like you have to, because you want to start getting value from those pocket pairs.
Did I? What's my old? Man, I'm happy.
TJ Swanson says, oof, hell of a flop.
That's still mine.
I just wanted to throw random banter out there.
Oh, here we go. Jason Wheeler banter time.
Yeah, he's priming himself.
He must be still in the tournament.
Gonna wet his beak a little bit.
Yeah. In my experience of Jason Wheeler playing against him live and online, frankly, is he feels most comfortable in like a beak back and forth environment. Like that's like where it's like where we're throwing
He's
jabs.
motivated by
he wants
rivalry.
like the angst. Yes,
Yeah.
it's like it's fuel for him. You know,
Impassions
like I just
him.
want to get the banter going. His way of saying like I really feel comfortable if we could talk a little trash to each other because
Right.
that's kind of my cue zone.
Well, right now Wheeler's in the 2 zone.
Nice. Not all ducks learn to fly. What?
If the deuce hits the flop, though, you think
Oh
he's
God!
gonna be so mad.
Is he gonna start talking
He's gonna be
trash?
so mad if a deuce
God,
hits.
it's just like, gosh.
You're gonna be like, ah! You'll hear it. He'll say something. He'll just totally tell everyone, I folded deuces mid-hand.
So, someone in the chat said, these guys are so boring. Surely you should be enjoying this moment. Okay, first
They
of all...
are enjoying it by making as much money as possible.
First of all, Craig's caught land. I don't even know what caught land is. It's
Never
some
heard
sort of...
never heard of caught
What,
land.
it's like a
Great
place
fold
where
of
you
deuces.
get beds, but you only get cots? Like, I mean, I'm kind of interested.
Pair of fives
Do you have
for
a website?
Sapita. 2 overs and a flush draw from Maua. And 1 different over for Elise.
Break it down, baby. Elise is like, yeah, I'm the aggressor. I can fire here. I have the king of spades as well. Some good turn cards. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, guys could have flush draws and pairs.
Could I be betting into 1 better hand and 1 with a ton of equity?
Yeah. And it is folded out the best hand.
Yeah, that's going to bump up Maui's equity. Turn card is the king. Lee spikes. Top pair was already ahead. But is going to feel real good about this turn.
Don't put the caught website link here. We will crash it. guy's got a lot of outs.
Yeah. Some straightenizing outs out there now. In there, I should say, in the deck.
Poker's so scary. These guys are both like so good, and I never heard of them until the last few days.
That's been happening the last bunch of tournaments.
It's just like, who are you people? Why are you so good?
It's absolute, nearly perfect.
It's like I have this idea in my head of these guys, these training.
Speaking of perfect.
Maria Ho walking in.
And we are going to the river, 1.6 million
Badunk.
in the middle. And Badunk is right. Maui. Wowie.
Yeah. I thought you were teeing me up there, and I was really worried because I didn't know where you're going with it. And you were like, Maui, and I was going to be like,
I was teeing you up
flush.
to say Wowie with me, but I could see you were kind of lost in the sauce.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. But quite frankly, I was also lost in the game.
I like this version of you very much.
What?
It was just like being real into the poker. There's like a part of you that's on this journey with them, and I like that. And the sound effects. So Lisa has checked. Pot. Oh, checks back.
So I know, chat, you're about to go crazy. You're like, oh my God, how? No, oh my God, why did he check? Oh my God. But the reason why he does that is because in this hand, he's going to have a lot of flush draws. And if he doesn't think that his opponent's going to call with a king, then his opponent is going to have kings full sometimes, tens full. I mean, to be honest with you, I still would have bet.
You're trying
so hard. Like, just the way, with the certainty with which he did it, like, I understand he's thinking, like, I'm not going to get called here by, like, a king or anything like that, or aces even, because I have so many flush draws in my range here. But if your opponent was just, like, barreling with, like, 8, 9 of spades or something, you kind of want to get value from that, so it's tough. Final table strategy is so weird.
Close it in on the end of this level. It'll be this hand or the next one that'll take us to the slightly longer break. Snack break. Queen Jack of Diamonds for the Mad Dog. An Ace King for Arunas. Sapita Vicious.
Yeah, this one's gonna be interesting. Sapita Vicious will probably go on the large side, but Watson will probably feel like his hand is too good to fold, but we've seen some tight folds in spots like this.
Made it 675,000. So you were right. More than a 3x.
Oh my God!
Mike Watson does not shove.
Okay. Oof. There's a lot of big boy chips.
It does look scary when that whole stack of greens goes in. And we got 1.5 million in the middle pre-flop.
Yeah.
Do you know if it's going to be the biggest break of the day, 40 minutes?
King high, 2 diamonds.
Well, the biggest break is.
The poker gods are sick, twisted, sadistic. Top pair, top kicker, tiny continuation bet. 1/5 pot.
And Mad Dog's loving this. Yeah, bet small. Be nutted if you want to be. I'm just trying to hit a diamond at this point. Thank you for giving me such a nice price.
Yeah.
You know, let's get to a turn and hopefully I make a flush.
Bobby Zakaria on YouTube says, what a setup. Let's see what the poker gods have in store on the turn. It is a deuce. Pairing the board.
Great card for Joker.
This is the kind of card that if it got killed in a car accident, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's kind of just like a nothing card. Nobody cares about it.
Yeah.
They didn't have any.
They're no one.
They were nothing. It's like a
no
nothing
one card. Yeah.
And we're back to more serious bets. This one around 1/3 of the size of the pot.
And yeah, Mike, I think is going to come to the right conclusion here, which is I could be up against kings here.
And this
is a pretty good price, but the board's paired now. Oh, but he's doing it anyway.
Mike wants to see the river.
I mean, the thing is, too, though, is that there's so many more combos of ace-king.
Drills it.
So your flush is live. You're getting the price.
Queen high flush for Mike Watson.
This is how you win big tournaments.
Neither player with a pot size bet left behind. How do you play this with ace-king? Surely you know that Mike Watson is going to have some flush draws, right?
Some. But is also going to have a lot of king-queen and king-jack suited combos pre-flop. This is really tricky.
Every once in a while, the Mad Dog finds a bone. Even a small bet at this point is all in.
Yeah, SPR of 0.5 to 1. 3.76 million out there. I mean, maybe you want to just play this as a check fold. No, you shoved, yeah.
There's the all-in.
Can't really check fold.
Mike
It's
Watson.
too strong. I want the value
Double
from the
checks
kings.
and calls. That's it for the Joker. Arunas Sapadovicius shell-shocked.
But brilliant betting all the way down, really, if you think about it. That turn.
His main event journey has come to an end in brutal fashion.
Try to make a hero fold or something, but
Just discussing the hand, discussing about maybe thinking about check folding there, but as we discussed, you know, between the value from the other kings and then all those flushes, what is the right move?
And what a fitting shot here as Mike Watson sits at the table alone, stacking his chips. Top of the leaderboard, Arunas Sapidovicius out in 8th for 107,000. Everyone else ladders up. Jason Wheeler cashing in on that massive cooler. We're taking a dinner break. 45 minutes this time. When we get back, more from the final table of the EPT Monte Carlo main event.
Pocket tens for Oleg Vasilchenko. Still relatively short with around 20 big blinds.
Yeah, this is one of those stacks I was talking about. Under 7 figures, kind of susceptible. But you know what I say, Nick? Tens are the aces of number cards.
You're absolutely right. Glasses are off this time.
It's still a top 6 hand as far as I'm concerned. Pocket tens.
Sapidovicius. Sapidovicius.
Vicious.
No, he told me this morning.
I guess no H, no cha.
Oh, great. So what you're telling is the guidance we were given by our audience was wrong.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, someone probably listed that version of it.
True.
So he is called, and now we have Taylor with ace-king in the small blind. Obviously, we don't know what Sapidovicius has, but we do know that we are at the very least going to be racing ace-king against tens. This could be a 3-way all-in, potentially.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't know what Sapidovicius has either.
Sapidovicius has queen, jack of hearts.
But nice spot for a squeeze.
Yeah, great spot for a squeeze. Vasilchenko probably has to call in this spot, guys. Especially once there's been a flat. The shove from Taylor can be significantly wider, can contain 9s, can contain 8s, can contain 7s, possibly even 6s or 5s. I don't think there's too much ICM in this spot. Yep, he's all in. It's going to be the 2 shortest stacks at the table getting it in here for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Sapidovicius has folded. So we are off to the races, flipping ace-king against tens, and it's the ace-king at risk here.
Like sus versus shade balls. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Eight, 5, 4 on the flop, tens holding.
That's what the tens likes to see. No letters.
7 on the turn.
It's always coming 7. Oh, look, they both have a gut shot.
That's true. A 6 would chop it. An ace or a king for survival as well. It is a 6.
And Steeps is ecstatic.
Why does everyone think it's his thing?
I would have won if we were...
I am ecstatic. I am humping for Hoy.
Because it is a chop pot. You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Especially Mike Watson.
So, James, we have a hand brewing here.
We do indeed.
I'm honestly really concerned about Hassan here. I would probably find myself shipping the ace-jack versus a 3-bet here. Obviously, Maua, definitely one of their bigger stacks, definitely capable of 3-bet bluffing this button. Ace-jack suited is way up there in hand rankings when you're looking at the range that could 3-bet you here from the button. This could contain so many combinations that will just 3-bet fold. You're going to have equity against some of them as well. For example, pocket 10s might be in there, 9s might be in there once in a while. It's just a little bit of a setup, and he is all in. Ace-king suited will snap, of course. He's just going to double check, makes the call, and our friend Hassan, fresh off the double, is at risk.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 70-30 scenario, so domination situation, James.
Absolutely, and if ace-king holds here, we will lose Ori Hassan in 11th place. We will be down to the final 10 players. His rail calling for a jack, jack, jack.
I think he wants to see club, club, club.
That's an alternative. Well, it is an ace high flop. Couple of sixes, no clubs. And Mao is now a 3-1 favorite to eliminate Ori Hassan. No jack on the turn. Some opportunities emerge. The river is a king, and ace-king does indeed hold, and that will see Ori Hassan dispatched in 11th place. He cashes for 63,300 euros, but his main event run comes to an end. We are down to 10 players, and we are only four-handed on the main stage, so we're going to need to bring whoever's due to post the big blind on the next hand up from the outer table to the feature table.
Hey, claps in the chat for Ori, guys. Killed it, man. Really, really played well.
Yes, and now I'm getting max value for the comments.
Oh boy. Ace, ace.
First time we've seen him zip up his hoodie and Tree fitty.
Re-raise. You're right, tree fitty. Son Excellence says, wow, Bujmala making it to final table. I had a feeling after the last few days watching him. Good feeling. Please have that feeling about me someday.
What if Wheeler have jacks here?
If Wheeler has jacks here, we're
35
probably
big blinds.
We're probably going to see that other card.
Cut off hijack. Wheeler has 30 bigs. That's going to be all in.
I think he said 650.
Ooh.
But
So this is
something. He didn't say 650. Oh, he did say 650. This is
a
a pretty
bluff.
small raise, yeah.
Jacks, I think, just shoves probably, right?
Yeah.
Or do you induce with jacks?
Is
here?
jacks
No,
inducing?
never.
Never, right?
Never.
So he's
No.
just bluffing. Can Bujmala find the call?
Actually, I don't think we have a lot of 4-bets in this scenario.
No, I don't think so either.
That's why I think aces should spell a lot in this scenario.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna be way more weighted to bluffs.
Yeah.
Give them a chance, but Jason's really smart too. I mean, alarm bells will be going off big time if he calls.
If he just gets flatted, yeah.
You know, but then maybe you can flop too much equity or maybe get lucky and.
It looks like, yeah, he does. Flat. So we're going to go to the flop with $1.5 million in the middle.
SPR1, this is bad news. Jason's like, oops.
He's already
I gotta be honest
scowling.
with you, man. Like, maybe.
Can we run that back?
Please. Oh my God, he has Queen Jack of Spades.
King 10-5, one spade.
I mean, he either has a pair or a straight draw here. Like,
King
100%. King Jack
Jack
of
off,
Spades.
maybe?
King Jack off. Yeah, there's some offsuits.
Jason.
I think he's gonna check like almost
First to
for
act, does have the betting lead. Not in this
Razvan, make it stop.
case.
He's trying to represent aces, right? Ace king, maybe?
Not only is it a bet, it's a bet of 410,000.
Quick call.
Quickly called.
Okay, for Wheeler's sake, I would like a Jack 9 queen. So you could have Jack 9 of spades. Oh.
Board pairs on the turn.
If he doesn't have King Jack, I think he slows down here.
Marcy has a theory on Twitch, says the 10 of clubs has been faulting to get picked up all day.
Don't do it, mister.
Do you think Jason's ever like... Oh, he finally checked. So do you find like a really small bet here, or a shove, or a check with aces, you think?
Oof.
It's a bit of a weird spot with 2.3 million out there and 900 left, right?
Yeah.
Because like a shove is kind of like weird, like doesn't really make any like...
Checks it back.
9.
The river is a 9.
I'm telling you, that was the only good river card for what we know.
Good for bluff, good for shove, for bet, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Griffin.
9 was it.
Thanks for that.
Because we already deduced you can't have jacks.
Right.
So it's no jack is no good. Ace is a full house. 9's the only interesting card. I like it.
Wheeler does not go for it.
It's King Jack.
I don't see a lot of scenarios now where I only see one scenario where Wheeler shows this down.
Just go all in.
Yeah.
We are not afraid of anything here.
There's the all-in. And Wheeler doesn't snap call, which means that we can eliminate some things here. This is just him.
Thinking about
just waiting to fold, right?
Well, if
I
Wheeler
guess
does,
King Jack, right? Is the only thing he's in the.
If Wheeler does have King Jack,
yeah.
I mean, there is a possibility that Bujmala just has something like Ace Queen suited, maybe, and could flat the 4-bet and then play this as a shove on the river, like pretending to have aces.
Yeah.
But I don't think Ace Queen off plays it like this. Ace Jack suited, I don't know. I mean, if you think that like all of those combos are in there, you can call sometimes, but
jacks.
Wheeler does release the hand. And that is a big, big pot for Sammy Bujmala, who rockets up the leaderboard. Put that in your van. Lee's been relatively quiet since we went 9-handed.
yeah, and I think this is going to be a little different than the King-Queen. At about the same stack depth. Because you can kind of just get away from it if you want to. On certain board textures, a lot easier. You know, when you think about the value hands or the King-Queen 3-bet situation, it's just like, if you are against the big value, you're going to get dominated when you flop top pair. But this situation, I mean, that's part of the problem, of course, when it comes to deuce 3, but at least when you flop a 7, you know you're probably good.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Six and bets. 400,000 total.
I mean, how? How can you possibly?
Yeah, gotta call one here. Gotta protect in this situation. You know, your opponent's not just gonna be split between those like big pairs and then the big high cards you're beating, but sometimes they're just gonna have, you know, ace-6 suited or, you know, queen-10 suited. Sometimes hands like this that might 3-bet. So you got to be calling here. But now things are going to get murky. This pot is now up to 2 million. You only have a 1.5 to 1 SPR.
Would you say that Sepetevicius is dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Nice. Nicholson.
Jamarino.
And must be one of our biggest pots of the tournament now. There's 3.5 million in there. Surely Sepetevicius won't be calling, but is giving him a little pause. It's just like, do you just have ace king of spades here? Do you just have ace queen of diamonds here? Do you have ace queen off and you know that I'll have to fold something like this? Pretty sure he's always going to come to the conclusion it's not worth making some hero call. I mean, even those hands, especially the ones that are suited, going to have a lot of equity. But it is a little frustrating, right?
Dank asks, is jam not killing your value?
3.5, right?
3.5, 95.
And I will say, thank you, Statrick, who reminds us that Lease overbet shoved the turn as a semi-bluff a few days ago.
If not, I'm done.
10.
And the sevens do go into the muck.
I send pressure.
What is M pressure? I always hear people saying, I see M pressure. What are they seeing exactly?
They're seeing the pressure of M. M is maximum. It's maximum pressure.
I see maximum pressure. Got it.
I see maximum pressure. I see with my little eye. What my eye little sees, I see maximum pressure. That's the way the song goes. Playing 22 big blinds. Doesn't have much of a flatting range here. So alarm bells would go off, I think, if we saw just a call. So not going to get tricky. Going to 3-bet. Hope to get it in against the likes of queens and jacks. Maybe some ace-queen suited and ace-kings.
Re-raised to 380,000. Sami Bujmala is in the big blind and has 7-4 hearts. He folds. Back on Mauer, who asks, how much did you start the hand with?
I mean, you can't always discount the consideration to just shove a hand like this. I mean, I don't think it'll happen, but it's, you know, a certain percentage of the time with hands like this, you are supposed to 4-bet shove. Is when they're bluffing, you just take it down, and when not, you're got a pretty good. And he's done it. He's done it. He's gone all in.
Oh, wow. He shoves on Ensemble, who snap calls.
Yeah.
And is a huge favorite to double up here with kings.
And you can see the excitement for the Frenchman. This is just massive.
Could have 3.8 million chips at the end of this. Of course, if there's an ace on the desk, if something nasty happens with a wheel or a flush, he will be our 9th place finisher.
We've all seen it a million times before, and you can see 30% is doing pretty well. And I know you must be thinking, some of you, why would he go all in with ace-3? Well, sometimes you're getting some 3-bet folds, and sometimes the first club's a club.
Oh, wow. 2 clubs on the flop. A lot of cards for Ensemble to fade now. Clubs and aces working for his opponent. We had a post-flop flip, but now Ensemble is once again a 7-3 favorite with the deuce of hearts on the turn. He needs a brick river.
Don't do it to him. Not like this. Not like this.
No club, no ace. He celebrates the double up.
You can feel the heart beating out of his chest. It's just palpable.
Wow.
This is what we're playing for.
It's come around to Antonius in the cutoff.
Can't even help but smile because he knows everybody knows. If it's folded to him, he's going to open.
He is absolutely loving it. He raises with ace-4. 120,000. Shemian calls with jacks. Here's our short stack with deuces. And he moves all in. Well, we know he's going to get called in one spot.
It's very likely to be deuces for him as he walks out the door.
Wow.
And now Dumont wakes up with queens in the big blind.
What is happening?
And he reshoves, and this is an interesting spot for Shemian.
Yeah, this is a...
Easy fold for Antonius, but for Shemian...
I give up.
He was obviously going to call the deuces. He also calls the raise from the queens.
What a spot for Dumont.
We have a 3-way all-in.
Really rough because obviously Shemian's hand is under reps.
I had the ace.
And
Wow. This guy, this dealer, is going in the Dealer Hall of Fame. That's all I'm saying.
This orbit has been absolutely insane. So Shemian obviously has both players covered. If he spikes a jack, we get a double KO, and we're down to 7. If queens hold here, Salah goes out, and Shemian is crippled.
If deuces never loses, Salah's right back in this. This is exciting either way you slice it. Don't put a chop on board, please.
Maybe it's my time.
Actually, that'd be pretty cool, too. I take it back.
Shemian said maybe it's his time, but it's kind of been his time for the last 8 hours, so...
Maybe clubs. Clubs. Oh, yeah. 4 clubs. I have the ace of clubs.
Let's run out this board. Queen high flop.
What a sweat.
Justice.
10 for the split.
Backdoor straight draw for Shemian.
Running deuce draw for Salah.
2.4, I think. 2.3. Oh. You want?
2.1, 2.2.
Shemian's going to be left with about 1.5 million. And that's it. Both players drawing dead on the turn. So Dumont gets better than a double up, and Salah is eliminated. We now have our official final table of 8 as Sadri Salah departs in 9th place, cashing for 54,000 euros.
Sadri Salah, more like Sadri Salah.
Sick hands,
Can afford, right?
Antonius has opened with 10s. Dumont has kings.
And considering Antonius is the shortest stack, I think there's a chance we might see more chips go in. I think this is a tough hand to get away from.
I'd say nearly impossible.
Under the gun versus under the gun +1.
He does have the option to call still and, you know, see what he believes could be a safe flop, meaning no overcards.
He does just call, leaving himself 20 bigs behind. And what an amazing flop for Dumont, top set.
That's the kind of flop that'll save Antonius some more chips, or at least save him from losing his entire stack this hand.
Checks the action to Dumont.
Ace-King's obviously a very likely hand you put your opponent on when he 3-bets.
You know how I say always bet your sets?
Yes.
I'm okay with him checking this time.
Yeah, he checks it back. Now there are 2 overcards to Patrick's 10s on the board.
And now I think with 2 flush draws, Dumont is going to go for value here, but it might just get Antonius to check fold. Whereas I think Antonius would have considered check calling the flop because he can turn some backdoor equity with, you know, some possible straight draws on the turn. I think this turn card and a delayed c-bet just doesn't look bluffy whatsoever if you're Antonius. And of course, there's a ton of river cards you don't want to see, and Antonius knows that it's very likely just going to get worse for him by the river. It is just 450 into a pot of 1.9 million.
Patrick did call. 2.3 million in the middle now. Quads on the river for Dumont.
I really hope we are not going to use a popular hashtag at the end of this hand.
Hashtag blessed? Hashtag no filter?
You know what one I'm talking about.
Hashtag dilly dilly.
I think the best hand Antonius could possibly have here is probably ace-queen suited. So because of that and because of the misdraws, I think Dumont's going to go for, you know, a sizing maybe like half pot or a little bit less. I think he doesn't.
25,000 is the bet.
525,000, which is roughly a third of Patrick's remaining chips. So if he calls here, he will be left with 10 big blinds, or he can fold, leaving himself a 16 big blind stack.
And it's, you know, just enough to pique his curiosity, but at the same time, it's just so value-y. I don't know.
We've seen Patrick do this before. He thinks it through. He considers all options. It seems pretty obvious 10s are beat here. This would be one heck of a multi-street bluff.
Dumont hasn't really been seen getting out of line with his 3-bets. Patrick raised from under the gun. And, you know, as played when Dumont checks back the flop, bets turn, and bets the river on the small side, there's not a lot of bluffs that he can have.
He hasn't been seen getting out of line. He has been seen picking up huge hands in really pivotal spots.
He's running out of time.
I know he looks like Thanos, but this ain't the Infinity War. No. Oh, man, he called.
Patrick calls. He is not eliminated, but it is hashtag severe wounding by quads. And Patrick Antonius is left with just a 10 big blind stack as Dumont increases his chip lead at this 6-handed final table. He now has 7.4 million.
5. Nice.
Hand number 40 of the final table. Blinds are currently 60,000, 120,000. This is level 30 of the EPT Monte Carlo main event. Not going to play 7 deuce this time, Georgi. King Queen for Patrick Antonius. Short stack at the table. On the button. 10 big blinds.
We are going to see an all-in every single time.
Yeah, and I don't think any other choice but to shove. And he is all in. Red triangle. And Dumont's got the ace-8 of diamonds.
Gotta call. Obviously, you don't want to double up Patrick Antonius, one of the most dangerous players at the table. But given that he's the shortest stack right now and how wide he's shoving the button, I believe you got it. I just can't fold ace-8 suited.
Well, he's going to get a count. 1.3 million. Just over 10 begs.
Even if he calls and loses here, he's still going to be in pretty much joint first place.
Sounds like he's just announced call. Here we go, poker fans. Patrick Antonius all in and at risk on an EPT final table. He will need to improve to stay in this tournament. His King-Queen versus Dumont's ace-8 of diamonds.
Another coin flip.
He'll take it, 42%.
You run wallabies. You'll be all right.
As much as everyone likes Antonius, the people on the table will be very much hoping he doesn't get the double up.
Let's gamble.
Do you think, Patrick? Is it good?
We have a lot of
Like
people.
it's 50-50. That's how I feel.
We have a lot of people in the chat rooting for Patrick Antonius.
A lot of people calling for kings and queens. There is his wife on the rail.
42% of the time, he wins every time.
The flop does not have a king or a queen, but it does give Patrick additional outs. Now a jack will make him a straight. 10 cards Patrick can hit. Still has the same equity he had pre-flop.
Yeah, still over 40% chance he stays alive here. A 9 will do him no favors. Just one card to come.
Queen or jack?
Patrick Antonius needs a king, queen, or jack on the river, or we lose the last remaining former EPT champ. River card is a 7, and that will do it for Patrick Antonius. It was 13 years ago that he won his EPT title in Baden. No second trophy for him, but a 6th place finish worth 139,050 euros. And at least he doesn't have a long journey home. Tell you what, Zhang's come alive. Not sure what he had during the break, but he is stepping it up several gears. Dumont opened on the button with King 7. Zhang 3-betting with Ace-4 off from the small.
And I hope our Twitch viewer who is railing his fellow countrymen decided to stay up for this coverage, because as you say, Zhang now is making all the moves. A 3-bet here to 825k. Yazonis in the big blind with the 10-5 offsuit is going to eventually fold. And King 7 offsuit on the button for Dumont. Again, not a particularly playable hand.
I felt for you during the first level, by the way, Finton, when all these people were making references to Hans Gruber, and all I could think is, poor Finton will have absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
But in that situation, I'm at home, I can Google, I don't have to be embarrassed. I can just nod and smile when I'm in here, and I'm like, yeah.
Hans Gruber, yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
It looks like Dumont.
50, sorry. 17. 7. I said what?
I thought you said all in.
1725, I think. No. 17. 50.
Excuse me?
I want to say 17.
Is he 4-betting?
There's some confusion about what he said verbally. The intention is clearly to 4-bet. Zhang thought he heard him say all in. In fact, he was verbally declaring a bet of 1.75 million. So yes, a 4-bet from Dumont, whose instincts seem to be finely tuned, like an engine in the car he uses to teach people how to drive.
Is there anything Zhang can do here? No, he's just going to have to fold. And that's the power of being the biggest stack at the table. You want to 3-bet me? A 4-bet it right back.
Dumont with 9s in the big blind. 3-betting would just put him in a bit of a pickle. You don't really want to get involved in a big pot against the other big stack when there's 2 shorter stacks. You're out of position. Let's see the flop. Let's go from there.
Maria, it's called playing to win. 6, 7, 8 is the flop. Dumont has an overpair and a straight draw. Not too shabby. Zhang's got 2 overcards and a gut shot, also NTS.
And he's probably just going to knuckle, I think. I feel like... Oh, okay. I didn't know that it was Dumont's turn. So I thought Dumont had checked, and I was talking about Zhang, but okay. We saw that Dumont led earlier out of the big blind when Zhang had opened from under the gun. So
and this is a relatively small bet, but I think is going to get the job done most of the time. I don't think there's a reason why the bet needs to be super huge on that flop. 2 of diamonds on the turn. Phil Razor tweets in with a very good point. So let me get this straight. Dumont is a driving instructor from France. He does not have the shape of head I would expect. I don't know if you remember the cone heads. We are from France. And that was their cover. They're driving instructors.
another value bet from Dumont on a safe turn.
Yeah, really safe turn. And the river is 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That straightenized for pocket nines. What a great run out for nines, huh?
I just want to know when Dumont started staring down his opponents when it's not their turn.
It didn't happen. This whole new demeanor happened once he became chip leader last night. He was like, wait a second. With great power comes great responsibility. I have a responsibility to stare down everybody all the time. Here comes the value bet that can never get called. Always the chance that Zhang loses his mind.
Yeah, but so far I feel like Zhang hasn't gotten very out of line post-flop. And I don't expect him to here, even with the 10 in his hand.
Nope. That is going to put some distance between Dumont and Zhang, however. The two chip leaders. Dumont over 10 million in chips now. Zhang opened this pot with his king 9. Dumont is 3-betting now to 1 million even. Zhang says, let's play.
First 3-bet we've seen heads up.
Another Jack X hand, another Jack high flop.
Dumont outflops Zhang. And interesting. He's going to check it over.
700.
What do you do now, Maria? You've called a 3-bet pre-flop with this. You've pretty much whiffed. Do you call the overcard and a backdoor 9-high flush draw?
Well, Zhang actually bet when check to him, so unless he gets raised,
oh, sorry, yes. He's the one
he
betting.
will
Interesting.
see the turn.
Yes, that question makes far less sense when Zhang's the one betting. Thank you. Now Zhang manages to pick up a gut shot.
And I think when your opponent 3-bets out of position pre and then checks to you on the flop, I don't think that's an auto bet just when your opponent checks. I think sometimes you have to think about the fact that your opponent will have traps.
It's a trap.
May the 4th be with you.
And Zhang decided to slow down on the turn, seeing if he could hit some of his outs on the river. And sometimes I would want to see a check from Dumont just because, you know, the draws missed. So maybe you could get your opponent to bluff their misdraw on the river.
1.9.
Because when they check back the turn, they do have some hands with showdown value, but they also have some draws that if checked to, they might try to bet.
Makes sense. And Zhang does let it go.
Hand 105 of this final table about to be dealt. So Dumont just calls on the button with queens. Zhang has a pocket pair, a smaller pocket pair, sixes.
I think he could go either way with the sixes.
650.
He is going to come in for a raise to 650,000. And again, it's probably a better decision to raise when that ante's in play because you're more incentivized to take down the pot pre-flop. There's more in the middle, more benefit to getting your opponent to fold.
Last level, they were just batting each other around a little bit here and there, but we did not see pair on pair.
You would think if Dumont is limping the queens, his intention would be to limp raise them.
Now, does this look suspicious to Zhang that Dumont has limp raised the button? 2.2 million is the size of his 3-bet.
I think it looks suspicious. And again, hole cards.
I would agree, though. We spoke about the ante being in play, that more often than not... Wow, he does think it's suspicious. He's all in.
Zhang shoves, snap call by Dumont.
He couldn't even get the words out of his mouth. That's how nervous he is about this situation. It was just
a huge all-in, and it's domination nation. The underpair for Zhang. Dumont, who is an 80% favorite here and has Zhang covered, could win EPT Monte Carlo right here, right now.
And we suggested that that ante in play might make things go a little quicker here. They certainly have.
I don't think anyone suspected it would go this quick. Of course, there is that 19% chance that sixes win this.
And if that happens, Dumont will be left with 14 big blinds. But 4 times out of 5, Dumont will win this coup and win the title. Queens holding on the flop. Zhang drawing to 2 outs. He needs a 6 to survive.
And the backdoor diamonds are all Dumont's.
The turn card is an 8, no additional outs. Zhang needs a 6 on the river. He must hit one of those 2 cards, or Nicolas Dumont is an EPT champion. It's over.
Congratulations.
Dumont takes the title.
Well done.
Of course, when they got heads up, Spraggy, Dumont seemed quite keen to look at the numbers, was open to discussing a deal. Zhang said, no, let's play for it.
Right, and a lot of people in the chat might be thinking, well, that's what you get. You don't take the deal, you end up second. But if he's confident in his ability, I think he's right to go with it, play it out. Pretty much a cooler, I think, heads up with the ante in play. You can't blame him for getting it in with the sixes. Just unfortunate to run into the queens.
So congratulations to Nicolas Demar. He is now an EPT champion. He will bag the platinum pass. He'll lift the trophy. He gets the first prize of 712,000 euros. And we return to Monaco in 2023 for the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. It is day 5 of the main event, the penultimate day when we play down to the final 6 and we return from the extended break with 7 players. So one more elimination and we will be done for the day. And we do have a short stack at the final table right now. Jason Wheeler, the runner-up in Prague 2017, is coming back with around 14 big blinds. Chip leader Mike Watson, 82 big blinds. That's right, the PCA 2016 main event champ, Sir Watts, has 82 bigs, 8.2 million chips. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000, with a 100k big blind ante as we kick off level 29 of the main event. Now, if we play through level 29 without losing a player, we will play in to level 30. But that will be the 6th and final level of the day. If we get to the end of level 30 and we are still 7-handed, we will return tomorrow with 7 players rather than 6. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hi.
Maria, I don't know if you're aware, but there's someone impersonating you on Twitch.
Oh, I'm aware, but you know, I feel like I'm gonna let them keep up the ruse a little longer before I really shut it down.
I like a good ruse. So that last hand before the break, Joe, gave Mike Watson the chip lead, saw the elimination of Arunas Sapadovicius, and you don't want a player of Mike Watson's caliber to have that many chips.
No one knows that better than Maria.
I was going to say, still running good, huh?
Yeah, how's that anti-rating working out for you, Maria?
No, I've stopped because I'm very zen about this, and now I really want Mike to win. He deserves it.
He's got the snowmans, num-num.
It's not that I don't think Mike deserves it. It's just that I know Maria well enough to know when she does not mean it.
No, I actually like Mike, and I've known him for a long time. You know, it's a bit of a joke. I don't want to take it too far at this point. It's very serious. They're playing for a lot of money, a very prestigious title. I'm done with the anti-railing.
It should be pretty cool as we're seeing here. Obviously, 8s is a perfectly reasonable hand to open, but Mike Watson is going to be someone who knows how to take the wheel now that he has the tournament chip lead. I am the captain now.
Obviously, we've got Leo Lees and Joachim Haraldstad as the other big stacks at this final table. Leonard Mauer hovering around the 45 big blind mark. Sami Boujmala and Arnaud Ensemble, just shy of 30 big blinds each. Wheeler with Jack-8 of hearts.
And not to mention, the shorter Wheeler gets, the more ICM pressure will be exerted on the other players. And so, you know, if we talk about Mike Watson being able to really run the table over at this point, the shorter Wheeler gets, the more power that will give Watson.
Maria, I know you're a big fan of the widget. I know you're a believer in the widget.
I certainly am.
7 players is what the widget had for level 29. We should get to 6 either towards the end of this level or the start to mid stages of level 30.
You know, the widget, from here on out, I feel like I can trust in everything that the widget says. It's just going to be business as usual for the widget.
So did you say 1.4?
Now with King Jack offsuit.
Wheeler taking a bit of a light open spot here, but it does lend some credibility opening from under the gun +1 off of that stack. The last thing people want to do is to double the shorty up.
9-6 offsuit. Don't have to defend every big blind, and this is one that Ensemble will let go. Nihund asks, what software is the widget? It's a very high-tech piece of AI, which is not yet available on the open market. But when it is, it will be a game changer. It's called Microsoft Excel.
Ooh. Is that the one with the boxes?
There are boxes.
Do you know if you put a bunch of numbers in there and then at the bottom you can make it so it adds them all up? It's really cool.
I mean, obviously no one has experienced this yet, Joe, because this is high-tech stuff that is yet to hit the open market.
And we know Joe doesn't need it because he's the human calculator.
Yeah, I don't need it. It's just kind of a neat trick. Hello.
Whoa, that's nice. You know, back-to-back hands first, a light open. This time, the real deal.
Wheeler picking up kings under the gun, raising for the second hand in a row. This time he's got the goods.
And usually people will give you more credit, you know, for having as good of a hand or an even better hand when you go back-to-back and you're willing to take, you know, the next open. They don't think you're going to go light twice in a row off of that stack, especially. If you were the chip leader, different story. Here, just nobody had enough to contend with.
So Wheeler is chipped up to 17 big blinds. Actually 19, but 2 of them are going to be posted on the next hand.
So annoying, it never stops.
Kind of feel that trophy could do with a little bit of a polish. Yeah, get your rag out, Stapes.
You sure about that?
3 bus. 4 bus. 6 bus. 7 bus. 8 bus.
So this is blind v blind. Harold Staten the small with 8-5 offsuit.
Not exactly the type of hand that you are hoping to have when you are facing a shorty in the big blind. You know, a lot of other hands you could potentially just unexploitably put them all in. Kings again?
Wow.
What did you have to
Wait,
eat
this
on
isn't
that
the
break,
same hand?
Wheeler?
No.
This is a different hand.
Correct. Kings under the gun on the last hand. Kings in the big blind on this hand. Have some of that. Wheeler now playing more than 20 bigs.
Got to be such a tense time for every single player at this table. I mean, a couple of these folks have been here before. Obviously, Jason Wheeler, Mike Watson. No offense to anyone else, but it's going to be relentless, the stress. Certainly a relief sometimes to fold, I bet.
A couple of people asking why the shove there and just not a re-raise. Is it fair to say, Maria, that he actually makes his hand look weaker by moving all in, that if he were to make a suspicious small re-raise out of a 17 big blind stack?
Absolutely. I think that is definitely a lot more sus than just shoving. I mean, there is something to be said for perhaps just calling the raise. It obviously exposes you to a pretty wide range from the small blind, and, you know, it's going to be a little tougher to know what flops are good for you or not, but it could have gotten him more chips.
Harold Stud opening on the button. Wheeler shoving for the second hand in a row, this time from the small blind. And a quick fold.
And that is certainly the nice part about being the shortest stack, which, although, you know, after picking that up, Wheeler no longer is. I mean, he's tied, I guess, for the shortest stack. But is that you have the least to lose, ICM-wise. So you can find those spots where you can shove over the opens. And you know, hope to get a fold.
Wheeler just announced, I'm winning this tournament. He has won 4 hands in a row. And correct, he has 25 bigs. Arnaud Ensemble has 25 bigs. And Sami Boujmala has 26 bigs. So those 3 tied at the bottom right now.
I have won a few small poker tournaments in my life, and even after the last card was dealt, I didn't think I was going to win the tournament. I would love to have that kind of confidence at any stage. What's going on? Come on. Now, we have the best dealers in the world here, but are they shuffling at all?
Lise opens with ace-deuce. Ensemble with aces.
Now, 25 big blinds is certainly a stack where you can just go for the 3-bet non-all-in, but it still does look very strong, especially against an under-the-gun open.
Yeah, Wheeler not shoving this time. Watson quickly folding the king-queen offsuit. And Lise gives up the ace-deuce. How different would it have been if the aces had been dealt in the same hand as the kings?
Very, very different.
Mixang says, is Watson still in first? Yes, Mike Watson is still the chip leader. Has 8.2 million. The second biggest stack is Leo Lise with 6.3 million. So a decent advantage for Sir Watts right now.
7 pounds. 8 pounds.
Queen Jack for Haraldstad. Ace-9 for Wheeler. And Wheeler raising from the cutoff to 200,000. Queen-9 suited for Boujmala.
Didn't even turtle up for that one.
Nope. And now Leo Lise in the big blind, who has the same hand as Wheeler, ace-9.
Certainly a hand that you can get involved with, especially against a cutoff open.
Queen-5 deuce. Who wants it more?
I tell you, I want a deck wash.
Pretty dry flop usually means very small c-bet sizing for the pre-flop aggressor.
Wheeler and Ensemble putting some distance between themselves and Sami Boujmala, who is the low man at the table, playing around 25 big blinds. Next player out receives 139,000 euros. Nearly 181k for 6th place. So you're looking at a 40k plus pay jump if you can ladder from 7th to 6th. Plus, of course, you get to come back tomorrow and play. Final table day. Raise to 200,000 from King Queen. Ace 9 for Boujmala. Folds.
Yeah, it feels slightly annoying when you pick up hands that, if it were for chips, you would play, but with all of the ICM considerations, you're like, well, I guess my 3-bet range is just going to have to be more value. Not really able to mix it up with, you know, light flats or light 3-bets when you're the covered stack.
One of the things that we should have taken into account is that the break that we were on was a 45-minute break. So during that time, the delay would have completely caught up with the players. And I wonder if they've had any information. I wonder if they've received any advice or any analysis that means they're approaching the table differently during this session.
I'm sure that the people who are watching this and advising these players are good at picking up on things and noticing things, but I feel like everyone was playing very well, and I'm not really sure what sort of counter punching the untrained eye could do. Like I said, I'm sure people who are very good at poker might have something to say, but everyone was like doing what they were supposed to be doing. Maria, do you have an opinion on this?
Yeah, I mean, it still can't hurt to kind of be able to define your opponent's opening ranges a little bit more, right? Like, we all know if you're doing what you're quote-unquote supposed to be doing, of course, there's going to be standard opening ranges, but sometimes people are going to be deviating a little wider or, you know, a little narrower than that, and it's kind of good to know what that trend is for each person.
Just some like peace of mind stuff, I guess. Just knowing what people had in certain spots too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interstellar Traveler, I take your point. I would say that we have a very friendly community. For the most part, will help you out. We have moderators who will answer some of your questions. I would also point out that we have people watching on Twitch who are clearly trolls. And there is someone at the moment asking basic questions who is not genuine.
Oh, that's annoying. Don't spin my wheels.
Yes, Mr. Awesome USA, I'm talking about you.
As if people didn't hate us enough for being so awesome.
Alstad and Leeds going to the flop. It's King, Queen, Queen. It's an open-ended straight draw against top two.
Release with the check back to realize that equity, and it does come in. Feel like this bet might get looked up by the kings and queens with an ace kicker, because you would expect that your opponent, as the pre-flop aggressor, is going to barrel a card like an ace very often. But it looks like, again, that ICM pressure too much to bear. Players not really willing to put in chips when they're not really sure where they're at.
Raise 210,000, 7 plus.
Queen Jack is opened. King Jack on the button. Waynad watching on Twitch says, I want to see some dangerous action.
Danger, danger.
One pass.
Ten, 9, 5. Straight draw for Lise.
We saw a check back the hand before with a straight draw.
Oh, Jack on the turn, so domination rotation, but now Haraldstad has a straight draw. And a 6 on the river does not change anything.
At least proceeded with caution there on the turn with top pair and a straight draw. Did not want to bloat the pot. And that could perhaps open things up for Haraldstad to try to bluff here with the ace-queen, blocking straights. But I feel like Lacey here just has a great bluff catcher, especially with the queen in their hand. Wow. Again, power of ICM. You know, you have a hand, you show up to the river, you protect your check back range on the turn, you make it so that you can pretty easily bluff catch, especially having that blocker to the straight, but a mix of that sizing and that extreme ICM pressure and just feeling like people are going to be playing pretty honest right now made it so that Lacey did not want to look Haraldstad up in that spot.
Those of you who want dangerous action, I noticed that we've got the flat all-in triangles on the feature table, but on some of the outer tables, you've got the glass ones. They can do some damage. And I can neither confirm or deny that there was a dealer who threw an all-in triangle a bit too aggressively and cut someone's fingers. That, ladies and gentlemen, is dangerous poker.
This feels a little dangerous.
Can you tell me? Yeah. When the board was checked 10-9. I had a good hand. He's fold, I think.
Oh, not that dangerous.
Mike Watson holding on to the chip lead, still playing more than 80 bigs. That's right, Mad Beans, living on the edge, the sharp edge of a glass all-in triangle. Yeah. Chop pots, fine. Chopped fingers, not so much.
Different game.
Pocket jacks.
250,000. 8 pass. 10 pass.
So raised to 250,000.
1 pass. 3 pass.
Mike Watson, 9-7 of spades.
You know, these suited combinations have been working out pretty nicely for him, so
Yeah.
why not?
GG, Mawa. You're about to get Mawa'd down.
Queen 5-3. Jack still ahead. Action has been checked to the pre-flop aggressor.
one overcard out there. And again, ICM, it's tough to, you know, find 3 streets of value with a hand like jacks. So sometimes you go small here with the plan to perhaps check back a lot of turns. It's always nice when your opponent folds before you can even physically place the chips out there.
Jort on YouTube would like their question addressed. How wasn't any of the commentators talking about how bad that Queen-Jack fold was? I think you made it quite clear, Maria, that it's the power of ICM. It's the power of leveraging your big stack and ensuring that the player who has fewer chips than you isn't the next one to bust when you're looking at these huge pay jumps.
Yeah, that I agree was definitely overly cautious because, you know, it's, yes, would it have cost Lisa not, I wouldn't even say a chunk, but you know, anything is significant at this point when you're trying to preserve your stack size. But you know, it's just one of those spots where, yes, it would have cost him to look him up and be wrong. He did have a nice hand to call with, but people just really don't want to be putting chips into the pot and not really sure where they're at because they don't want to become the low man on the totem pole.
Snowmans and the 6s for Wheeler.
So 6 is.
Yeah, but this scenario with Ensemble being one of, you know, the middling shorter stacks, it does make their open a lot stronger than, say, if this was Mike Watson opening.
Speaking of, ace 4 on the small for Mikey. For the Mad Dog, we do this now. Can you do it? Can you give us a growl?
No, I just feel like you're going to laugh at me if I
I'm gonna
try.
laugh at you.
I'm tired of you laughing at me.
As a callback to the event that kicked off the 2023 calendar of PokerStars live events, who let the dogs out? Woof, woof, woof,
That's right.
woof, woof.
Who let the Mad Dog out? Are you going to answer this follow-up question from Jort? Huge fan of your apparel, by the way, Jort. I own several pairs. But why play a hand like Queen Jack if you would fold a top pair when it goes check, check on flop and turn? If there's any hand you should call, it's that one, right?
I don't disagree with chat being hard on Lisi for not calling there, but I can just understand why people are going to be a lot more cautious about putting their chips into the pot.
Well, the hands sure are going around. Turtle time. He was pre-zipped this time. I don't know if there's a tell in that. He might want to pull those loop. What? Yeah, let Mike Watson handle this.
Yeah, move aside, kids.
That was good, Maria.
Who is letting the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof.
I guess we could combine Mad Dog and Sir Watson, just have it be like a terrier in a suit of armor.
Sir Dog.
Sir Dog.
Rate 650,000 pass.
Finds the 3-bet. Normally, this deep, 4 chips, 9-8 suited is a pretty good combination to call with, but definitely in this situation, out of position against the chip leader, best to just be on the safe side. Even if you feel like you're being abused a little bit, you know, 9-8 suited is probably just not where you're going to want to take your stand.
We ain't playing for chips. And by we, I mean them. Frank says I should take the next question from Jeggings. I'm always up for a question from Jeggings. Jorts. Maybe a skort.
I have a few skorts. Great for working out in, actually.
You work out in skorts?
Yeah.
I wish I knew what you two were talking about.
It's like, you ever heard of like a Maltipoo? It's like a cross between a poodle and a Malteser. No, that's a candy.
Like a cockapoo, a
cockapoo, right?
Yeah.
A skort is just a skirt that's also shorts. Jorts are jean shorts.
Right.
Jeggings are jean leggings.
What is skeggings?
What is the word for those words? Isn't there a word?
Mashup?
No, there's like a real word. Not that mashup isn't a word, but you know what I mean.
Lease and ensemble to the flop. 10-7-4. Pair of sevens for Lease.
That's
Finally got it, right? Jeez.
I got it. That's the only thing that I know how to play on the piano, actually.
Oh, dear.
And that one we can get away with, right? I feel like that one's been in the public domain for a while.
Yes, portmanteau. There we go. Thank you, chat.
Oh,
two different.
Credit to Joe Stapleton for that one.
That's a good one.
I'm going to do it every time Griffin says it tomorrow and see how long it takes him to pick up on it.
You really think that's a reference that's going to be? No, that's cruel. That's cruel.
It's the thing is that Griffin's like a savant about certain things. He'll just like know certain stuff and you'll be shocked. And then he'll be like, how does a sink work?
I'm not convinced he knows how to use a fork.
Well, he knows how to use it when he's digging in my food. At least picks that one up. Portmanteau sounds like a crappy city in Washington. Nice one, Perceptive.
One pass. Three pass.
Who has let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof.
You're getting the hang of it, Maria.
Eight pass.
Nope.
So just under an hour to go on this level. Will we go the distance today? We're talking another 2.5 hours of poker without losing another player. I take the under.
Well, this is a start. This could turn into something.
Raise 20,000. Four pass.
Boujmala is zipped up and ready to play, opening with ace-jack of strawberries to 200,000. Leo Lease with sevens.
Six pass.
Oh, sevens are terrible. So is that information that could be used later, like Leo, people are folding sevens?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to remember that you see early position opens off of shorter stacks getting a lot of credit, which a great counter strategy to that and a great adjustment you can make if you know that is maybe open a little lighter from early position because of that. So certainly, again, because of the advent of these live streams and being able to find out information on your opponents on the delay, you can definitely make adjustments that could be profitable. Mal, though, just one of the players today that has been willing to take chances and to say, you know, you better show me something because I'm going to put you to the test.
And Bujmala has been on the tighter side. Turtle it up, turtle it down.
And you see that sizing as well, you know, doesn't even have to be big. It's just, there's just going to be such a narrow range of hands that the shorter stacks are going to be willing to get it in with, that it really doesn't take much. It doesn't cost Mao that much to probe there and to put in the 3-bet.
Well, Maria, according to chat, folding sevens there was simultaneously the worst fold ever and the most obvious fold ever. So, think about that.
Such a shame that Chat Pro Saturday has been cancelled. Doinka booms as these players would never fold the same hands without ICM pressure.
Yeah,
of course. I mean, I find it interesting. You know, we often during the breaks see some of the EPTs of yesteryear, and we call it the best of retro because it's highlights from some of the live streams that Joe and I did during lockdown, where we revisited some of the old EPTs and did more modern commentary, or a retrospective take, if you like, on old poker. And I'll be honest with you, we loved those old events from 2006, 2007, where everyone was just getting it in. No one understood the idea of laddering. No one understood the importance of moving up the money ladder.
I think it was a combination of not understanding it, and also everyone was so much more flush back then. And there was so much more money, and all the tournaments had massive turnouts, and there was free money everywhere, and people were getting deals and free rolls and this and that. And even if you finished sixth in the tournament, you'd go back to your room and play online and win another 40 or 50K playing cash online. Everyone had so much money. I think that played into it also. Now, I think if that money came back, people would still play this way now that they have figured out ICM, but I do think it was a combination of both of those factors.
And then came the bloomin' LAPT and a player called Ronald Waziel, and Waziel had a theorem. And Waziel's theorem, which later became known in the poker community as ICM, is what ruined everything.
Which event was that, if you want to go back and watch it?
Wow.
Basically, there's a dude that's more or less a cardboard cutout at the table.
He literally folds his way like
he plays
several spots.
0 pots, and I think he finishes second or something.
Bujmala winning that one with the 3-bet. LAPT Punta del Este 2009. Thank you, Stat Trick. Waziel finished 4th, proving Waziel's theorem works.
I mean, we saw a pretty significant ladder up in the super high roller, didn't we? Wasn't there someone in this? I know it's all a blur, and it's hard to remember something that happened 4 days ago.
It was the FPS main event.
FPS main event,
It
yeah.
was. The short stack, the guy who had 6 big blinds at the start of the day, ended up coming second.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he was channeling his inner Waciel. I'm sure he was familiar with Waciel's theorem.
8 pass. 10 pass. 1 pass.
Bujmala, who just the hand before was able to
Turtle time.
3-bet with King Queen from the small blind to get Jason Wheeler to fold A7 from the button. Against King Queen again.
So Jason Wheeler has gone back to being the shortest stack at the table, but still has more than 20 big blinds. Bujmala opening here with King Queen, and Watson looking down at King Jack in the small blind.
Certainly you would expect, even with the pressure of ICM, that Bujmala would be opening the button lighter than a hand as strong as King Queen.
25 pass and 6 pass.
So not surprising to see Watson put in this 3-bet. Bujmala will have quite a bit of raise folds, but I think King Queen is just very strong here. Situationally, getting 3-bet by the chip leader, a lot of players.
Good for you.
Again, yeah, at least he's calling. You know, a lot of players would even just rip over this 3-bet.
Good for you.
Well, top pair for Bujmala. Mike Watson with a gut shot straight draw.
I can root for the underdog here and make both players angry. Mike Watson for rooting against him, and Bujmala for calling him an underdog.
Well, as well as digging out stats about Ronald Waciel, StatTrick is also here to tell us that Mike Watson's best ever result in Monte Carlo came back in 2015 when he was runner-up in the Super High Roller to Mustafa Canet, cashed for 672,300 euros.
That was almost as good as the time that he bubbled the Super High Roller in Barcelona, and I congratulated him on his cash.
You're lucky it was a player as mild-mannered and polite as Mike Watson. There are some of those Super High Rollers who would take that as a deliberate needle.
Yep. I run good in ways other than poker.
I heard 350. I thought he said 350.
Watson gave up the betting lead on this flop.
Makes the call. To the turn, which is a 6.
You see stacked pot ratio, almost 2 million in the pot and about 1.5 million back for Bujmala. You got to feel pretty good about having the best hand here. And there's quite a bit to protect from. Two-tone, there's straight draw possible. But as we, yeah, there we go. As we know, it's scary to put all your chips in the middle. But
good for you.
It feels good to get the quick fold.
TJ Swanson says, don't look at him, Watson. Your gaze can't pierce the shell. You can take your shell off now, Sammy. Game 01. Playing down till 6 today, correct? Correct. ace jack of clubs. Ensemble under the gun.
Raise 210,000, 10 plus.
Makes it 210k. Jason Wheeler is king jack suited. The Telly Savalas.
The what?
Telly Savalas. He played Kojak.
Oh goodness.
King jack, Kojak.
I know that, but
There were two Kojaks. The original, Telly Savalas. King jack suited. It's classy. There was a reboot with Ving Rhames.
Can I
That's
ask
King
a
Jack
question
offsuit.
about Kojak in the UK?
Yes.
In the UK, was the show starring Television Savalas? Kojak starring Television Savalas.
Having never seen an episode of the reboot with Ving Rhames, did he still suck on a lollipop and say, "Who loves your baby"?
He had to.
I mean, I know who Ving Rhames is. It actually made me happy, James, that there was a reference that me and Stapes were talking about that you didn't know, because most of the time that's where I'm at with you guys.
What reference was that?
Just the jeggings and the jorts
Oh,
and the
yeah,
skirts.
right.
I was excited that I knew that one.
What's weird is that James owns several pairs of jorts.
He just didn't know it.
He just didn't know what they were called.
That's 130,000.
Pretty natural board texture for the pre-flop aggressor to continue on. But Mao has a little piece.
If I show you a picture of Telly Savalas, I guarantee you'll recognize him.
I don't know about that.
He's been in so many movies.
Maria hasn't seen so many movies. Club on the turn.
This is a pretty nice turn card for Ensemble. It's not only because of all that extra equity he's turned, but it's kind of nice to block Queen Jack in this spot. And if you want to try to target these 9Xs, these weak one pair holdings that your opponent out of the big blind could have in this spot without having to hit your draw, then are you willing to fire that second barrel? Try to get them off of these weak parts of their range.
I'm sorry, Maria. I just found two awesome pictures of Telly Savalas. There he is as Kojak sucking on a lollipop. But look at this cover of People magazine.
Oh my gosh.
Is he shirtless? Yeah. I always talk about this now that, like, I really wish that I had tried to make it in Hollywood back in the day where you could be a sex symbol just from not being fat.
1974 issue of People magazine.
Like, who was the artistic director for this
Like
shoot?
Sean Connery, Tom Selleck, Telly Savalas, they were just not fat.
But they were like, you know what? Just wear a chain.
Like a mustache. Ooh.
And
So a reminder, tomorrow we've got the mini EPT Monte Carlo main event. You can register already for this one. You make the final table, you get a scoop ticket, a ticket to the 1K scoop main event. And if you win it, you get an EPT Barcelona package as well. So plenty of added value in addition to the prize pool generated by the buy-ins. It's a $5.50 MTT running tomorrow on the final day of our mini EPT series. I wonder if you have that original copy of People magazine, if it's worth anything.
It's all about the condition these days. But from what I can tell, magazines from the 70s are kind of a dime a dozen. Everyone has piles of like Playboys and all kinds of other stuff. They're almost worthless. Believe me, I've tried. I threw away like 200 Playboys that belonged to my uncle from like the 60s and 70s. I looked up many of them, and they weren't worth bupkis.
I loved how when I was young, I just took the time to rip the pages out of the magazines and put them up all over my walls.
What were your top picks? Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
Yes! I was literally going to say Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Yeah, he was a good one.
Who else? Who else? I had a huge crush on Michael Trenner from Three Ninjas.
Okay, I remember the Three Ninjas.
The oldest ninja. Rocky? Yeah, Rocky.
There was Rocky, and then there was
Colt and Dum Dum.
But no, it wasn't Dum Dum.
Yes. Rocky, Colt.
It wasn't Dum Dum.
Okay, well, we're going to look this up.
It was something like that, though. Tum Tum.
Tum Tum.
Tum Tum.
Jason Wheeler, ace jack under the gun.
So you can tell when James doesn't get a reference. He's like, all right, poker time. If it was some weird British game show, he'd be all about it right now. Aces versus Kings could be happening. And he'd be like, remember the helicopter?
There was no budget for helicopters on English game shows.
Wasn't there a fake helicopter in one of them?
Oh, no. Treasure Hunt had a helicopter.
That's
Annika
right.
Rice flying around, being
See,
guided
here he goes.
by Wincy Willis.
Pull the string.
And Kenneth Kendall.
Pull the string.
More impressive is the fact that the two hosts of that show were Kenneth Kendall and Wincy Willis.
See? Told you.
Ace King for Sir Watts, and that will be a 3-bet.
Yeah, Wheeler has a very reasonable hand that he opened with under the gun. This is, again, you know, just a small 3-bet sizing from Watson. Again, you don't need to go as big with your 3-bet sizing when the effective stack is around this 20 big blind range. Definitely makes it so that Wheeler could be interested in seeing a flop. Especially against a player like Mike Watson, you know, you are very aware.
How do they do it?
Yeah, especially, I was just going to say, especially against a player like Mike Watson, you're very aware that he knows that if Wheeler just has any light opens from under the gun, then he can 3-bet there pretty easily. And again, not require risking a whole lot of chips with the 3-bet sizing and get Wheeler to fold. But Wheeler just unwilling to put more chips into the pot. Sniffed that one out.
Jason Wheeler in the big blind here, has 18 bigs behind, is the shortest stack at the final table. Mike Watson still chip leader, folding here.
When is someone going to make an expensive yet hilarious mistake we can all laugh at?
Leo Lees opening here with 6s.
You played it great. You played it great. Nothing you could do.
As played.
As played.
King 10 of diamonds for Jason Wheeler. Wheeler calls, and these two will go to a flop. And the flop is 6-5 deuce with 2 diamonds. We have got a set against a flush draw here.
No way.
And if Wheeler thinks his overcard's alive, a lot of chips could go in very quickly.
He doesn't have a lot of chips, and that's why.
He leads. Bets 200,000.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, Wheeler feeling like this is also a board that could favor the big blind's defending range here. Of course, Lease will have some sets here, but just to really run into it versus, you know, Lease having 2 overcards here is pretty unfortunate for Wheeler.
Here we go. Buckle up.
The raise from Lease. 475,000.
Buckle TF up.
Yeah, I can't imagine this hand going any other way. So much equity in Wheeler's mind.
He shoves. Lease double checks his cards and calls. Jason Wheeler at risk, looking for a diamond, needs to make a flush.
And fade the boat.
Well, there is a 72% chance that this will be the last hand of the night. If Jason Wheeler is eliminated in 7th place, we stop for the day and come back with 6 players tomorrow.
No diamond. Anything else is fine. Even a diamond's not the end of the world. We can still win if the board pairs again. If the board
Time to put Jason Wheeler's confidence to the test.
Just a brick, though.
Don't call for cards when you're ahead, Leo. 7 outs for Jason Wheeler. Looking for that diamond on the river.
Pretty big one, to be fair. A lot of money in this one.
The river is a club, and Jason Wheeler bows out in 7th place. Will not be returning for the final day of EPT Monte Carlo. Cashes out for 139,150 euros. The 6 players who remain will come back for the 6th and final day. They will compete at the final table for the trophy title and first prize of 890,000 euros. And there is the potential of a 2-time champion on the European Poker Tour. Mike Watson won the PCA main event in 2016 when it was part of the EPT. He will come into the final day 2nd in chips. Leo Lees, after winning that pot and eliminating Jason Wheeler, will have the biggest stack tomorrow.
Really tough finish for Jason Wheeler. You know he believed it when he said he was going to win. And you have to believe in yourself to enter these things. Really went for it there.
Close. How much you got? 8.
And everyone breathing a sigh of relief for it to be Jason Wheeler to have gone out in 7th place.
7.9.
Yeah, if today was any indication of how this final 6 will play tomorrow, you know, it seems like everybody's understanding the assignment maybe a little too much, you know, for at least the viewers' sakes. They want to see a little more action, but clearly these people understanding ICM, you know, and navigating these spots pretty well.
And those chips going into bags for the last time. By the end of play tomorrow, 1 player will have all the chips, and that player will be an EPT champion. We will stream every single hand of that 6-handed final table live, cards up, from 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
Nice mix of players tomorrow. 2 from France, repping this part of the world.
Leo Lees, the man in a van from the UK. Mike Watson, a former champion from Canada. Leonard Mauer from Germany, and Joachim Haraldstad from Norway. Those will be the 6 players who'll return tomorrow. Those will be the 6 players we watch on the final day of the EPT Monte Carlo main event. And a reminder that you can play our mini main for $5.50. All finalists will get a 1K Scoop main event ticket. The winner will get an EPT Barcelona package. It's the biggest event on the schedule of the mini EPT, which is why it's the mini main event. You can register now. It starts tomorrow.
Get that package.
8:15 in the evening.
We'll see you in Barcelona.
So play paused for the day. We'll come back and play out the end of level 29, roll straight into level 30. We are at the 50-100 blind level. So here's how the stacks equate into big blinds. Dominance of Leo Lees and Mike Watson right now. No short stacks. Very playable stacks for Mauer, Bujmala, and Ensemble. And of course, still ridiculous sums of money available. This is what they will be playing for tomorrow at the final table. Everyone now guaranteed nearly 181,000 euros, 235 for 5th, 300k for 4th, nearly 400k for 3rd, more than $500,000 for the runner-up, 890,000 euros for the winner. We will see a champion crowned tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow was also the final day of the 25k high roller. A reminder that if you want updates on that one, check out the work that the team at Poker News are doing, and of course there's summaries and stories of everything happening here in Monte Carlo available for you to read on the PokerStars blog. But our last broadcast will be tomorrow, and we will be here at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. CEST. We will see you then. Thanks for watching today. From Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Monaco. We'll see you tomorrow for the FT.
Get back up and wipe the dust. I am where I put my trust. Tell me, who do you love? 'Cause I love me. I don't need you now because, baby, I give me that rush. Tell me, who do you love? 'Cause I love me. Get back up and wipe the dust. I am where I put my trust. Tell me, who do you love? 'Cause I love me. It's all about me.